Hello and welcome back to DreamHack Dallas. It's day 2 and our players are here, a new set of players are here, competing to try and earn a spot at the Esports World Cup in Riyadh. Joining me on the host desk is the same squad as yesterday. Casey, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling good. Yesterday was so much fun. We knocked it down to 8 people, a couple upsets, couple bracket resets, but overall it was a good day and we're going to run it back again today.
We are indeed going to run it back today and we're going to run it back with our 2 casters. How are the voices doing? Brandon, how are you feeling?
All right, we've had a long night's rest, me and Mike, after what was a crazy day yesterday. Ended with 4 bracket resets, and as we said, 128 players came yesterday. Only 8 made it through, and we're doing it all again today, FG, so cannot wait.
We had absolutely everything yesterday, didn't we, Mike? Last minute winners, we had lack of handshakes, we had drama, we had a qualifier involving someone who missed his graduation to make it through at ED FIFA. What a day it was.
I mean, he still graduated just from the FC Academy. It's a different place now. We're involved here, but I hope today can kind of remake and replicate, and at the same time, we have bigger names in action today than yesterday. I mean, a lot of guys that were getting asked about in the chat, they're in action today, and some have already been eliminated. I don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves. Just throwing that out there, a little sprinkle.
Well, interestingly enough, about the format here in Dallas, there's players who've been qualifying this morning who won't make the broadcast solely because they have lost too many games, haven't they, Brandon?
Absolutely. I mean, look, it's a simple situation here, which is crazy to say as well. There are players that are spending a lot of money to come here to DreamHack Dallas. If you lose 2 games, you're eliminated out of the tournament. If you can win maybe 2 or 3 games, though, you'll be on the upper bracket grand final, which is, of course, going to be one of our first games coming up today.
It is indeed. Let's take a look at the qualified players already, the players who have made it to Sunday's finals, qualified to Sunday. There's some big names here, Manu Bashore being one, Mike.
And Nicholas and Dolan Mike, and there's a few that you jump off the page. We talked a little bit about Adidas FIFA who skipped that graduation. Again, I think FC Academy was a good trade. I thought Dennis looked really impressive. Bryce looked really impressive, but we knew there'd be some surprises, and here they are. I think Red Lat, there had to be someone from England that was making the push, and then Max battling back through, having to upset in terms of the double flip when you're looking at the bracket resets that we saw, which I don't think I've ever been a part of a broadcast that had all bracket resets. At one point last night, that's what we were saying, we're losing our voice. It was out of control.
It was absolutely insane, wasn't it, Casey? So we had bracket resets yesterday, and we could well have the same today. Let's take a look at the little explainer towards the World Cup, which everyone's playing for. Life-changing indeed, but it's not just life-changing for the players here today. There's also the clubs who are competing. Take a look at this.
$60 million!
You've been seeing that a lot, right? What does it all mean, though? Here's my friend Alex Machine Richardson to help explain.
So, 60 mil, 20 tournaments, 8 weeks. You probably already know. But how does a club prove themselves to be the very best in the world? That is where the Esports World Cup Club Championship comes in.
The Club Championship is where things really heat up. $20 million awarded to the top 16 clubs, with the newly crowned best club in the world awarded an astonishing $7 million.
Wait, so how does that actually work?
It's simple. We've got 20 tournaments. In each tournament, the top 8 teams get awarded points towards their club championship total. The higher you place, the more points you get. Now, these points are worth the same in all titles, so it is important to not put all of your eggs in one basket. But it's important to remember that the club champion needs to win at least one individual game tournament.
Nice, so we'll probably be seeing clubs trying to qualify across a range of games to have the best chance of getting their hands on $7 million.
Yeah, man, there's your incentive. More clubs across more games, more competition.
And so the race begins. This summer, we will crown the best esports club in the world.
Wow, wow, wow. There we have it. So the clubs are competing as well, Brandon, which means the stakes here at DreamHack are very high. Absolutely,
and I think that's what you would have seen in the last couple of days. Players that have signed for esports organisations. We saw Cloud9 sign their first ever FC player yesterday, Nicholas, who did make it look tough, but Nicholas qualified for the top 16. So, for example, say if Nicholas went to win the whole Esports World Cup, then Cloud9 would get those points in the club championship.
Of course, there is a long way to go for them clubs, and there's also a long way to go for the players that are here today. Let's take a look at the players we're going to see in action. As we mentioned earlier on in the broadcast, we have got some big names, haven't we, Mike?
Absolutely. I mean, the who's who is here, and if you're not familiar with the format, yesterday we worked through the first 128 players to get us down to 8, and today will be more of the same, where we have the 264 brackets. You get the top 4 from each bracket, 8 players, and then you have 8 from each day that carry over into Sunday, where you have your final 16, and they're competing for the moolah. Might have got ahead of ourselves a little bit, but you get the idea.
The moolah indeed. Yeah. So everyone who qualifies today will be guaranteed at least $2,000 on Sunday, but it's not really enough to cover some of their travel, is it, Casey?
It's not, no. For some people, it is not enough to cover it, but what they are also looking for are those top 2 spots for the Esports World Cup. So 1 player from each group today will be making it on to Sunday, but only 2 of them will be making it on to the Esports World Cup. So those 2 coveted spots are what everyone's looking for, plus the prize money, of course.
Yeah, an opportunity to, of course, go to Riyadh for some of these players. And like we mentioned earlier on in the broadcast, there's been some players who have not made it, so they haven't even made it to the broadcast. As we see the prize pool, first place, $25,000, Brandon. But also, most importantly, that place at the Esports World Cup.
Absolutely. I mean, that's obviously the #1 goal, plus a cheeky 15 or 25k on top. And also, if you get into the Esports World Cup, you're guaranteed, I believe, at least $10,000 if you were to even finish top 16. So you're guaranteed even more money, FG. But to the point you're making, yeah, there's been a few upsets that have already happened today before the show started. I'm sure when we go through the brackets, we can give you a few of those.
Yeah, let's take a look at the brackets right now for everyone watching. This is what we're here for. These are what the players will be competing with. But what are the names involved in the brackets?
Some big names. Big names indeed. Like Anders Vergang, for example, is here. Umit of RB Leipzig in action a bit later on today. In this morning session, we're seeing Emre Yilmaz, Champions League winner, alongside so many more familiar names. This is bracket Group A, which, as you can see, our feature matchup there in our upper final will be Darkly against Nisat, the Portuguese player, against the Israeli, and that's on the Group A side. If we move across to Group 3, bracket B, as we go through them, FG, you'll start to see more and more familiar names.
Yeah, and there is the most familiar name, one of the most familiar names in esports, Casey. It's Anders Vergang is here, and he's in the upper final.
Yes, and he is going to be going up against Andoni, who's been in the scene for quite a while. But if we look down towards the lower bracket, we see the #HouseShavri. We also see EBI Pool, Cameron Rock, who had a decent run in the FC Pro Open this year as well. And we see a fellow name down there, Gravison. We know him from the broadcast team as well.
Yeah, of course, and I'm sure we'll be trying to get him up here as much as we can throughout the day. But Gravison, it's great to see him competing, Mike. He's very good on camera. Let's just see what he's like on the virtual pitch, right?
I mean, that's his backstory, and it's nice that he still wants to be involved heavily in terms of the competition. He said, I'm getting back in, Mike. I'm going to make a run for it. He was in good spirits yesterday. I don't know about the 10-1 defeat he took to start the day going up against Vergang, but we'll see if he can battle back through that lower bracket.
I actually wasn't going to mention the fact that he lost 10-1, but whilst
I did.
It's actually quite an interesting story, to be honest. I came into the venue today. I saw Anders Vergang sitting next to Gravison. They weren't playing against each other, and then an hour later they were playing against each other. And unfortunately, Gravison walked past us in the FG and went, look, I just lost 10-1 to Anders. But he was in good spirits. As we said, he's still alive in the bracket. Group C, you may have missed that. We browsed over that one slightly for you there in terms of who's in our upper bracket final. I can tell you right now, it's Emre Yilmaz against Cyber Figo. On the lower bracket, you've got Tuga in there and Giston, who we saw at the FC Pro Open earlier on this year. And then in Group D, if we take a slight zoom in, you will be able to see our final 2 big matches there. That's Chris de Boer of Team Hullet, one of their upcoming players, and Iron Mike, who Gravison was teammates with this year in the Portuguese La Liga. So loads of big names there, and if I want to tease you a little bit, unfortunately, some of the big ones is Levi David has been eliminated. Jafonzo, EMLS Cup champion, eliminated already. No one's safe here in DreamHack Dallas.
No one is safe indeed. Let's take a look at the featured matches. This is what's coming up for everybody watching on the broadcast. And as we said, Casey, we've got some huge matchups.
Massive matchups. I'm actually very excited for almost every single one of these. We see Anders Vergang in there, Andoni, Darkly from Portugal. An interesting one here. So I was just in Portugal. I went to the Sporting Stadium, and Iron Mike and Javila were practicing day in and day out in the stadium there. So he's been prepping for this one. He's going up against Team Hulit's Chris de Boer, so that ought to be a good match as well.
It's not a bad place to practice that, is it, Brandon? I mean, we're looking around us here and we are in old school esports surroundings, aren't we?
Yeah, there's no space around here, is there, compared to being in the Sporting Club Stadium. This is a very compact and crammed venue. A lot of people are asking where's certain players. Please remember, we've got 2 sittings today. We've got a morning sitting and an afternoon sitting. So players like Tex, Moalba, Umit, Matthias Banana, they're going to be in action later on today, so don't not worry, they'll be coming on a little bit later on.
Yeah, we've got a very, very entertaining day, Mike. I saw you smiling when we were talking about the old school esports.
I mean, we talked about spacing. I was going to say at this desk, sometimes I'm catching elbows from Case. I don't know if I said the wrong thing. Brandon's over here leaning on my shoulder. We're even in close quarters together here, up here. We're bringing it back a little bit.
We are bringing it back indeed, but on our main stage there, you can see the live pictures of Anders, always looking relaxed. always looking around. But one thing's for certain with Anders, he's going to be box office.
Yeah, well, yeah. Let's see when he starts scoring goals or if he's conceding a goal, what kind of energy he gives us. He's looking over here now.
He's giving us
He's ready to go. There he is.
A thumbs up from him as well. But I mean, what you see is what you get with him, Brandon. It's such good entertainment either way, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I spent a good couple of days with him last week in Denmark, and we had a bit of a laugh. I came up to him after his game against Gravis, and I went, "You just won." You just won quite convincingly. He goes, "No, I can't time shots. I can't do this. I can't do that." And he turned and went, "But I still won 10-1, buddy."
Look, can I just address the elephant in the room here? There's one person on this host desk who's beaten Anders in a penalty shootout.
Who is he? That was me. Yeah, we did. A long time ago.
What was his reaction like to that?
He weren't very happy, but let's just say, thankfully, it was penalties and not 90 minutes of in-game time.
And no more rematches for that? You're just going to claim that and just leave it at that?
If he wants to go again, we'll do it again here in Dallas.
I heard his controller didn't work. That's what Anders told me. His controller didn't work properly. Brandon handed it to him, so I don't know. It's a conspiracy theory.
It's a rematch.
Listen, I don't think he's got time for a rematch because we're about less than a minute away from our matches. Quick predictions from you. Of course, we want to see your predictions in the Twitch chat as well down below. Brandon, our featured match.
Yeah, Anders Vergang against Andoni. I'd hope it'd be our featured matchup. It is going to be our featured matchup. Atletico Madrid's player against RB Leipzig's. Look, it's got to be Anders, hasn't it, to win this game. Remember, if you win this game, you aren't guaranteed to our top 16, but you'll be in the grand final of your bracket.
Mike, you going for an Anders win?
It would be silly to go against Anders, but I don't want to discredit Andoni. He's one of the most accomplished players from Spain, and they play contradicting styles. So if Andoni's able to slow down the game, he's more of a controlled, very structured player. It can frustrate someone like Anders. So I'm interested to see who's able to dictate the pace of the game or the tempo.
Casey?
Yeah, I think it's going to be a close one. Both players are very good, but I'm going to go with Anders.
Well, okay. Well, you've heard from our host desk here. Let's head into the game. It's time for our first round of fixtures.
Well then, here we go. We're back again. 24 hours later, Mike LaBelle, for another day of action here in DreamHack Dallas for the Esports World Cup. There is 8 more spots to find for tomorrow's top 16 from 128 players. Yeah, you heard that right. 128 players that are here battling out in a double elimination bracket. I mean, yesterday we had some surprises, Mike. I'm sure there'll be a few more today.
No, absolutely. If anything, you can kind of expect the unexpected. There's too many players. The competition is too ruthless. It is a double elimination competition, which we didn't really talk about at the top of the show, but it's still 2 games and you could be out. And that happened for many competitors, big-name competitors, guys that have that champion's pedigree that we've seen win tournaments. They're not in the competition anymore, and this was a quick trip for them in some ways. They came over, maybe traveled 8, 10, 12 hours, depending where you're coming from, and then you played for 30 minutes, maybe an hour, and that was it. Yeah, a couple handshakes, and enjoy your time in Dallas.
A quick and expensive trip, isn't it, for quite a few players there. But all the games are kicking off around us now. 4 matches are on the line here. Remember, if you win this game, you go into your grand final of your bracket, and then you'll be playing again in a few hours' time. If you win that game, then you will be on your way to the top 16. Then it's tomorrow. Remember, tomorrow afternoon here, live from Dallas, Texas, you will see 2 players book a spot for the Esports World Cup. We are jumping onto this one for a split second. Emre Yilmaz, who unfortunately couldn't retain his E-Champions League title in London a few days ago, is up against Cyber Fico. You may have remembered him as FIFA Fico a little while ago, the Croatian player who was sort of dominating in that era where we were in for Champions Cup tournaments all over Bucharest, Romania. A few years on, he is back over again. We will jump back over to our feature matchup in Game B, because this is where all our eyes are. Anders Vergang of RB Leipzig up against Andoni. And look, Andoni's got better and better this year, Mikey. He did have a great start to the year. He didn't perform very well in the Liga FC Pro, but did qualify for the Champions League. Performed pretty well there, and he's just sort of finding his peak at the right time.
And I like metrics, and Andoni has a lot of them. He's been competing for many years now. We've seen him in multiple organizations. He's had success across the last 5-6 years of different installments. It tells you that his style translates, that he's able to adapt, he's mentally strong, and he's also kind of a pro's pro in many ways. And you might ask, what does that mean exactly? He's someone that is able to keep a consistent style that gives you a certain level of continuity. No matter what happens with the game, whatever the patch might be, Andoni will still be in conversations. He will have a certain expectation for himself.
Andoni with Havertz, lovely little cancellation of that original shot from his team of the season in-game item. Bellingham and Haaland try their best to interchange there.
He probably like a second chance there. Lovely work with the cancellation. Was in the ideal zone, the danger zone, if you will, right at the top of the box. A little bit of a missed time on one of the late cancellations, and it put him in a position where that little detail made a difference to help Anders get the key takeaway or the interception.
Well, there's a few people asking at home about Shorey as well from the hashtag house. How was he getting on? He was in this bracket with Anders Vergang. Anders got a bye in his first game. It was a no-show, I believe. Then played against Gravison when we got a 10-1 win. Then he had to play against Shorey, where Shorey gave him a really tough game. He only won by 5 goals to 4. And Andoni on the other side. And a very different bracket run. His game against Cameron Rock was enough to send him into this situation here.
And just to reiterate, we're at the top of the bracket with all of these matches.
Well, update here as well, Mike, very quickly. Corners, surprise, surprise, are going to be everywhere here today.
Yeah, expect more of those all day long.
All day, all weekend, probably all season long.
And again, every match that's happening on the featured stage right now are undefeated players. And this is a double elimination. So if you lose, you're not out, you're just going to drop down. It's going to be a harder pathway for you, especially if you're going to come all the way back up to the top. You're going to have to forward that reset and take care of business, not once, but twice.
And very shortly as well, another 128 players will be queuing in here to get their game started. Here's Anders Vergang now looking to break the deadlock. Back to R9, finds Mbappe's feet. Well played, Andoni defensively. You just got the right block there with Virgil van Dijk. Oh my. Petr Cech miss-kicking the ball and giving Anders a corner, which I can tell you, he has been ruthless on as of late. Let's have a look here then. Haaland at the front post, you know what he's looking for. In the air, defended well on the other side. Update in game A for you as well. Update over here. It's gone the way of Darkley that leads by a goal to 0 against Nisap. Surprise, surprise. All the goals have been Haaland headers at the moment. And we join back now for another Erling Haaland goal. Anders Vergang, welcome to DreamHack Dallas. He's on the main stage and he leads by a goal to 0.
And you see a smile there from Vergang, a little bit of a yell, a little celebration. I've always said he's one of the most entertaining FC players throughout the community. You never know exactly what you're going to get. If we can bring back the gritty, I think you were there live for the gritty. It wasn't the best looking gritty, but I smiled. So I wouldn't be mad if that hits the main stage, if you will. And if you're brand new to the FC scene or you haven't been up to date with everything, Haaland is going to make the biggest difference across the board. Gives you a new dynamic. You can whip in a lot of crosses. He can do the knockdowns. He can do the takedowns. He's also explosive enough. If you turn on someone or you get a good first touch, maybe on a through ball, you're gone. And he can hold off a center back. He can hold off a fullback, which many attacking players don't have that ability to put you kind of on the hip. It's not even about pace, but just the sheer body type and strength.
Well, someone who else has got a pretty dangerous play style going forward, Mike, is Emre Yilmaz, who again leads by 2-0 there. And you spoke about Haaland. There he is.
And you saw some of that dynamic explosion as well. It's just a big touch there, so you can see a lot of R1 dribbling. Times it green, hits it on the near post. Too much power. Even goalkeeper movement's not stopping that one.
Andoni with a corner. It's a gift for Mbappe. Ooh. Virgil van Dijk with his knees. Just clearing that one out. He will get another corner, Andoni. So Haaland, game on, 1-1.
And I was just going to say that could have been, maybe should have been the equalizer. Gets a second chance. Haaland celebrates with Ruud Gullit. Could you imagine that combo in real life? And you're going to see the back lines. We talked about it a little bit yesterday, but it's really important, as you see Holland there with a knockdown, R9 able to convert. The back lines are all massive, generally speaking. You're going to see not only the big center backs, but the fullbacks. You might see the likes of a Havertz or a Rudiger. We even saw Konate coming in as a fullback. We saw Ruud Gullit as a fullback. And this is solely to match some of the crossing or to try to counteract some of the crossing that people are going to have on display. And the same with set pieces. You just want big body types, broad players in order to make things more difficult on your opposition.
Well, that goal you just saw there was Nisa equalising a 1-1.
Uh-oh.
Oh my days, that's a gift. You do not give gifts to Anders. He will punish you every single day of the week.
And Anders knows where that camera's at. Kind of gives you a John Cena, you can't see me, as he pops into the camera. And you just can't make those types of mistakes if you're Andoni. And all these compliments and superlatives and giving a little more storyline for his career path, this is something that's never been part of it. It's always been someone who's very limiting with mistakes, and then also that's a major error, not a minor mistake, not a bad giveaway, but an absolute blunder. And the only thing that's good for him here is a lot of time to work with.
We have to remember, if you really sort of think back as well, Mike, that this is where Anders Vergang started out in these halls, didn't he? Playing in tournaments for headsets, controllers, PCs, PlayStations. There wasn't a PlayStation 5 back there he was playing for either. And since then, he's made one hell of a name for himself. Andoni, though, will continue to go toe-to-toe with him. Tries to loft that one in the air. We saw Rudiger, how important he was yesterday.
And so much comes down to not only how you're building up and trying to find these last passes or last dribble, but you get a bit of a counter press. Now, once your opposition gets through that counter press, they're going to have space to work with, but there is that moment where you can win the ball back quickly, and we've seen that happen time and time again.
Speaking of Anders, reverse elastico or two. Cancellation was pretty from Mbappe. Another goal's gone in game C. Emre Yilmaz. What a switch of play that is. Finding a third over there. Haaland. Pull it, Bellingham. Coutinho lofts it in. It's a clever idea.
Oh.
But the finish wasn't very clever.
He had to have been hitting maybe a chip finish there, or maybe he was thinking for a cross and just mistimed it. Did not get the correct animation. He was in the right zone. It was the right idea with the through ball. You saw the counter press again there, where he was building up, lost the ball, got the ball right back, and it makes it where it's a little more frantic, a little more havoc for the defenders. They're out of position. They were already transitioning to offense.
Anders with another wave of pressure. Trivela off the bar. And we can see you at home watching as well, tuning in. Lots of questions coming in. Gorilla, he's in action later on today. Sure, he's in the loser bracket. He'll be in action a little bit later on. I know there's so many pros that you are all tuning in to see. We'll do our best to give you up to date with everything that's going on and all the goals that are going in. Anders with another chance. Blocked there again by Rudiger.
And you see the free flow on the offensive end from Anders. Highly reactive. He's not someone that plays robotic or machine-like. We often use the word mechanical, but he's going to take whatever you give. If there's space there, he's coming for it. He's going to give you a lot of step-overs. He's going to put you under pressure. You got variety with the ways that you score goals, how you create. You already see some long shots. We've seen some crosses. We've seen set pieces. We've seen quick build-up, slowing down, and then, of course, some of the skills and cancellations. We haven't had quite that magical moment yet, but I feel like it's on the horizon in this game. Whether it's for Andoni forging a comeback or Anders about to put together some sort of clinic.
Well, goals going in as well in our other three matches here. That one's lofted towards the back post, defended well by Anders there. Andoni 2-1 down in this game. Half time in that game, and it is Nissan that leads by 2-1 going into the halfway point. It came from this here. Big switch of play from Havertz, and at the near post, just tucked it in.
We often compliment goalkeeper movement, but that was done incorrectly. Moved him a little too early, and it opened up the near post. That's why that finish worked out so smoothly, or maybe looked easy on the eyes for Holland.
Last chance of the half for Anders. Oh no, and Croqueta was pretty.
Oh.
Penalty!
Might have to watch that one back, Brandon.
Well, it's a gift from the spot from Anders to go 3-1 up at half-time. Misses his chance to do so.
You talk about a turning moment. I don't know if you feel like this, Brandon, but if I miss a penalty kick, it almost always comes back to bite me every single time.
Lofted in. This could be an absolute opportunity to get a 2-2 before half-time. What's happening here? Haaland just tried to run his way into the goal.
I was going to say, that was almost the curse of the commentator. I didn't know it would be that quick, but it sits with me mentally when I miss free opportunities. Even though you could argue the penalty kick, that might be debatable, but either way, you got to convert those opportunities.
Well, this is live now. This is Emre Yilmaz 3-0 up against Cyberfico. He might be on his way to find a fourth. Emre Yilmaz. He got by in his first game early today, did Emre Yilmaz. And then had to continue. He's running this DreamHack Dallas bracket where he played against Agent Hawk 2-3-2-1, where he actually won 13-0.
Oh.
And then he played against Tuga with a 5-3 win to get into this upper bracket situation. Free kick played short. What a power shot was the idea there, Furlet. What are you doing? What are you doing? Oh, you've got away with that one.
And you see just the pressure. It's immense. It's immediate from Yilmaz when he loses the ball. And I'm surprised by his free kick there because he pops it up, goes for a power shot. I was wondering if it was almost about just crowding the space. And Yilmaz, similar to his counterpart with Manu Bashor, dominant, scoring goals for fun. Everybody at Team Hullet just seems to be maybe another notch above a lot of the competition. I would argue between RB Leipzig and Anders and Umid and Levy this year, who's been fantastic. And then the Team Hullet Academy, those are the two clubs to really watch out for in terms of the quality and the depth. As you add another goal there, beautiful player lock, Mbappe, right place, right time, easy alignment, makes it look simple. You probably don't have in your locker to move like that, simultaneously maneuvering multiple players, and he makes it look easy.
Well, he certainly does. Emre Yilmaz. Goal has gone in the game that kicked off just a second ago. It was a bit of a late kickoff between Chris de Boer and Iron Mike of Sporting. And this is live now. It was Kai Havertz that scored the opening goal there, and it was 34 minutes into this one. A little bit of a slow start. Was able to open up his account. Teammates with Gramerson this year, Iron Mike. They played together in the La Liga Portugal. Vinicius wins a corner. We'll stay with this one just for this corner, then we'll go back to game B, our featured matchup. Right, we'll leave that here. Let's go back to Anders Vergang against Andoni. Into the second half now. Anders probably should have been 3-1 up at this point, Mike. It was a penalty that you missed.
And again, that sits with you, and even if you're Andoni, it builds a little momentum. I thought that Andoni was going to get the counterattack. We saw it right after the penalty. I don't know how many times I've seen that throughout the years in FC, even playing the weekend league or foot champs or division rivals, draft, whatever. You get humbled. When you miss opportunities, the game always reminds you. And it's got to be building some confidence here for Andoni for a potential upset.
Absolutely. The longer you're in the game, and it's only by a goal, Mike, the confidence builds that you only need one more chance. We saw that yesterday, Diogo Mendes against Nicholas.
And you don't want to go necessarily toe-to-toe with Anders. So this could build for Andoni, again, saying it's close, it's a slower game, it's not as many goals. That's more so beneficial because, again, you're not trying to outscore Anders. I don't think that's a good approach.
Well, goal back over here as well. There's one more for Darkley of Apogee Esports. Has pulled a goal back. Remember that this is our winners round, round 5. The loser bracket round will come up after this. Chance for Anders. 3-1.
And a lovely splitting pass there. You see the step overs. You just get this small margin of space. You have the drop off. R9 from the spot. Bread and butter location. Full power across the body. Green time finish. Anders looks over with a big smile, and he's extended his lead. He's doubled his lead. And now Andoni's under pressure because I don't know if there's anything worse than trying to press Anders because of his offensive capabilities. He's not somebody that looks to necessarily have heavy game management. He just scores more goals.
Yeah, he'll be forgetting about that penalty that he missed as well, with that 2-goal cushion that has been reinstated. We are jumping around. As much as we can here. 4-0 Emre Yilmaz. He's going to be going through to his grand final. We'll be waiting for someone to come through that bracket. That's the best chance we've seen so far from Cyberfico. Quick corner played in, headed away. And when the time's getting to this point in the game, Mike, 4-0, you're not really getting a sniff, let alone a chance against Emre.
I would agree with you in almost all scenarios. I don't think this will be one that goes against the grain. But yesterday, multiple times, I think we both ate our words. We saw comebacks. We did. 4-goal comebacks. I didn't know. I usually say 3 or 4. It's getting close to being a wrap. And even they were second half deficits that we're talking about, that comeback being generated. It wasn't where they had a ton of time to work with, and I don't know if it was players falling apart, maybe the nerves of the big stage, maybe it's us on the mics.
Game.
Something didn't come together for it.
Well, something that has come together over here is Darkley, who's found a third in this game. It's that perfect corner again that strikes for the Portuguese player. 3-3. Didn't actually play in the East Serie A this year, did Darkley? Didn't go to plan as he would have wanted it to, but still with the chance of playing in a different FC Pro league. This is nice from Andoni. The Elastico was pretty, still in possession, tries to bundle his way past the defender there, just couldn't get through.
It's superb offense. The reads there, squaring up your opposition. You just have to compliment Anders defensively there. Doesn't get pulled out of position, waits for it. Great job with anticipation.
Lofted in, Haaland, Anders. Basically, explaining in about 4 seconds there what the meta's like at the moment. Cross header, cross header. No one is stopping Erling Haaland in the air.
I mean, look at the guy climbing. He's jumping over the defender. The fullback stands no chance. And this is why you're seeing such large fullbacks. You just can't match up with Haaland, and the best you could do is if you get someone physical, maybe you can offset him a little bit. That's João Cancelo, no chance. You go small, a little easier with some of the footwork, but you're losing out in any of those back post scenarios.
Wow, hello. Chris de Boer. We just called that one live, 54 minutes in. And it was lucky that we did catch it because it was flying.
And as you were saying earlier at the top of the show, this is kind of another one of those players next up at Team Hullet, young talent, developing. Is he going to build a backstory? Because what happens often with Team Hullet in particular, these guys come in their rookie seasons or year 2, and they make a big difference. You're not only getting to tournaments, you're winning tournaments. You're making late runs.
Well, what's happening over here is a chance for Nisap. He makes it 4-3. He's 30 minutes away from staying in the upper bracket grand final. Remember, these 4 games are so important because these players have not lost a game yet in the bracket, which means they will be going through to a grand final, and they'll also have the sort of backing and the barrier of the bracket reset, Mike. So if they were to lose their first game in the grand final, they get a chance to play it again. They sort of get a bonus life. This one, 1-1. Was the slowest one to start out of them all, so we will do our best to jump around and give you the lowdown as it stands now. Let's go game C. Give you the lowdown of the score there. We'll jump around. We'll spend about 2 seconds in each game if we can. Right, Emre Yilmaz, 4-0 up. He's going through to his grand final. Let's go back over to game B. Anders Vergang, 4-1 up against Andoni. Looking to make it 5 as we join it now. Wins a corner. We'll stay for the corner. Corner. He's already got a 3-goal lead. Does he need a 4th? Front post. Blocked by Cancelo. We'll leave this one for a split second. Over to game A now. This one, 7 goals in it. Only a goal between the two players, Mike. It's a bit of a toss and throw between these two. 4-3, Nisat leads. He's got the ball now, looking to try and have an attack. Darkly will still do enough just to keep possession and will be able to get back again.
And this would be big. We saw Yuval, Nisat's teammate, in many ways, especially when we're talking about from a national perspective, good friend, being eliminated maybe a little early to his own personal expectation, and this put Nisat in a position.
Speaking of Darkly, drops the shoulder. What's the save check? You're going to squeeze it in. No, off the post. Still doing his best just to recycle the chance. He hasn't crumbled. Step over's nice from De Bruyne. Well played indeed, Darkly there. Composed as you like. Was happy to go back out and then rework the chance back in.
I spoke too soon. I was going to say it would have put Nisat into a position where he's sitting pretty. Because it does matter. If you're in the upper side of the bracket and a double elimination gives you another game to work with, percentages in your favor, it just makes it easier to wrap. And maybe even from a mental standpoint, you got to play less games. And you can only play so many games at the utmost level or the optimum level of focus, at least in my opinion. Every player is different, but I always found once I get to 7, 8 games, I'm starting to make some mistakes that I wasn't making previously.
Back over here then. What is going on here? There's been another goal in that one. It's just 2-1, not 4-1. 2-1 as it stands. There, it's 4-1 in this game, though. And just to tease you, as Anders looks to find goal number 5.
Too much time. Another day in the office. This is the problem. If you have to press Anders, I don't know if there's a scarier guy to go up against with that emotion. Maybe a Nicholas, or even what we've been seeing from Manu Bashir or Yilmaz. Some of these guys, the way they go forward, they just punish you. They're perfect with being clinical. They don't make errors. They know how to time everything to perfection. And we talk about it, but the way you line up the pass or the rhythm in which you play is so important in FC in particular. When you're dealing this game as an esport, little timing and alignments make all the difference in terms of the opening and that half second that you're unlocking.
Well, the loser of this game, which as it currently stands looks to be Andoni with 12 minutes left, will play the winner of Shorey or Cameron Rock. Again, that's coming up next on our broadcast. We've got 4 lower bracket matches. Shorey will take on Cameron Rock. Winner of that will be playing against the loser of this, and then whoever wins that one, of course, will then rematch against Anders in the final of this part of the bracket. For the Emre Yilmaz situation, Emre Yilmaz goes through to the grand final of his bracket. The winner of Tuga against Giston will play Cyber Fico. And as this one's in a pause, let's go to the only game that's live left now, Mike. As we said, it started off slightly late. And it looks like it's going to be Chris de Boer, as you said, another rising star from Team Mullet, who could be going through to the upper bracket grand final.
Still plenty of time for Iron Mike here, 1 goal. And remember, these are 9-minute halves, so you have a little more time to work with.
Big chance. Mateus, what a tackle from De Bruyne. Not playing any games there, was it? Still. Iron Mike, save check, second time!
Wow.
That's going to be an own goal for a second.
How does that not go in, Brandon? First op for Holland from the back post, gets a follow-up. Petr checks in his goal, making a save somehow, some way. If there's a will, there's a way. He needs a raise.
Anders 6. 1 up.
And this got out of control, out of hand. We were talking about this being a close matchup, a close game. It wasn't that long ago. Second corner kick in the game from Anders as well. Can't leave Holland that near post. There's I would say maybe 3 different variations that we're seeing as a constant with the corner kicks. Near post variant where you're whipping it in with a lot of pace. You've got kind of a back post lob. You've also got almost a central location. So it kind of deals with where the goalkeeper goes and how your opposition is defending, and if you can set them up in a clever way. You will see a few short corners, but we really haven't seen many people scoring from the short corners. That meta that was effective, I would say, for months this year, it's kind of been shifted now to going direct over the last couple patches.
Well, I'll probably leave this one to conclude, it's Anders going through to the grand final of his bracket. Andoni, as we said, dropping down. He'll play the winner of Cameron Rock or Shorey. Goal over here, equaliser for Iron Mike. Anders, 7!
We need to get out of here. It's getting ugly. And anything that happens now is just adding a little insult to injury. I'd love to take a glance at A would be fantastic. I think it's 4-all, 85th minute. I mean, this is set up perfectly. For maybe just
for a bit of extra time, maybe.
I was going to say someone to steal a win at the end. We've seen a lot less extra time than I expected and a lot less penalty kicks than I expected as well. There's been a lot of late but great moments, at least basing off of yesterday. Got Alphonso Davies that was subbed on, playing as a right back.
We speak about last chance potentially here.
It's kind of a matter of Darkley can hold it. It's tricky. He's right on the cusp from a timeline perspective.
Massive switch of play, bringing a handful of players into it. Still waiting patiently. 10 minutes left, of course, on the other game as well between Chris de Boer and Iron Mike. That's 2-2 as it stands. Taking all the time he needs on this one, Darkley. Added time of 1 minute. He's wasted that ball there, hasn't it?
Yeah, I don't love it because he had better openings if he went a couple minutes earlier.
Hello. De Bruyne. That's going to get a really forced bounce back. Ousmane Dembele, what a save, Petr Cech.
Hand clap from Nisat. Terrible mistake out of the back, but the goalkeeper movement there was fantastic. Stayed locked in.
Well, he gives away a corner. We know how dangerous these are. I think we saw about 2 in each game scored. There it is. Haaland is it's off the bar. Extra time is going to be needed there.
That's time green. And that's not only on frame, but I think it's hitting the back of the net. He's in the right place, right matchup, right position.
Last 6 minutes on this one. As we said, a few full-time results are in. Emre Yilmaz won his game. Anders Vergang won his game. Nissan against Darkley's in extra time. And this one might also be heading that way.
See some player lock. Might have to recycle. There's your pass to KDB. Switch could be on.
Let's look at the space for Haaland. Take his time to work it in the box instead. No, runs it out of play.
Well done defensively. And we talk about trying to get that last attack, but it's easier said than done. In a perfect world, you want to hold the ball here and build up. I was going to say the previous game with Nisat, he almost waited too late, kind of lobbed it forward, but Nisat made a mistake passing it out of the back. Because you only get these small opportunities with lanes of space. You kind of got to take them when they're available. That's why you see the constant switching of the pitch. It's really just to unlock some space.
Well, I can assure that Chris de Boer has had plenty of time hanging around with the likes of Manu Bishore, Levi David, Emre Yilmaz. This goes on at ball winners in that team bullet cam. Has he got the ice though to find maybe a match winner or not? It could be Iron Mike that instead gets the winner here. Vinicius, Alex Mateus, big chance, Mbappe, well played.
And Iron Mike, he was guessing that Chris de Boer was going to move the goalkeeper. So he shoots on the near post, doesn't connect.
Coutinho. Extra time needed there as well. Let's jump back over to game 8. And this one is 7 minutes into the extra time period. 4-4. Darkley still trying to unlock the defence of Nisat. Back post is there. He's missed the animation completely there. Defended somehow.
And I was going to say, if there's a critique, having Davies on the right, regardless of weak foot, it's a left footer on the right side of the pitch. Sometimes you don't get that natural swinging motion. Pretty good back post cross there. But of course, Davies having that pace, that breakaway speed.
Chance. No way through that time again. De Bruyne Vitinha, who was so good yesterday. And if we can make that happen, maybe between the next 2 games, let's get a cameraman into the pit, we can call it, because everyone is loading in who've just arrived to the venue. They're loading into their games. Big players, of course, just arriving as well. Some of those names that we haven't spoken about yet will be playing this evening, Mike.
Yeah, most definitely. I see Mo Alba, of course, world champion, just sat down. I think Diogo might have switched into a coaching role. We've got Tex. He's maybe getting a warm-up game in.
Umit there as well. Levy Finn will be playing this afternoon session. Gorilla.
I think Oberon just walked in as well.
Forget about him as well. Oberon's going to be.
It's a wild finish to the day. I'm not just trying to build that. The names are the names.
Versalasta goes nice. It's an easy tap in our other match up there. I don't know where I was looking. Added time of 1 minute. Got 4 games in front of me. I didn't realise which one we were on. We're on game A still. But we have got a goal from game D. This is what I was talking about. And it is 3-2. Chris de Boer. I mean, look, the build-up was great. A little reverse Elastico. I mean, fortunately, the keeper's just put it on a plate there for Haaland.
I will say, I love this inclusion of Frimpong. We're seeing him used often as a super sub, not typically as a starter just due to size. He won't help you defend across. But coming off the bench, that speed, it's noticeable. You've got a cheetah down the wings. And he pushes forward a little more natural. He doesn't feel almost like a fullback. He feels more like a winger. We saw him score big goals yesterday, too, which I didn't necessarily expect that to be part of the narrative when it came to Frimpong. The same way I didn't know that he'd be as a frequent customer coming off the bench. Just changes the tempo again.
Still just a goal. Separate these 2 players. Remember, you win this game, you go into the grand final of your bracket. Then the final for that match will be technically round 8 later on tonight. You win that, you're in the top 16 tomorrow. Only 16 players from the 256 will make it to that important Sunday matchup where, as we said, only 2 of them will qualify for the Esports World Cup in Saudi Arabia later on this year. Hi, Mike. Can he work a way around Chris de Boer? On that occasion.
Going into the second portion of extra time, expect some changes to be made as well, especially if you're chasing a game.
Chance to counter-attack there. Catch. Iron Mike slightly off guard. De Bruyne, he's opened that up so well. Could he have passed it across?
He should have. Mbappe was wide open.
Quick corner. De Bruyne just about stopping Haaland there after he was bundled over.
If you're De Boer there, though, you got to convert. It's a beautiful drop-off pass, the through ball into space. You're rewarded. Mbappe's making the run. You square that across.
Well, important goal over here. Darkley has been able to find a 5th in the game with 8 minutes left on the clock. Is that going to be enough for him to send him into a grand final? Back to this one for now.
And Davies on the delivery. Big switch here from Chris.
Frimpong, what a lofted ball that is. First touch from Haaland wasn't brilliant, but...
yeah, could have asked for a different animation. I guess that's part of the toss-up with Haaland. We compliment him all the time with his aerial pursuit, having, of course, aerial for a playstyle plus. Does not lose anything in the air. His physicality, his body type for a lot of that. But there is, I don't want to say 50-50, but there's an element of the first or the second touches. You come out of it, and it's a beautiful turn, and then sometimes you get something that's a little too hefty.
Yep.
I don't want to go as far as saying a Heskey touch. I want to throw it back some years, but sometimes it's close control, sometimes it's out there a little bit. He might retain possession, but it doesn't give you the opportunity to go straight into the shot or a skill move or just that secondary maneuver that's necessary to convert.
And that's often why you just use his head normally. Just using him for a for a head down or a flick down.
He might not touch the ball that much in the build-up. He's in the final piece. You know, classic 9.
Well, last 5 minutes here.
Ooh.
It is Nissan still chasing this game. Darkly 5-4 up.
Darkly's done well there. Picture perfect how to break a press.
Big chance. Darkly has to score. He will. Just open up the defense.
I think everyone touched the ball. We watched that back, Brandon. I legit 9, 10 players. Even the goalkeeper got a touch as you're building forward. He used every single player. Found the space, calm as you like. A couple little mini lobs or chips out of the back. Touches it down. A couple whipped in passes. You saw the driven pass. So much time for R9 to finish. Slots at home. Wraps up the game. Darkly deserves it. Well done.
He will be going through to his grand final.
It's a big advantage as well. I know we saw a couple resets yesterday that went the distance, shall we say, but generally speaking, they didn't. And I'm still a man of percentages. I like reporting on facts, not always opinions. These are the measurables.
So they are indeed. Let's leave this game as it looks to be job done there. Darkly will be going through. Nissan drops down. Here in DreamHack Dallas. As we said, 256 players competing over these 3 days. Back here now. Only a goal to separate the two still. It's Chris the ball, fancy adding on another one. This possess, will it go for a corner? Yes, it will. Quick corner play. And Mike, his possession back again. Key thing is he will get a few more chances still. 6 in-game minutes left. Just trying to spread now his players across the pitch. Iron Mike nicely done. One more pass. Oh. How on earth?
Oh. Wow.
Van Dijk got a touch on that.
If Chris ends up taking this, that's the replay. Clip that. What a tackle. What a challenge. Went for it. All in, all out.
Conclude the game now. Chris de Bruyne. He doesn't want another pass. He should have maybe taken it.
It's twice now. Went for glory when you just got to sweat that across. It's just a sure thing.
It's a lifeline if he was to get the ball back again, but he's not going to. Chris de will certainly conclude it now. Big win.
And he felt that on stage. Dream time finish for the volley, a little extra emphasis. All in motion, in rhythm, synchronized if you will. He stood up and celebrated as he hit it.
Such an advantage, as we said, for being in that upper bracket as well. It gives you an extra life if you lose your game. You will still, of course, be able to have a second life, second chance through. Big result for Chris. I might goes down into that lower bracket now. Added time to come in any second, and that is our first round done here from DreamHack Dallas. Still 3 more rounds to come from this group of players, and then we've got 64 more players taken to the stage. One more. Very nearly. Full-time result there. Congratulations to Team Mullet, Chris de That's 2 players they've got now in the upper grand final. Levi David, as we heard, got eliminated earlier today. Manu Bashir's already in the top 16 tomorrow. But for Emre Yilmaz and Chris de it's looking pretty good. And you got Manu Bashir from yesterday. He's already qualified, guaranteed himself on Sunday. So you've got pretty decent odds here of having 3 in action on Sunday. Yeah, Iron Mike drops down to the lower bracket. He'll play the winner of Luke Downing or Burke Lyon. That is round 1 done and dusted there. Next up will be coming up our lower Blueser bracket. The likes of Shori and Cameron Rock are in action as well. A lot of people asking to see him and see what he can be doing. Of course, you've got FCSP, Camel, Yasko of the French League. He's an elimination game there as well. So many more games to come in from DreamHack Dallas. For now, it's back over to FG in case.
Yes, thank you very much to Brandon and Mike. What first round of fixtures we've just seen, Casey.
Yeah, so much fun to watch. A few extra times as well, which always makes it more interesting, and a fantastic performance from Anders.
A fantastic performance and an expected performance by everybody. Let's take a look at Anders' highlights from the game. It was pretty much business as usual, wasn't it, Casey?
It was. No, he was very dominant throughout the entirety of the match versus Andoni there. Green time shot with Holland. I believe most of his goals were scored here with Holland. There we go. That wasn't a goal for Andoni. Andoni starts off at the back, but an unfortunately timed pass gives Mbappe the free goal here with a fantastic celebration that we love from Anders. We have Jude Bellingham into Mbappe. R9 across the goal, green timed. That makes it 3. Let's see if we can get 4 here from Anders. We have Jude Bellingham working it in. Crosses it up to Holland. He doesn't miss those type of opportunities. Holland sends it into the air into Kai Havertz. Over to Hullet.
It's just green time after green time, isn't it?
That's it.
And I'm delighted to say we've got Anders here with us at the host desk, and he's watching these goals back, and he's just having a little chuckle and having a little laugh. Do you enjoy watching yourself play like that, Anders?
Like, I played really bad in the first 2 games, and I knew that this match was really important, and on stage I know people are watching and I want to play like to my highest level, and I think that I managed to do that, but I'm not like through to tomorrow yet. I have like to win 1 more, and if I do that, I know that I have also a good chance to qualify tomorrow.
So talk to me about those first few games, because we've talked about how small the space is. We looked over there, and at one point you were playing Gravison right next to you. How is it playing in these type of conditions?
Like, honestly, I've never like tried it before, because I knew that they did it before, but I was like not old enough. So it's like my first time, and like in one game I had to switch my controller 3 times because I felt like there was something wrong, but I don't know, like it was like new for me, but I just like tried it, you know, like just to, like I knew that like even though I'm not playing to my highest level, I still should manage to win, and I did, and now it's like on the big stage and it's more like normal for me, and I also played better, I would say.
So when you were on the big stage, you seem really, really relaxed. You love the green time finish all the time, which is incredible in itself. But what you also love is Erling Haaland, because it seems like you get so much joy when you've got a chance with him. Talk me through that Erling Haaland item.
I would just say that, like it's the first tournament where I actually use him. But like I would say that almost every other player, like, you know, they also use him. But like almost the only thing they do is like, you know, crossing on them. And like I feel like when they don't score on it, like I feel like I also play like, you know, like create chance in another way. And then when I do like 1 cross and I actually score, I just feel like it's like so nice, because I just like I can score in every other way, and I feel like my opponents can only score in like 1 way, and it's just like I'm just happy when I also can score like goals that like where you don't need to focus that much, because you just need to do a cross and then yeah, time with green.
Being able to use some of the best players in the game has to be very fun, because you mentioned that in Virtual Bundesliga you have a lot of squad restrictions. In this tournament you can use any card goes. How is that? How are you able to pick and choose, because there's so many items to choose from?
Yeah, like it's the first tournament this season where I can choose between every player, and like on your own, like I haven't even like tried that many of the players I use now on like before the tournament. So you just have to like, it's not that hard, because there's like, you know who the best players is, but you still have to adapt really fast, because like you can play like so different from now until all the other tournaments I've played this season. But I know that I'm really fast in adapting, and yeah, like now I'm just like 1 win from knockout.
Can you afford some of those items on your own ultimate team to practice with them, or do you not even have them?
Like honestly, I like on my own account I didn't play on that since Christmas, because we have played like so many other tournaments, and that's like, yeah, completely other restrictions or game modes, so like we don't even like need our own account. So I just had to like pick all the players I was thinking was good like for today, and I've like in the first 2 games I was a bit disappointed, I would say, but like the last game, like I showed like how I can play every game, and if I do that the whole day or tomorrow also, I'm gonna qualify. But it's just about like focusing on like bringing my highest level every single game.
Let's go back a little bit, because there was a moment in this FC season where people were saying Anders just hasn't adapted to the new meta. He doesn't cross the ball in as much. You scored a cross there from Erling Haaland. Can we expect to see a lot more goals like that? Have you been practicing your crossing?
Like that was also why I was happy, because I know that people say that like I can't adapt, but I would also say that if I would adapt too much, I will miss my like talent, you know. Like there's a reason why I'm so good, And of course, I also need to do like the meta sometimes, and that's what I'm trying. And when it works, as you can see, I'm just happy because you also need to could score in different ways. And I know that if I manage to do that and manage to play the game perfect, I know that no one can beat me.
So.
Sorry, do you listen to the noise outside? So, because a lot of people in the FC community have literally been saying Anders needs to cross the ball in or he's not going to win. Do you listen to that? Because it seems like the work that you and RB Leipzig do is so good. We've seen how many good players RB Leipzig are producing, and you're one of them. Do you just listen to them, or is it a case of sometimes actually taking on board what the community is saying?
I don't care what the community says. I mean, I think they just play weekly, get 10 wins probably, but I was happy because I'm happy that I proved people wrong, and we know in our club how we have to play the game. We have probably the 3 best players in the world, and we know that if we all play to our talent and practice against together and adapt to the meta, no one can beat us.
There's also nothing wrong with 10 wins in the weekend league, just so everyone knows. But question for you. You get to sit pretty up in the upper bracket now. There's 3 different options who you could play. Cameron Rock, Shari, or Andoni can come back. Anyone that you prefer to come back and meet you in the upper bracket?
I've played Andoni and Shari already, but I know that on paper no one of them is near my level, and that's just how it is. And I have 2 chances now. I can afford to lose the first and then win the second. So I have 2 games to adapt, and I just need to play on my normal level. I have to play extremely bad to lose 2 in a row, and I know that. So I don't really care honestly who I'm gonna play, because I know that I'm gonna be big favorite in both games. So I just have to prepare as good as I can, and then I know that I'm through to tomorrow.
Well, Anders, congratulations. Last question before we leave you. There's a certain Brandon Smith who's beaten you in a penalty shootout before on FC24. Do you remember that?
The only thing I remember is that it's 2 months ago, and then I remember that the day after I won against Young in penalties and managed to qualify for World Cup, so I think it was good practice. So well, I say thank you to him.
Yeah, of course. Anders, congratulations. Best of luck in your last game. Thank you for joining us on the host desk. There was the thoughts of Anders Vergang. He's always so fun to speak to, isn't he?
He is. He's so entertaining and so confident in a player, and I love it. I love his celebrations the most, I think.
Let's take a look at the featured matches. The results on the featured matches on the screen for you now. That man Anders with a 7-1 win. Emre Yilmaz, business as usual, 4-0, and the other 2 KC as well.
Yes, we have Darkly versus Nysat, 6-4 for Darkly, but that did go into extra time, so that was very, very close. And then for Team Hullit's Chris de Boer, he won in extra time versus Sporting and Dux's Iron Mike.
You can see the games that go to extra time, there's always a couple of goals in it in extra time, but it seems like they are so close until the death, and it's such fine margins here, and there's so much on the line for these players, isn't there?
It is, but it is important to note that these players will not be going home if they lost at this point. They're just popping down to the lower bracket, so they will have one more chance to make it back up and meet their potential upper bracket final.
But the problem is, of course, if there is a bracket reset in this, they have to beat Anders Vergang on 2 occasions. We just spoke to Anders, and this is the bracket B that you can see from Group 3. We just spoke to Anders, and he feels like his level's too high for him to potentially lose. And I love the confidence.
I love the confidence. I mean, he has 3 opportunities of players to play. He was like, I can beat any one of them, whether it's Shari, Cameron Rock, or Andoni. I think they might have something else to say about that. But first up, we do have a lower bracket versus Shari and Cameron Rock. They will meet the winner that lost to Anders earlier, which is Andoni.
Yeah, it's nice to see the hashtag House Boys in the building. Shuri's on the stage, sat next to Tom Lees. I also saw on Instagram earlier on that they went and met somebody, a subscriber out here in Dallas, to go and practice at their place because they couldn't practice in the arena. There are levels to it, aren't there?
Love that, the dedication. I mean, any practice you could possibly get before a tournament like this is going to be pivotal. Pivotal. That's the word I was thinking of. All right, so Group 3, Bracket A, we do have Darkly sitting up top in the upper bracket final, but on the lower side, we do have Kamal versus Yaskau. They will be playing the winner, which is Nysat there. Interesting group here. Honestly, out of all these 3, anyone could take it and meet Darkly in the upper final.
Yeah, and that is the beauty of being here in Dallas, that anything can happen. But of course, we would need a bracket reset for Darkly to not win. Well, he'd have to lose 2 games. Let's take a look at Bracket C over here. Emre Yilmaz has got to be the favourite, of course. A pioneer in esports, a winner, and he's started the day very, very well.
He has, yeah, but Emre will be sitting And just watching this lower bracket, which will consist of Tuga versus Justin Q. Justin had a very good run in the FC Pro Open earlier this year, and Tuga is a staple in the FC Pro scene. We've seen him competing for many, many years. We know he has the mental stamina and the composure to compete in the highest competitions. But the winner of that will be going against the Croatian Cyber Fico.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be a really, really good bracket there as well. And let's take a look at bracket D then, shall we? Cristobal is in the final after his win in the last round, but there is some big names here, isn't there?
There are. Luke Downing and Berkay Lang. Luke Downing is interesting because he took out Levi DeWeed as well, and so they will be going off first in the lower semifinal. Winner of that will be going up against Iron Mike.
Yeah, it's going to be a really, really interesting bracket. And let's take a look at the featured fixtures we've got for you coming up here at DreamHack Dallas for you to keep your eyes on. We've got some fixtures here that, I mean, we're in a position now with players where the risk is getting a lot higher for these players, isn't it?
It is. I mean, and so now we're in the nitty-gritty. We're in the lower bracket now, so if you do lose at this point of the competition, you are going home. But looking at these here, I'm excited about a few. I like Tuga versus Justin Q. Luke Downing versus Berkay Lyon's going to be interesting, as I list all of them on here. All of them are going to be so great. Shalray versus Cameron Rock. We got an English lineup there. I don't know about UFG, but this is going to be some great matchups.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to the Shorey versus Cameron Rock game as I see Tom Lees with his iPhone out already taking videos of his surroundings and Shorey looking relaxed as always. They always bring an extra edge, them two, don't they?
They do. It's interesting because it's not just about the professional scene and playing in these competitions. There's also content that goes in behind the scenes. So make sure you guys are following a lot of these players on social media because they produce great content.
I'm sure that's going to go on the hashtag house video as Tom Lees and Shorey are giving us a little wave as well. But yeah, looking forward to it. This round of fixtures, like Casey just said, very, very important for these group of players because essentially, you lose, you're going home.
You do. You could have traveled all the way from Europe, and this could be your opportunity. A lot of these players were here yesterday watching the competition, seeing who went through yesterday, and so they know how it is. Today is smooth. They are ready for it. There's no surprises. But there could be a surprise of them going home in this lower bracket right now.
And let's take a look. There's some more relaxed images of our players and our coaches. I mean, do you think they're talking tactics on the phone there?
Potentially. I think that every person has their own warm-up for each of their games. They might be listening to music, talking to their coaches. Cameron Rock, I know, has some great coaches over at SAF. It looks like they're all laughs, though. They're ready to go. They're calm. They're cool.
Yeah, Shorey and Tom Lees always look super relaxed, don't they? They look like they're having a lot of fun out there on the stage. I mean, I can see the camera in Tom Lee's hand as well.
He's ready to go. No, it's interesting because this is, as a job, there's so much that goes into it. You want to be at the best of your ability in terms of gameplay, but there's so much in terms of these esports organizations that are really producing these players in terms of who they are as people online and also in the game, and it's really, really great to see.
Yeah, it's really, really good to see a lot more than just being a player because there's so much going on here at DreamHack Dallas. There's so much happening around us. A word on our surroundings, as we can see as Brandon and Mike join us back. The word on the surroundings there is this place is absolutely heaving today.
It is. There's so many more people that were here yesterday. It is Saturday here at the DreamHack Festival as well, and so it's fun to see. There's a lot of people in the audience ready to see some great FC competition as everyone's going to different booths throughout. There's even BMX bikes running across the stage here, and it's awesome.
Yeah, it is awesome indeed. Mike, how do you see this round of fixtures going?
Whew. I think it's hard to call. I am feeling very politically correct with that answer, but that's kind of how the games have been going, right? Like, the only thing we can really bet on right now is if you're representing Team Hullet, it seems like you're getting results outside of Levy. No shots towards Levy, but just that's been the reality. And then Anders, I heard him up here. I mean, I saw what he did there. I wouldn't want to see him. Good luck if you're playing Anders in a, I guess you have to beat him twice, which someone will have to. So,
yeah. Well, someone will have to indeed, but listen.
I don't know what tutorial to give you at that point.
Yeah. Let's head to you guys, Mike and Brandon. We're going into the games.
Thank you very much, FG and Case. Great to hear there from Anders Vergang in the break as well of how he's feeling. Well, we are on to the lower bracket now, where it's Elimination FC 24. You lose and you are out, and you are out of the chance of qualifying for the Esports World Cup, unless you're coming back to Sweden in a couple of weeks' time. This is Luke Downing against Berkay Lyon. Obviously, Luke Downing had a decent run this year in the Premier League of his teammate that sits behind him in Harvey Waters, who was in action yesterday. They Very impressive, in fact, with Luton Town this year in the Premier League. Berkay Lion, of course, a runner-up last year in the virtual Bundesliga. But don't worry, there are many games underway at the same point. I know there'll be a lot of people crying out for the Shorey Cameron Rock game. That one hasn't properly kicked off yet.
On paper, if you're just going off notoriety and accomplishments, you say Berkay Lion would have some sort of advantage here if you're going off experience. But I'll tell you what, and this isn't aimed necessarily at Luke, but a lot of these guys that are young, they're new in the scene, they're fearless. And in this competition, you need that because it is so quick to eliminate you. You don't have a Swiss stage. We're not playing best of 3s or best of 5s or best of 7s. We're not going in that route. You don't get a bunch of chances here. You have to click and be ready right away. And I think that it also favors someone who doesn't put anyone on a pedestal or doesn't have time to worry about names or reputation or expectation. So I think a lot of the young guys that have made the trip out here, that have been traveling, for lack of a better word, we say that they're cracked, but they're going to be able to come into motion and disrupt a lot of these brackets.
Well, for Luke Downing, it's a really special story as well. He was absolutely sort of really well known for a long time and just grinding out PlayStation tournaments. You know, cash cups, $100 here, tickets to this event and that, and he's just sort of come on and on. Especially what we've seen so far. This is the game you've been asking for, and we will deliver it as our feature matchup. Shorey against Cameron Rock. I mean, two top English FC pro players, Mike.
You kind of root for Shorey in a way if you've been following his career and the content game, because we've seen him in the competitive stage. We've seen him trying to get in and kind of coming up short. There was a moment where he broke his hand, and he was then playing with one hand, sort of, trying to...
It's the worst injury you can get, isn't it?
It really, I think maybe it was a hand or a wrist. I remember he was bandaged up. But now we've got him back into motion, and the guys at the hashtag house, they seem motivated.
Well, we've got a goal over in this game. It's Yasko, of AS Monaco, their pro player. They're playing the League One this year. Big chance for Shorey, looking towards the back post with Haaland, trying to head it back down to Hullet. No way around that way.
And I don't say that to discredit Cameron Rock either. I just think when you know someone's inside and out in terms of their career path and trajectory, you got more to talk about here as Haaland scores another corner kick. That is going to be on repeat, on recycle. We're going to see plenty of those goals. But you know a little more of their personalities. And then the hashtag house, of course, has been blowing up on YouTube basically this year. They've gone through a complete progression and challenges and really shifted the content game. We're looking at the FC scene.
Absolutely. Obviously, we know that Shorey tried to go again for an E-Premier League qualification this year. Represented Fulham last time round. Wasn't, unfortunately, successful this time. But you're right, content has been on the radar and the priority for this season for all of them. Tom is sitting next to him, coaching him. You can't see him on the camera. Another goal over in this game. It's an equaliser. It's Kamal that has pulled a goal back from FC St. Pauli. Did well to just dodge the first tackle there. And came back with another finish.
I love the build-up, quick passing, good support systems, a couple little triangles. And something you don't see that often, it might sound wild at home, but Cristiano Ronaldo is not in starting lineups. So you see Cristiano there open up his body, hitting a finesse shot.
Well, this is the only game that hasn't had a goal in it because Luke Downing has also opened up his account over here as well against Berkay Lion. It came from this situation here. Hullet into Mbappe, who just touches it down.
Maybe a love touch, if you will, there with the finish.
And all the games have a goal in now. Cameron Rock breaking the deadlock. 11 minutes in. Remember, you lose, you're out of the tournament, and your dreams of qualifying for the Esports World Cup here from DreamHack Dallas will be over.
And Hansen with a clean change of direction there. Both feet, they always work. Inside pass. Just a nice little left stick. Sometimes, again, the simplicities bring you a lot of joy. We often overcomplicate the game in many ways.
Well, another chance there. That was Yasko. 2-1 up, he leads.
Split the defense then. Step over, a little bit of coverage. R9 throwing it back some years.
You have to feel a little bit sorry as well for Shorey's matchmaking. He had to play against Anders Vergang in his last game, but we did give him a good game. He lost 5-4, and that's why he's in this lower bracket scenario.
It might be the closest we see someone going up against Anders today, especially based on the confidence and where he's at from a headspace. You know he loves a big stage.
Shorey. Unable to really get the ball at his feet there. Wasn't sure what he wanted to do. Big chance to counter-attack here for Cameron Rock.
Oh.
Havertz. Mbappe getting into his groove.
That might have deserved something. Again, the build-up was right, the overlapping runs. Lovely pass and move.
Massive switch of play. Is Havertz on? Yes, he is. Chance for Shorey now. Building into R9. Oh, he tries to elastico his way around the defender. Couldn't get round him.
Had to be a different skill. Maybe something even a little more simple, whether it was a fake shot or a ball roll. Maybe could have slid in a step over.
Equaliser here, Tuga. 1-1, 26 minutes in against Giston. That's his goal there, back to our featured game.
And if you're an old school fan of the scene, you want to see Tuga making a push.
Chance, Cameron Rock drops the shoulder, Mbappe, well played, Petr, bit of goalkeeper movement there. Was tiny but made all the difference. Huge switch of play.
He's on.
He's on as well. Kai Havertz. Does he want to go on his own here? Kai Havertz does. You're asking a lot from that angle.
I understand the logic. Again, anticipating the goalkeeper movement, thinking he's going to scoot over. He doesn't. Goes for the near post. As you said, it looks like maybe you're reaching a little bit for an opportunity, but that's where the headspace is there from Shorey.
Chance for Cameron Rock. Petr saving the day. Goals going in the other games. What is happening over here? It is another goal for Luke Downing. He leads 2-1.
Look at the swerve and the curve. I remember Tex made that relatively famous maybe a month and a half ago, a couple months ago, scoring those goals for fun. And I think it was maybe the first time that we'd seen it on the mainstream level.
Like Premier League, wasn't it? He came out with these really interesting crosses and corners that, yeah.
He kept it under wraps, unleashed it at the
tournament. You have to, don't you?
That also reminds me of the old school days. If I knew something, especially when there weren't as many tutorials and tips and live streams and everything happening, you would save it as long as possible.
Another goal for Giston here. He leads 2-1. And unfortunately, if you're a Shorey fan,
come on.
Cameron Rock leads by 2-0, who is playing superbly well.
Can we rerun that other goal? We had a fake shot into a cancellation into a fake shot. Just a little moment of hesitation.
Remember, you lose, you're out of the tournament here in DreamHack Dallas. Fortunately for Tommy, he got eliminated a bit earlier today as well in the lower bracket. This is the latest from Game A. FCP Camel St. Pauli 3-1 down. This was the goal that put Yasko 3-1 up.
Yasko's doing some things. Scoring for fun. Again, I love some versatility in the goals that are being created as well. We're seeing the turn, the burn. We saw a finesse shot to start things out after a nice little skill move. A little McGeady for the people. Culturally appropriate.
Cameron Rock looking for a third hit. Might just be able to get one now, Mbappe. Stopped by Virgil van Dijk.
I tell you, Shorey needs to give us something here. Little fight back, just a little nerves. Put a little pressure on Cameron Rock.
I remember 9.5 minutes, a lot of time. A lot of time. Tell you what is also an exciting game is this one. Burkett line 2-2. Did really well there just to shift the ball over.
A little
Mbappe's right boot.
Little ball roll gives you a re-angle. Still had a lot to do, it's got to be said.
Shorey on the hump with something back in this game. R9, big chance for Shorey! You saw the goalkeeper moving there, which was really aggressive. He just opened up the goal.
He went a little too early, and again, we compliment all the good movement, but sometimes that happens as well. If anything, the goalkeeper might have got stuck there on the post. Went too early, got stuck on the post. Everything was open unless you shot right at him. And a nice burst from Shori too. A big first touch, followed up with a little R1 dribble. You had plenty of time to look through your options. There was only one option really. Just don't shoot at the goalkeeper and you're good to go. Maybe we spoke that into existence though. We said Shori had time to work with. Puts Cameron under a little more pressure as well. He was kind of coasting with the 2-0.
What's happening here is a goal back now for the German, Camel. Only a goal behind now, 32. Important goal there.
Haven't seen a lot of that from Kai Havertz, usually on the facilitation end.
I think, without doubt, first time on the big stage here in DreamHack Dallas, there is going to be some nerves there. How important is it just to get that first goal, Mike?
It definitely helps. You seen him pull back Ruud Gullit because he would have been offsides there from Shori. It always helps. I'd rather not have to play comeback. And even in a situation where I'm starting to forge that comeback, as long as I get something on the board, at least it shows my opposition he's not perfect. He can be beat. This is not like one of those undefeated situations.
Update over here. What's going on? Is it a 3-2 scenario? It is. And it's gone the way again of Luke Downing. He's having all the joy in the world from those corners.
And yesterday we saw corner kicks, but today's had more of them already. At least it feels that way. Every time we're looking at a highlight, set pieces have been more dangerous than ever. But yeah, it's good for the confidence to kind of date back to getting that goal, whether it comes first or you're starting to create some sort of comeback or you get an equalizer. Because at some point, if things aren't going your way, you're missing finishes, you say, maybe it's not my day. You don't want to have that internal conversation, but it's natural.
And it's time of 1 minute. Sure, he might get the last chance of the half here. And suddenly everything is opening up. Big chance for Gullit. What's a save from Czech, who came out flying. Still is alive, though. De Bruyne will take his time. Might have taken a bit too long. Can he ball roll his way out of this? No, he can't. Havertz will win it into half-time. Cameron Rock leads by 2-1.
I'm sure he could have that back. He'd probably be thinking about maybe challenging the goalkeeper, a ball roll, a fake shot, even a touch out wide. Goes for the near post, but the timing's not right. Spacing.
Just saw there, looking back at those exact moments there, Mike, of what he could have done.
And you wonder if pro players are thinking about those finishes, thinking about things that just happened or that are in the past, and it's abso-freaking-lutely.
Well, over here for a couple of in-game minutes. This is live now. Jasko 4-2 up still. Jasko 4-2 up, Luke Downing 3-2 up. Shori 2-1 down as it currently stands. Tuga trailing in his game as well against Giston. Chance for a fifth here for Jasko before the half-time whistle has even been blown. Keep an eye on that triggered run there from Erling Haaland. He's just got the right side. Added time of 2 minutes and we will be half times across the board. Giston 4-1 up against Tuga. Not looking good for him.
A lot of space for Mbappe.
Well then, let's go back to our featured matchup. Over on game B, it just kicks off for the second half in this all-UK matchup. One will be going through to play against Andoni in this bracket. The other will be eliminated here from DreamHack Dallas.
And if either of these players are able to beat Andoni, you're then greeted by an Anders Vergang.
You play against Anders Vergang. Whoever wins this, if you beat Andoni, your final matchup's against Anders. Big chance for Shori. Gullit. Trying a little cheeky reversal, has to go there.
Not mad at the setup. Again, stop, pop, look for the skill, pick a side. Bit of a 50-50 in some regards. Good step from Cameron Rock.
Haaland pushed off the ball there. Van Dijk. It's a horrible touch, but does just about stay in.
Next stage, we need to get a microphone in there. Love to hear what Tom and Shori are discussing back and forth. Holland the target as per usual.
Corner coming in towards that front post from Shori. Defended well by Cameron Rock. Again, another top 8 for him in the Premier League this year of Aston Villa. Update of a goal. Is it a goal back for Tuga? It looks like it is. An important goal back for him. Only 4-2 down now. Cameron Rock also with a chance. Petr Cech has just been a hero there again for Shori. The cricketer into the finish from Cameron Rock was so silky. He deserved more. Somehow Cech has just about saved that again. Had a couple of massive saves for Shori in this game. Only 2-1, remember. Still so much time for either of these two. Cement their place in that lower bracket final. Again, another chance for Vinicius. You know where this one's going to end up. It was always going to be like that.
Only one man for the job. Had to be. Right when you see the burst down the line, you start working the end line, and you say, where's Holland? Is he isolated? Is he sitting? Is he waiting? Is he in the right place at the right time? Sitting on Holland Island, as we say. Just no fullback really stands a chance, but if you get someone who's got that bigger body type, and it is kind of wild that he's so dynamic, you have to change your entire defense to try to match the Holland cross. Or the cross aimed at Holland.
It's just that sort of couple of in-game seconds, isn't it, where the ball just lofts up in the air and you know exactly where it's going to end up.
And your best case, again, is not necessarily that you're going to stop him, but can you just put him off a little bit? Not be as clean of a connection. That's why there's always a big risk, again, if you use the more agile, but let's say undersized or normal fullbacks, you're just not going to have a chance at all.
Cameron Roll wants to put this game to bed now. With another goal here, he might be able to.
Wow.
That was very dangerous.
Cameron Rock should be scoring there. Basically caught the offside trap. A lot of space to work with. Maybe spoiled for options.
Update here, it's another goal back for Kamal against Yasko. That one really shakes up that tie, 4-3. Over in that game, 3-2, Luke Downing. This is live scenes now here from DreamHack Dallas. There are another 128 players, or 64 I should say, that are loading in to their matches here. All different players. In that bracket you see Obron there, Mo Alba, Tex is just on that line as well, just a little bit further along. It's another stat bracket there, Mike.
You've got Umid in action as well. Big names getting underway.
All those potentially in action a little bit later on today.
And earlier today, too, we had the eliminations of both Levy. I think that was a surprise for most. Tom Lees, if you're wondering where's Tom, we won't be seeing him on the big stage. Went home early. Difficult bracket, but still wasn't able to get the job done.
Yasko down in that horrible area of the byline.
Oh.
Saved by Van Dijk. Let's jump back to our feature matchup over on Game B. Is there a comeback story available for Shori? Or is Cameron Rock going to keep on just pulling away from this game? He's played it so well.
Plenty of time, but what we've seen thus far to Cameron Rock, he's just looked a little bit better.
Well, maybe it was curse of the commentator. 4-1. And unfortunately, it becomes a bit of a mission for Shori now to climb Cameron Rock. Really bringing his A game. And he will be playing against Andoni.
It's a good read there with Vinny Jr. near post. Again, anticipates there might be some goalkeeper movement, entry pass. You saw some of the player lock. Put in positions, or players into positions to succeed. And Vinny's been very impressive. And I'm not saying it's a surprise, but when you get to these accounts that have access to everyone.
Pull it on. Oh, reverse elastico, and if R9's not hit the target from there, Mike, that sums up your day. Goal over here, Tuga. 5-3 now. He's certainly not giving up. He only needs 2 goals.
Actually, might be worth tuning in for that. It's 20 minutes left. Tuga will be on a high press now. If we could look at Game C.
Yeah, we'll go over to Game C for a bit. If anything does change in that Shuri Cameron Rock game, we'll let you know, but it is 4-1 with 20 minutes left in it. Giston lofting in, you know where that one should have ended up. It was time red, and Frimpong actually somehow got the better of Haaland there.
Out of all the players, Frimpong on the pitch would not have been my guess. It's a big reason, again, I'll reiterate that you're not seeing tons of João Cancelos. You might see a little bit of Teo Hernandez. You'll see Frimpong, but typically off the bench, just because those fullbacks just don't match up well over the course of 90. Offsides? Okay.
Just offside. Let's go to Game D as well if we can, because that one is approaching the first sort of full-time. Of course it goes into a pause as we join. That one is approaching the...
All right, send us back to Game C.
Send
us back to Game C. We're playing the clocks for you at home. Whatever games are ending first. Can Tuga make something happen?
Chance there for Mbappe. Just got bundled off the ball, really.
Gorgeous switch.
Giston, one more goalward. Was definitely putting forward. Update over in Game B. Is it a goal back for Shuri? It is. 4-2.
It's got to be perfect, but there's still enough time for a couple goals. I think we saw yesterday 3 goals in 7-8 minutes of game time. I can't believe I'm saying that out loud, but that happened.
That game is in a heavy pause now.
And Tuga needs to score now. If he gets one now, he'll at least get one more attack.
Big chance for Tuga. As we said, these are all loser knockout rounds. You lose, you're out of the tournament. Big chance for Tuga. Again, blocked there by Van Dijk.
He slightly hesitated. I think he had it. Passes there. One more layoff. You square it across. You tap it home.
Vitinha finds Frimpong. Hansen drops the shoulder. Chance for Tuga. Oh, he gets the wrong way, but the keeper gets the right way. We are still in a pause, by the way, in that Shuri Cameron game. It's been a very, very long pause.
Tuga goes for the early corner, but it was read perfectly here. Again, so much comes down to goalkeeper movement at the pro level. Big mistake.
Well, I think we're going to park this one for a second because we're nearly at full time over here. Luke Downing, 2 in-game minutes away from sending himself into the lower bracket, grand final of his bracket. And it would be, unfortunately, the end of the road for Berke Lyon. And it would be Luke Downing against Iron Mike of Dutch Gaming and Sporting Club de Portugal. Full-time result there. Massive congratulations, Luke Downing. He does go through. Back over to this one now. Game B, Cameron Rock Shuri. 4-2, 15 minutes left. Goal before the 80th. Could be looking at an exciting last 10 minutes. But Cameron Rock's going to play this one sensibly.
This round hasn't had that final shakedown. We saw a lot of it yesterday. I'm expecting more of it today as well. Just that will to win. Or maybe the pressure getting to folks. Mistakes out of the back. A little late on the release there from Shuri. To Brandon's point, if he can get a goal, even 80th, 81st, 82nd, he'll at least have one more attack to maybe shake it up.
Full-time result coming in from Game C. It looks like Tuga is being eliminated. Giston will be going on through to the next round, the lower bracket there. Congratulations there. Let's leave this game back to game B. Big chance for Shori. Cristiano Ronaldo. We've barely seen free kicks like this since we've been here at DreamHack Dallas.
You can most definitely go direct.
If you get these right, they're perfect. Score this, you shake up a really exciting last 10 in-game minutes.
You got to take it quick.
Can Cameron Rock stop it, though, with a player on the line, maybe? Up steps Valverde for Shori. Can he hit the target? Oh, off the woodwork! Steal, though. Now's got a chance. We can make the most of it, remain patient. Dispossessed, update, goal in game A, Mike. You pointed over to it because this game is all square at 4-4 now. It's FC St. Pauli's Kamal, who is back all square. 6 minutes left on the clock.
Kevin De Bruyne being a bit of an unsung hero. Again, someone who's been doing a lot of providing, almost playing a deep lying playmaker role. Hasn't scored that many goals.
Conclude it now, Cameron Rock. Get another goal and conclude the game. Five in-game minutes. It's key possession now for Cameron Rock. Doesn't need to go forward and score. Out for a goal kick. Looks like we're having a full-time result there. Ousmane Dembele around the corner. Just has to defend one more attack. Does Cameron Rock, and he's there. Bellingham, that falls back so kindly to Cristiano Ronaldo! 2 in-game minutes plus additional time, surely not.
It needs a +2, maybe a +3. Preferably some sort of mistake from Cameron here from kickoff. Asking for a lot. But we've seen stranger events happen.
It's one of them, though, isn't it? You're sitting there on the other side of the stage, Mike, thinking, I can't throw this away.
Yeah, true.
I can't throw this away. Just has to keep the ball and defend.
It always makes me think back to the finals of an E-World Cup.
Nicholas.
And I was going to date it farther with Dragon. Do you remember Dragon?
Oh, Mo Alba. Mo Basha.
Yes, Mo Basha. All he had to do was hold the ball. 90th minute, loses the ball.
How kind is the ref going to be on added time? That's the question.
+3,
minutes.
wow. That is kind.
That could change things. Got to win the ball, though. There's the big win. Free kick gives a chance to reset.
You see Shori point to the camera. He's got one. He's got one. He's not wrong. He's got the ball. Should be able to build up. Does not have to rush the build up, which is what's most important. I know 2 minutes not a lot of time, but you're already nearly over the halfway line. If needed, you could swing it at least once. Oh.
Poor touch. Gives possession back to Cameron Rock. It's all for him now just to see this one out. 1 in-game minute left. He will be playing against Andoni. And then whoever wins that plays against Anders Vergang. Oh, that's dangerous.
Why didn't he clear it?
That's very dangerous. Haaland. I'm not sure what he's doing.
He needs help.
No, game gone. Congratulations, Cameron Rock. He survives. There was a small moment there, a small chance, but Shori unfortunately can't make the most of that one. Yasko, this is live now. 5-4 up in extra time.
There still might be a couple goals left in this one. If extra time has shown us anything throughout this event, It's plenty of room for goals, exchanges, score shifts, you name it.
Our last game to conclude from this round.
Goal for the visitors, number 10, Erling Haaland.
As we said, Andoni takes on Cameron Rock. Winner of that plays Anders Vergang for a spot in the top 16 tomorrow. Big chance, let's go! That angle was pretty tight.
How does he sneak that in off the bounce? Vinny Jr., a lot to do. And he does just that. Beautiful finish.
Just about did enough there. Just looking at the bracket here, the winner of this one will be playing against Nisat in that lower bracket grand final. Then the winner of that will play against Darkley for a spot in the top 16. Certainly going to be an interesting top 16, as we said. There was a few surprise names yesterday. Sure, there'll be maybe one or two on this side of the bracket. Remember, as we said, there's also 64 more players competing live right now off the main stage in the double elimination bracket. There'll also be a broadcast for that as this show continues later on today. Well, pause was made. We're jumping back into it now.
He doubles his lead. Again, I know we keep reiterating, but there's a lot of time. And if needed, of course, we will see penalty kicks. Might not be the circumstance here, but if this is all drawn even at the end of extra time.
If he can find another one before the first 15's done. De Bruyne fake the power shot. Still going to fall nicely. Mbappe, Vinicius Junior's onside. Red time finish.
Solid press here from Yasko.
Slowly but surely edging his way. Oh, well played.
Again, maybe a ball roll, take the dribble out wide. Probably not a step over, maybe even a body feint. Or an R1 dribble just to open an angle.
Needs this one to really count. Has come out. Hasn't really got going in this first 15 minutes.
Ambitious with the shot from Kevin De Bruyne. Outside the box. Maybe one more pass, a little more of a drop off. You could even have looked for, again, the step over into space.
Hansen, all the space. Vinicius, Elastico, wins a corner. Believe it or not, that one was played short.
That might have been more of a time scenario, game management. It almost backfired as well, so he got the ball taken off of him, but room for a counter.
Only time of the minute, but enough time for Kamal to make something happen. Fake the player lock once or twice there. Where is he going to go with this one? Still, Hansen.
It's creative. It's good defense.
Full-time result at the halfway point. 2 goals swing. And as we said, 4 more players will be eliminated from the competition here in DreamHack Dallas. There is, I believe, only 12 players left from this 64 after this game is concluded. We'll have 4 loser grand finals. The winner of that one will then match up in the grand final, of course, and it'll be 4 of those that will qualify for tomorrow's top 16 In case you missed it, some of the names that are already in that top 16 tomorrow. Manu Bashore did get through there. Nicholas did get through there as well. Alongside a handful of surprises such as Adida. FIFA did superbly well. Sort of the main surprise from yesterday. One of the only free agents.
I would argue maybe half the players that went through yesterday, they weren't necessarily surprises, but they also weren't favorites. Kind of sitting somewhere in between. I don't want to say a neutral, but we know who they are, but we haven't seen them break through in major tournaments. You see another goal added here for Yasko, kind of wrapping it up. You see the golf swing.
Teo Hernandez, Mike.
He's had moments. We've seen him burst through, split defenses. His R1 dribble is pretty consistent. I don't know if I'd bet on him with a goal-scoring threat, but in this case, it lines up well. It's on his left peg, across the body, full power, side netting. The fullbacks make a big difference. That's all I'll say. All year long, they've been one of the most impactful positions on the pitch, whether it's providing, whether it's defending, it's a chase back, it's an outlet. Once you win in possession, you want to transition your offense. A lot of it goes through the wings.
Well, unfortunately, it becomes potentially a bit too much of an arse now for the German player. Or not. Teo Hernandez is just putting on a bit of a show for us, isn't he?
You heard us talking, saying he's not really scoring goals much, and this is gorgeous here. Perfect animation again, that Trivela cuts inside, pulls it back. If there's one part of his game he wouldn't necessarily be known for, typically the offense. Fantastic defender, numbers are right. See him at AC Milan, one of the best left backs in the world. Speed's always been present, but if we're talking virtual pitch, sometimes you have questions around the skill moves and maybe some of the agility with some of the first touches. He's more of a defensive trade-off.
Absolutely. Don't expect him to be in those areas. Trivela in and scoring. Time Green finishes. Yasko. Does he want to find a 3-goal cushion again? He'll be going through to play against Nisa on his side of the bracket. That'll be Nisa against Yasko. And Donny taking on Cameron Rock. Alongside that, Cyberfico waiting to play against Giston, who knocked out Tuga just a few minutes ago. And last but not least, Iron Mike will take on Luke Downing in our next 4 matches. Coming here from DreamHack Dallas.
Kamal nearly with another corner kick. Holland versus Holland. Goes for Yasko. I think he's got to be careful. Yasko needs just a little bit of clock. He's got the advantage. He should progress, but a couple times he's gone forward a little too quickly. There you go.
Doesn't need to score again, does he? He can cruise through.
Lovely exit there with the McGeady cancel. Little step over. Just some game management here.
Commiserations to Kamal. I'm sure we'll be seeing him in Sweden for the next part of this Esports World Cup journey. That's very clever. Game over. If it wasn't already, 8-5. Yasko on his way through. If you want to follow the bracket home as well, you can see a link in the chat, ! bracket. If you just change the last letter to A, B, C or D on your browser, you can look across all of the different matchups that have been played here today. Added time of 2 minutes. And we will be moving into round 8. Or round 7 technically on our broadcast. We're getting there, Mike. We're slowly knocking down the numbers. 12 players left from the 64. After the next round, there'll just be 8 left.
And going forward, of course, every game is an elimination game.
Full-time results there. Handshake between the two. It is the E-League 1 player of AS Monaco that does enough to get himself into that lower bracket matchup. As we said, that one coming up very shortly indeed. For now, we're going to pass it back over to FG in case. What did you make of that last round? Unfortunately, of course, disappointing scenes for Shuri.
Yeah, disappointing indeed for him, but a great win for Cameron Rock in our featured match, as we will head straight to the highlights. He is through. Unfortunately, Shuri is out, and Tom also didn't make it through today.
That is correct. Yeah, Cameron had a fantastic start here. He actually went up by 3 goals, but he didn't make it easy on himself because Shari was fighting till the end. But here we have Cameron Rock, heads it down, of course, with the one and only Holland. Here is Shari with Araujo, R9. I thought he was going to pass it back there, but no, he definitely takes the shot. Back over to Cameron Rock. Kai Havertz swings it into Vinicius Jr., heads it in with the one and only Holland again. No shock there. We have Teo Hernandez running it down the wing, passes it into Vinicius Jr., takes a shot right there. He doesn't go for the extra pass, and I appreciate that.
We see it's 4-1 at this point, Casey.
It is.
And you think it's very much game over. But, of course, what we see a lot of in games like this is when the score is 4-1, your opponent sort of relaxes, scores a few more. Shuri made it 4-3. And the man who played in that game is joining us here. Cameron, welcome to the host desk. And first things first, you've had a bit of a break before DreamHack. I want to ask you about your preparation, how you've been preparing for this event.
Well, I just, took a break after reprems. Obviously, that was disappointing, going out a lot earlier than what I would have liked to. But then, same as usual, just playing lots of practice games, analysing, going over it, make sure I was fully prepared for the tournament. But I feel like a good level. I feel there's still like another step I can take, but I'm quite happy with it so far.
Now, it seemed like you were dominating in that first half, but what happened towards the latter stages? Because how did you feel after that third goal from Shari?
Nervous. Very nervous, yeah. It happens, in FC, momentum I feel like is a thing. So when he made it 4-2, I was like, ooh, here we go. And then he obviously got the third late. Then I saw +3 added time, and I was like, we never get +3 added time. What's that about? But luckily, I held on. I would have liked to score more in that first half. I was really dominant, but I just kept bottling chances one-on-one. I was glad to get through the game and get the win.
It did seem like a very generous bit of added time. Let's talk about your coach. Let's talk about Cal. Let's talk about the SAF organisation as a whole, because it seems like you've got a really good relationship with them. We spoke to Diogo yesterday, Diogo Mendes, and he said he takes his headphones off to listen specifically to what his coach does. I want to ask you how much of a role your coach plays in the way you play.
Well, I've been at SAF for 4 years now, so Cal knows me very, very well, and he just knows it's all about the mental side. I feel like the game side, I've got that all in there, but in the past, I start moaning or get a bit annoyed or whatever. So he's just making sure that doesn't happen. So obviously, then you lose your focus, and then you could lose a game from it, make mistakes. So he's just there keeping me nice and calm. And yeah, it's working well so far.
What is it about the mental side of FC? Because we hear it a lot. We're hearing it a lot from a lot of players, especially here this weekend, that mentally it's really at some points really, really difficult. Is it so much as you spoke about the momentum of games? Is it that, or is it things away from playing FC?
That's probably involved. There's so many different aspects of it. But if you lose your focus and start moaning, you're more concentrated on the mistakes or something bad that's happened in game. So when I've got Cal there, and he's like, just don't ignore all that. Make sure you focus, because then I can get the goal. I can be 2 goals down and then moan, and then it goes 3-4. But if he just switch on, I'll get back in the game and try and win it. So it's just that.
Do you find it easier to focus when you're on the stage under the lights rather than in the pit for all of your previous games?
Yeah, it's bigger. You always want to be on stage. It's definitely the best feeling. I always find the first 5 minutes a little bit nervy, and then I was like, oh, stomach settled. Now it's time to go and try and win. And yeah, I've done that. So.
What's it been like here in Dallas then? Because it's like old school esports. You've been in the scene for a long time, but this is very much like you are sat next to or sat just in front of your opponent, and you can see them so close, and there's loads of other things going on around you.
It's amazing. The first couple people I played, the guy was opposite me, and the next game was next to me. I was like, wow. I was imagining going penalties. What am I going to do? It'd be like that, like the old school. You see, they do that with the controller. I was like, oh, but it's nice. It's a good feeling. I don't wear AirPods or anything, so when someone next to me celebrates and shouts Vamos or whatever, I'm just there jump a little bit. But I've got used to it now, so yeah, it's a great feeling. I love the LAN events, and yeah.
Now, you mentioned that you don't wear AirPods or headphones or anything. Do you hear the commentators? Does that affect you at all as they're commentating specifically about your gameplay?
Doesn't affect me. When it's going well, I love it. I'm like, yeah, here we go. But if it's gone bad in the past, like this year, and it's like, But I do like it. I try like zone it out a bit, but when you hear something nice said about you, it does put a little smile. I try to do something to impress the commentators.
Well, you've definitely impressed a lot of people so far. Best of luck in the rest of the tournament. Thank you so much for joining us on the host desk. Cameron Rock with a really, really good result against Shori. Let's take a look at how the other fixtures have gone so far in that round. Casey, looking at them on the screen right now, any surprises?
Let's take a look. I think biggest surprise for me is Tuga going down. And power to Justin because he had a fantastic run in the FC Pro Open. But Tuga has been a staple in the FC Pro scene for quite a while. And again, we have to remind everyone that that is the lower bracket. So it is the end of the road for our guy Tuga.
Yeah, unfortunately, every single player that you've seen who've lost games here are simply out. Shori has gone as well. Kamal has gone. Tuga, like we just mentioned. And Berkelein has gone as well. Luke Downing, a good win for him.
Very good win. I actually spoke to him off stage. I was like, how are you feeling? He's like, very, very confident. And so he is going into this next game against Iron Mike in the lower bracket, which I think is actually going to be very, very good. But he came off a great E-Premier League this year, and so I think that propelled him into this competition.
He looks really relaxed, doesn't he?
Does.
Whenever you see him on the big stage, it seems like it's really nice to see. Before the games, he looks like he's super, super relaxed. And he's just enjoying it and taking everything in, which is super important.
Yeah, also he has Harvey Waters next to him, his Luton teammate too, so maybe the two of them together just create a calm scene for them.
Yeah, they've had a fantastic year, both of them. It's great to see them both here in Dallas as we look at the bracket. Bracket B, Anders Vergang is in the final, but now we have our lower final.
We do, and that is going to be Andoni versus Cameron Rock. And so Andoni was sitting pretty, waiting to see who won between Shawry and Cameron Rock, but Cameron Rock is going to be coming off a good win against Shawry, and winner of that will be going up against Anders.
Yeah, going up against Anders is no mean feat. Remember, there will be a bracket reset if they beat Anders. Anders Vergang must lose twice in order to not make it to tomorrow's last 16 as we move on into the next bracket, which is bracket A. And we know already Darkley's in the final, but that's a great lower final, isn't it?
Great lower final. We did have Kamal versus Yaskau go into extra time there, but it was Yaskau who came out victorious. He would be going up against Nisat, and winner going against the Portuguese Darkley.
And that is really, really in his hands. Once again, a reminder to everybody watching the broadcast, the upper final players must lose 2 games. We've had bracket resets. We had 4 yesterday in the last session. So brace yourselves for a great end to this side. Let's take a look at another bracket then. Another player who is in the upper final is Emre Yilmaz. A 4-0 win in his upper final. But the lower final looks good as well.
Yes. As we said, Tuga versus Justin just occurred, but Justin came out victorious. He'll be going up against Cyber Fico from Croatia, and winner of that one will go up against Emre Yilmaz, and hopefully for them, reset the bracket. But we'll not think about that one quite yet, because first up we have Cyber Fico versus Justin in the lower final.
Yeah, it should be a really, really good game that as we look to the next bracket, the final bracket we're going to look at, which is bracket D from Group 3. And it is Chris de Boer in the final, and Luke Downing and Iron Mike in the lower.
Yes, and as I said, Luke Downing is feeling very confident going into this game against Iron Mike. But Iron Mike has been practicing a lot over there in the Portuguese league. He also plays for Ducks. He couldn't quite get it against Chris de Boer, but there might be a rematch. A lot of these games, a lot of opportunities to have rematches here in these brackets, because if you go down to the lower one, you can meet them again in the upper.
And you can see on the screen now the featured matches. This is what we've got first. The lower finals all being played at the same time. We will keep you up to date on everything, and we will have a featured match. How do you see them going, Casey?
Ooh, I don't know if I could give predictions, but ones that I'm most excited about, I think, are Iron Mike and Luke Downing, and also Andoni versus Cameron Rock.
And Andoni versus Cameron Rock will be our featured match on the broadcast. But like I said, we will, of course, keep up to date with absolutely everything going on. We had absolutely everything that happened yesterday. We had bracket resets, last-minute winners. We had a man who graduated, who missed his graduation and won and is through to Sunday. And now we've also got another session later on. So I know a lot of people are wondering where the other players are. Where are the Texes? Where are the Matties? There's so many big names still to come later on as we take a look at the stage and our featured game to come.
Yes, and so you guys are looking at the stage, but across from that stage, there are plenty of other players, as FG said, getting those first games going. Tex is over there, Uma is over there, a lot of great games, and so after this first round of games is done, we'll have a quick break and we'll get into those. But we are still in the lower bracket as we are heading into this one, so the losers of this go home.
The
They're going home.
The losers do indeed go home. There is a lot on the line as we look at our players there. Let's take a look, if we can, from the cameraman to the other side where Cal is. Cal's on his phone. I wonder if he's texting Cameron to see where he is, because at the minute it's just the coach there, isn't it, Casey?
It is, and that's part of coaching. There's a lot that goes into it, not just sitting next to them as they're playing the games. They're making sure that they are on it throughout the entirety of the tournament.
I mean, how important is it as well, Casey? We've spoken about it so much. We saw it, of course, with Diogo Mendes, who did so well yesterday. How important is that role of a coach?
Oh, it's so important. I think that each player has their own necessities as well, whether it's a mindset, whether it is specific gameplay, knowing when to change formation, knowing when to help with penalties. And every coach needs to know how to adapt to each player, because every player needs something different.
And a word again on Dallas DreamHack, how we are. It looks really busy here today, doesn't it? There's a lot going on. There's a lot of pros. It's great to see players who didn't quite make it yesterday still coming out and coming to support.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, a lot of these guys are very, very good friends with each other. They're coming from the same countries, the same regions, and so if you do have a look at a lot of the pre-games, there's massive huddles behind a lot of these players because they're rooting them on. They want them to win. So even if they're knocked out, they still have something to root for with their friends.
They do indeed, and we've also got something to root for. We've got the best casters here on our desk, Brandon Smith and Mike Lavelle. Over to you for the games.
Thank you very much, FG and Case. Yes, this is a even more important round now because we have got, of course, 4 big matches. We're going to jump into Game D right now, Mike. Whoever wins, of course, goes into that grand final game where that's the big one, isn't it? You win that, you qualify for tomorrow's top 16.
No, absolutely here, and I think both Iron Mike and Luke Downing be happy with this matchup. Feel like they have it in their control because there is a certain, I guess, sentiment or part of the puzzle. There's some good fortune or some bad luck based on performances, where you got placed for the bracket, who you're going up against, bogey players. Some competitors, it's not about the names, but you just play better against different styles and different looks, different formations, different tactics.
Well, this is, of course, Luke Downing up against Iron Mike. Winner of this one, of course, we're going to that grand final on this side of the bracket. He'll be playing against Chris de Boer for a chance to be in the top 16 tomorrow. Remember, only 2 spots available here from Dallas that will invite you directly into Saudi Arabia for the Esports World Cup. Grand final is a $1 million prize pool, where only the best players can be there. And at the moment, only 4 players have actually been invited. There's only 8 spots you can achieve from qualification. All the other ones coming, of course, from being invited in. Here's Luke Downing, whips that all the way to the back post. Big chance, I should say, for Iron Mike, who is in the white. Luke Downing in the pink from right to left. Can Iron Mike make the most of this one? Corner. Put it back into that danger area.
Decent read from Petr Cech. It is almost a game of rock, paper, scissors on some of the corner kicks, mostly around the goalkeeper movement. Do you take away the near post? Are you kind of leaving your goalkeeper put, or are you trying to play for some of the back posts? Big outlet here, should be onside.
Havertz. Vinny Jr. Saved by Rudiger. Nearly squeezed that one in at the near post, did Luke Downing. Chance for Haaland. Saved again by Van der Sar. The corners continue to keep on coming. Another quick corner comes in.
And with those quick corners, you're almost hoping that your opposition either, one, doesn't move the goalkeeper at all, or they over move the keeper. Or they overindulge. They misplace. Maybe they move them too quickly because they're under pressure to the near post or to the far post, and it ends up being a bit of a guessing game again.
Well, as these games start to unfold, I will start to build up all the action of what's been going on in our other matches here in DreamHack Dallas, because I know a lot of you are asking for the lowdown there of who's through, who's into the knockout stages. Some are saying that Umit won his first game. You are right, Umit did win his first game. He needs to win again if he wants to be on the upper side of that bracket. Here's Luke Downing with Haaland, who suddenly got all this space in the middle. Thankfully, Kai Havertz was there. We are waiting for the other 3 matches to kick off in this round. If you're wanting to watch Anders Vergang as well, he'll be in action the next set of matches. Vinny Jr. step overs a clean, drops the shoulder once or twice. You've been speaking about him, Mike. How good he is, how important he is.
Just beautiful. Certain level of gracefulness. You see one step over, you change a direction. Why not give us a second piece, a second fulfillment, if you will. The delivery, phenomenal. Step through, finesse shot, open up your body. Goalkeeper not going to have a chance. Time green, because why not? And Vinny has made such a big difference. And I'm not saying that it was a surprise or that he shouldn't. In fact, if you put him into the squad, he's also going to cost you a healthy amount on the marketplace, unless you had some premium pack luck. You just never know at the pro level. When you have complete, unlimited options, it depends tactically what you want to bring into the marketplace. I mean, look at the defenders again. I know we talk about it a lot, but I never looked at Rudiger as a fullback. Kai Havertz, I think we're aware of that, but in my team he plays more as a center mid.
Chance for a direct equaliser here for Lou Downham. Stopped in his tracks by Araho. Also, he's coming to this team as a right back as well, Mike.
And I was going to say in the midfield, actually, we've seen plenty of versatility. We've seen the likes of Pateas. Sometimes, even as a surprise, Hansen will kind of drop into the midfield. You've got Kevin De Bruyne. You got Ruud Gullit, who could be a fullback or a center mid at this point, if you're seeing him being used. We're seeing Vitinha, who's been prominent in many squads. And some of this comes down to preference of formation. Again, if you're going to play fast, you're going to play slow.
Haaland flew down in back post. Could be an option. Does he need to? Oh, he scuffed it.
Swing and a miss.
I'm not sure how.
It might have been the fair outcome, all things considered. He bursts through with Haaland, doesn't make the right read for the finish, gets a favorable bounce back. Thought we'd be talking about a friendly bounce or a rebound. Not sure how it falls to Haaland and he doesn't tap that home. We do bring it up, similar to some of Haaland's touches being hard to gauge. That right foot is a toss-up.
Well, if anything, that chance really had to go in. Just looking across the stage here, DreamHack Dallas can see Tex in the game as it stands. Try and have a little look how he's getting on in the bracket.
Yeah, we didn't talk about it a lot. It hasn't came up on stream today, but Emis Desari, we never saw him on the big stage, not because he wasn't here. He wasn't able to break through. He didn't get out of the group.
Paulo Neto as well, here in Dallas, Texas. He seems to enjoy playing FC in Dallas. He finds himself...
I was just going to say, he likes playing FC in the U.S.
He does. Anywhere in the U.S.
Anywhere in the U.S. Happy days for Paulo Neto. Tons of success. The most successful player we've had in EMLS.
Well, he won his first 2 games. He's in the broadcast later on today. Gabarros waiting for the winner of Krake Baron Neat to come through. Again, these are all matches that are taking place a little bit later on tonight. Here's Mbappe now, looking for a second. If you are an Ethan fan of FootWiz, he's in the broadcast. Resende made the journey over from Brazil. He's going to be in action a little bit later on today. Wait and see if Bonanno comes through.
Love to see some of the old school guys still making moves. Resende's really been here from the beginning of the competitive esports scene in terms of having a proper ecosystem. One of the early Brazilians.
RB Leipzig Umit as well. Wait and see if he's going to be making it onto the broadcast as well. Young, the Brazilians, had a decent year. He's on broadcast later on. Arajo. Still, Vitinha.
Oh.
Again, he just loves those sort of step overs into the drop of the shoulder.
It gives you just a slight moment of hesitation, a little coverage. You're still shielding the ball, but at the same time, you put the defender under pressure. He has to make a decision.
Well, I'm just looking at Tex's road here. Tex won 12-1.
12-1.
He's just won 3-0.
12-1.
12-1 in this first game.
We got to double check that.
And it goes!
Oh.
And even De Bruyne can't stop Haaland on the line. 2-0 here to Iron Mike.
And again, we see that swervature that we were talking about that was brought to life at the E-Premier League. Goalkeeper, no man zone, Haaland. He just keeps jumping higher and higher. It's beyond overpowered at this point. And if it's not Haaland, and we haven't seen it today, but we saw it a lot yesterday, it might be Olivier Giroud.
There's always a replacement, isn't there?
You could see Sorloth. I don't think we'll see a Didier Drogba,
but there's always a replacement. There's always Drogba, there's always Sorloth, there's always someone there.
Cristiano Ronaldo, a little bit of a different feel, but generally can do the same. I can't think of an installment where having a target player has been so important. Brandon, can you think of a year where having this large and in-charge body type build was just mandatory? It was a requirement. If you don't have a large, like a big up-front player, someone on the pitch, it's working against you. Before, we'd always be having a certain amount of pace, a certain amount of speed, someone that can turn, burn, one through ball, one pass, one mistake, and you could capitalize. But I can't think of a year where you needed someone that was minimum 6'3", 6'4".
With the play styles as well.
Mm-hmm.
It's completely flipped the meta on the head, hasn't it?
It's almost a requirement to have an aerial plus, even with your defenders. Serious benefits.
An aerial plus with a centre mid that can have a long ball pass and just switch it from side to side. Mbappe, Luke Downing, needs a goal just to provide some confidence. I'll tell you what, if we've got a goal of the day, that one could have been.
Thought he was going to have enough time for the ball. Well, he's trying to set it up. The goalkeeper came off his line.
Could have been up there. Just kept on poking and reworking the chance. We've got more games kicking off now in this round. They were slightly delayed, but they are getting underway. And Andoni against Cameron Rock is one of them. And Nisat against Yasko is the other. We are waiting to kick off Fico against Gistam. Half time. Dominant display so far for Iron Mike. Jumping over to this one now. Andoni lost to Anders Vergang earlier today. Cameron Rock just beat Shorey. Vitinha into Mbappe. Perfect start for Andoni.
He'll take that from kickoff. Especially after his matchup against Anders, which no matter how mentally strong you are, that's going to weigh on you a little bit. I think the final score ended up being 7-1 as a defeat. A lot of that came in the second half, but either way, clearly didn't work in your favor. You didn't have any momentum. You weren't carrying a certain aura or energy. You weren't growing in confidence. See another matchup here, a little bit of a bounce back. Step overs, bursting through. Nisat up 1-0. As Brandon was saying, all matches are underway.
Well, we'll be jumping around when we can. There has been a goal, of course, as we said in Game 8. Still waiting for Game C to kick off. I can't see Giston in his chair at the moment.
It's a good outlet there from Andoni. Switch of the pitch incoming. Virgil van Dijk. Theo, Hansen, mistake, a lot of space to work with.
Still no way through for Cameron Rock there. Well, we are going to try and get you a few live shots now if we can from the other side of the stage, where there are plenty of games taking place at the moment. I can see lots of bodies moving around. So this is the other area of DreamHack Dallas that you haven't really seen on broadcast. 64 players all there, locked in, loaded. On this next row of players, if we're able to keep on going down, if we can ever so slightly, you might be able to see Tex. Tex is in action at the bottom of that row. Seeing Catcher there on camera. There you can see Tex just there in a Man City shirt. Obram walking past, who's in a lower bracket as well. Lots of upsets happening there, lots of changes happening there. We'll keep you up to date with all that's happening down in the pit.
We have Hollywood in town, as you would expect. Big streamer within the community. But it gives you a better idea of what the environment looks like. We've talked about it being close quarters. Players are right next to each other. You're going to feel a celebration. You can actually feel bodies around you as well, which hasn't always been the case, especially over the last few years. It's been very heavy production setups where there's major separation. You're really playing from your own space. This reminds me of some of the old days, and I'm not mad about it. There's almost a grassroots feel to a certain degree. You're going to hear somebody pop off. Table might shake a little bit.
You might accidentally pull a few wires out as well. That happened yesterday. I think like 4 monitors went out where someone got a bit too excited.
There's a little more of a rawness to it.
And Donny scored in the first 5 in-game minutes in this one. Remember, winner plays Anders Vergang.
Which, if it is Andoni, would be a rematch. I'm not sure it's a rematch he's hoping for, but it would be the inevitable.
Nisat leading Yasko by a goal to 0. Still 21 minutes on the clock there. No change at all in the Iron Mike game. He's still 2-0 up against Luke Downham. Whoever wins these matches goes into their grand final on their bracket. Then one player. Oh no, better check.
That would have just been unlucky. Didn't have an angle for the initial shot. Rebound falls right to, I think it was Holland, right in his path. Either way, save was made. Offsides coming back.
Corner for Cameron Rock. Quick corner it is. Hansen does enough. Doesn't completely get rid of the ball though. De Bruyne, Vinicius, we spoke about how good he's been in this qualifier so far. Let's see it again now. Hansen Bellingham loft over the top. Done well to keep it. One thing that's been great about this tournament, Mike, is that so far this year we haven't seen a tournament, honestly, where you've been able to basically have an unlocked account. We've been on a lot of drafts from leagues to leagues and from the FC Pro Open especially. I know it got to a stage where maybe it got a little bit stale, seeing everyone have God squad, so to speak, but then when you do it now at this stage of the year, when we've just finished team of the season basically, you've just got such a list of options of different SBCs, different promos. Yes, most teams are very similar, but there's a couple of unique parts in them.
I like the mix-up, and that's kind of what it feels like, to your point, compared to the past, where it would have been the same teams time and time again, without having the limitations, and also the tournament structure being different. We've got this double elimination with 256 competitors, really competing for 2 slots. At the end of the day, that's what you want to see yourself ready for the final, qualified for the Esports World Cup. Even upcoming as well, we've got Sweden in a few weeks' time. See a penalty spot, or from the penalty spot, Holland. Can he convert down central lane? Abso-freaking-lutely.
3-0 that, not looking good, is it?
Yeah, it's still maybe a little early to say it's done, but we definitely have a player that's looking more likely, nearing the 70th minute. And I was saying in Sweden in a few weeks, 512 players for 6 spots for the Esports World Cup again. That's also going to be an entire new environment where you have I don't even think a pit is proper for this. It's almost as if you have aisles of just monitors everywhere and competitors.
Well, we are about to kick off our game C that we've been waiting for. Lofted in to Haaland. It's just swerved away there. Can Cameron Rock make any more of it? No, he can't.
Good defending from Andoni, but that's what you would expect. It might. I don't know if we're going to just give credit to Anders, or maybe things got out of hand late. But Andoni's always been known as a quality defensive player.
He's got better and better throughout this year as well as Andoni. Off the back of that E-Champions League run he had, certainly give him confidence. Teo Hernandez isn't a right back, it looks like. See with that, he's been pushed completely onto the opposite side of the pitch.
Yeah, good patience, both defensively and offensively there. Teo looking for some sort of option. A lot of space to work with here from Cameron.
Haaland back to Hansen, he needed that. And it's been a quiet first 45 minutes for him.
Yeah, it might be his first chance. Made the most of it. We said things were opening up. You could feel the overlapping runs the half field to, to celebrate. All in all, it looks simple. Layoff from Haaland. You've got a clear split there. Green time finish. Hansen steps through the space. Another player we didn't mention in the midfield that's making so many squats, Jude Bellingham. I saw Vieira yesterday, which I didn't expect to see in action. Sometimes it's about comfort, coziness, what you're used to. I'll keep that on repeat. Even though these guys are pros, they might not have a lot of time under the belt with these new team of the season items. So it's kind of trying to maneuver with what you got available.
There's a couple, isn't there, of players that you just have, you said, comfortability with, that you use at home maybe. You got them through a rank 1 set of rewards.
I mean, at one point we were seeing Danny Pitbull. Not that it worked out for him, he was using Pirlo.
There's always one player in there, isn't there, in that 11 that might be slightly different, but it is all personal preference, as you said. Added time to follow in just a second here. Last chance of the half. Looks like it might fall the way of Andoni if he can be patient with it. Back to Bellingham, who cancelled the original shot he was going to take. Right, a couple of updates here. Another goal that's gone in on this game in particular on the stroke of half-time. That's 2-0 to Nisa against Yasko. That's half-time there. If we can, we can give you a goal from game C or game D. I mean, we'll go to game D first and foremost. Over here, this is the live score. He conceded another one, unfortunately, Lou Downey. He went 4-0 down. He has just got one back. 11 minutes, Mike.
Even if he's perfect, it's too little too late. Iron Mike would have to start scoring own goals. He's done a good job in this game. Has been watching on, I guess, your 4-monitor setup. Brandon's got his own monitor over here that's dedicated to all the games. And it's been a consistent, reliable, trusted performance here from Iron Mike.
Goal over here. The game kicked off rather late, but the goals didn't take too long to go, and it's Giston that leads by a goal still in 4 minutes.
Does just enough there with Mbele. Oh, great pick out.
Back post, another goal. 8 minutes. Surprise us, make it happen.
Sorloff again, off the bench. Bit of a late addition there on the run. Wide open. Nothing Van der Sar could do. They teach you early on any of the volleys. Keep them low. Put them into the ground.
Well, I'm hearing we've got an equaliser already in game C. It's only kicked off. That one must be in the first 10 minutes. Cyberfico making it 1-1 through this chance here.
Oh, maybe it's a little fortunate there was some of the player lock. Kind of does the bait and switch, looks for an angle. Maybe some auto population there in terms of getting back onside. Gets a friendly bounce off the post and it comes back to him.
This will be our first game to conclude. What's happening over here then? Nisat was 2-0 up. Only leads by a goal now. Typical Erling Haaland header. That one now 2-1. Back to this game. We'll finish first, as you said. Hi, Mike. We'll be going on through to the grand final of his side of the bracket.
Uh-oh.
We'll be playing an all-important rematch against Chris de Boer of Team Ullet. They played earlier today. They'll be playing again by the sounds of it. Oh, what's happening over here? Update. Cameron Rock is in front by the looks of it.
No. That's a strange animation there. I think it's time green, but it has a deflection off the defender. Goalkeeper misplays it. He's looking for the initial shot, takes that deflection, doesn't react. Andoni won't be happy with that.
No, I don't think anyone will be. That is not a pretty goal. Someone went in though. You're going to take them all day. Another goal. Game C. It's only been in for 15 minutes. Only time of 2 minutes there. That one about to be a full-time result. Goal going the way of Giston. It was a penalty from nowhere. And then, of course, it was R9 converted from the spot. Reliable as ever. Luke Downing has scored again, but left it too late, unfortunately.
That actually might bother him more than you would think, because he just said, if I just brought this package earlier, if I just played like this before, if I was maybe a little more open, if I made these tactical changes, if I got the right guys on the pitch, if I had a little more free flow, if I was a little more decisive, so you sit with it a little bit. It's natural to do so, but sometimes I'd rather have just lost the game. Lost it, it was clear, versus being like, if I played two halves like this, I'm moving forward, I'm moving onward. Something else could have happened here. I could have cooked it up. Could have given you a little chef package deal.
You could have kept your tournament alive. Unfortunately, that's it.
I could have solidified a Michelin star dinner. Either way, those thoughts will sit with you. You're going to overthink. It's pretty natural at the competitive level, and you say, I just gave a better performance.
Well, unfortunately, Luke Downing out the tournament. He'll play Chris de Boer, as we said, in that all-important grand final game on that part of the bracket in bracket D.
And if he wants to keep hopes alive, he's going to need a reset as well. He's going to have to not only get the job done once, but he's going to have to double dip.
Over here, as it stands, Andoni did look pretty decent for the first 40 minutes, and then suddenly the game flipped on its head.
This would be very impressive. This would be a huge win for Cameron Rock. Of course, you still got to go through Anders, but if you could imagine it, if you could do it, anything is possible. We see a corner kick. We know who that's going to be aimed at. Holland, right place, right time, near post, converts. And I will say this yesterday. We all wrote off Diogo to a certain degree. Not because his ability wasn't there, but just saying there's no way you could beat Nicholas twice. Surely you can't do it, but he forged that reset. And then he took Nicholas to extra time, even in the second game. So he was a nearly man. He nearly got the job done. And even though Anders hasn't been under that pressure today, anything is possible. There's something I always like about competition is that it varies based on tactics and setups, even just your own personal form, but also this isn't about popularity or the biggest names, who you're friends with, none of the above. It's your ability on the day. We see that happen a lot as well, Brandon, where somebody's good on Friday and they're terrible on Sunday, or vice versa.
Also, if you've done enough to get into that grand final game, you've got to wait a few hours to get going again and get playing again. Some players, they just prefer to just play.
It's always been my biggest challenge when competing, was trying to peak with my form at the right times. Because to your point, sometimes you have to wait 15 minutes.
Which doesn't help players, does it?
An hour play,
Sometimes it doesn't help a player.
No, I think especially if you're coming off a good result, why wouldn't I want to go back to back? If anything, I'd like the break if I maybe scooted by a game. I didn't play that good, but I still got a result that was okay. Or maybe it's a double elimination like this tournament, and I was awful. Let me go sit up by myself for an hour. Let me do something else. I'll take that time to reconvene.
But when you're in a winning form and you've won.
Yeah, I want to run that back.
6-1.
Let's keep this going. I want to railroad form here. Choo-choo. We're not going anywhere. I'm staying in the seat.
Last 15 minutes. Here as it stands, as we said, as Mike's been saying, the winner plays Anders Verga in the grand final. 3 games are still live. From DreamHack Dallas, lofted it into Haaland, Antoni all square.
Cameron knew it was coming. He saw some of the goalkeeper movement. It was early, but he didn't quite commit, kind of wavered. Moved a little bit this way, moved a little bit that way. And who else? Haaland, the man for the job. Gets in between the defenders. And even if it is Virgil van Dijk or it is Rudiger or Araujo, he can still do the job. Goalkeeper movement done wrong there as well. It's a good read.
What a game this is, by the way. We had to wait a long time to get it going.
But it's gotten going.
7 goals already.
And this is where we talk about play styles. This is 2 guys that want to go forward. It's a high press. This might end up being one of those 7-5, 7-6s in regular time.
And do you know what your reward is, Mike, for winning your play against Emre Yilmaz?
Good luck.
And in case you missed, Emre Yilmaz's game earlier today was ridiculous. We're going to jump over to game A as well in a second, give you the latest there to Nissan 3-1 up as it currently stands. Up against Yasko, just hasn't got going. He was really convincing in his last game. Hasn't been able to do so now. The winner of this game, of course, will go and play Darkly for a spot in the top 16, which would be a rematch between Nissan and Darkly as it currently stands.
I don't think Nissan will be mad at that either. He had plenty of chances to win that game against Darkly.
Well, he only lost 6-4, didn't he? It was a really tight game. We'll see this chance come in, and then we'll go back to the Andoni Cameron Rock game, because that one is 2-2 with not that much time on it at all. Let's see what this chance comes of. Goal. Well, that one's got interesting as well. We'll jump back to game B for a split second, and we'll stay there.
Yeah, whenever they're done with this pause, we need to see how that finalizes.
Vinicius Jr. again, Mike.
Who else? Some of the best step overs we've seen on the day. His left stick combination with the step over is just
a very clean
smooth
animation.
Yeah. It's that scent that you got right when you come out the shower, a little fresh cologne hit, a little perfume. The way that he executes, that's what I'm thinking about.
Just clean.
Yeah.
Fresh.
Mm-hmm.
We didn't feature in loads of teams yesterday, but he's been everywhere today.
He operates so well in these tight spaces. And again, the margins are small at the pro level.
Hello. Big chance, Cameron Rock just offside.
That's close. I saw the offside trap, but I thought he might have checked back.
Oh no, surely not. Equaliser in this game, Mike. 4-4.
It's not even halftime.
Cyberfico.
We're on pace for 8-9 goals.
And we've got even more drama for you. Let's get over to game A as soon as we can. We'll go live there. Because there's been an equaliser here as well, Mike. 3-3.
Oh.
Yasko has tied the game up. We're in a pause. Right, we're leaving that one. We'll go back to B.
And I'll tell you, Nissan was up 3-1 in the 80th.
No one is safe here, are they?
Well, this is what we talk about with leads. We can see deficits made up. It's happening.
This was the all-important equaliser goal that made it 3-3. 85th minute, Yasko with a one more pass. Mbappe, a player that he's been using all year long, especially, of course, out in the French League 1. Who has got the last roll of the dice in this game? Winner plays Anders Verga for a spot in the top 16 tomorrow.
We know Andoni would love to hold this for the last op. I just don't know if there's enough time. Or I think there's too much time, excuse me, to do it. I think you have to go forward. He's going to challenge me on that, I have a feeling. Swinging it side to side.
He's being very patient.
Smart usage of the player lock as well. He switched over to Holland just to position Holland, but if anything, it gave him a little relief when he's on the ball. Either way, Cameron Rock has it. As long as he handles the build-up okay, it's looking a little shaky. Should be able to get the final attack.
Rudiger just about there. We've got 2 games in drawing scenarios at the moment. We've got a 3-3 in the 89th minute. We've got a 2-2 here, added time of 1 minute. Extra time, looks like it's happening here. He's not going to get it past the halfway line, is he? Or will Cameron Rock get the last chance of the game instead?
He's got to go forward.
Maybe he will.
I don't think he can go back here. He's got to go forward. Yep.
We'll leave that one there for a second.
Where are you taking us?
Last chance game, eh? We're there now. No, that's not happening either. Extra time in both the games. We will do our best to jump between them all. We are at half times across the boards.
And they're just scoring for fun.
They're only in half time, these two, Cyberfico and Giston. You wouldn't believe it by the scoreline. I think it's 4-4 still over here. There's 8 goals that have been scored. Look at that.
I support the lack of defense. I think Kias Dembele as a holding midfielder.
That sort of shows you the intention, doesn't it?
That tells you what's happening with Giston.
Hello.
He's on.
That Hullet from left back. I think it could be. Ball roll inside. That was nice, but the finish was matched up well. Quick corner. There's your flick on. Hullet, big save, and the sub. Back to Haaland. You know where that one's ended up. 3 minutes into the second half. Goal number 9.
When he plants the 2 feet, you know what's coming next. He's got this heroic jump. Just puts his shoulder into it.
It's just that millisecond when the ball's in the air, isn't it? It's just like the world slows down.
It's not even close.
And then it's like, who's going to stop him?
Even there, Virgil van Dijk is not even at his shoulder.
Right.
We should come back to this game.
Yeah,
There's going to be a lot more
We've
happening.
got extra time in game, mate. Let's jump to that one. Nisat against Yasko.
That game won't finish 5-4. This game will not finish 5-4. That's the disclaimer. That's the heads up.
This is live now. Extra time. Nisat, massive chance. Stopped in his tracks there. We'll win a corner. Cristiano Ronaldo is there. So is Araujo at the front post. Got stuck in a corner there. Step overs are pretty. Yasko. Vinny Jr. Blocked. Back over to you, Nisat. Driving with that 99 pace to Hernandez. Goal in game C. Surprise, surprise. You're right to say, Mike, it's not the last one. That's goal number 10 of the game we've just had in 53 minutes. Giston, 2-goal advantage.
This reminds me of maybe an Houston game, if you remember. Good old Houston. Just no defense. Everyone pushes forward. You press the entirety of the game. We'll see how players look come the 90th, or if somehow that's forged or forced into extra time. They're going to be dragging. Fatigue will come into play.
Well, a half-time in this one. We'll jump back over to Andoni against Cameron Rock. That's in extra time at 2-2. There might be one more chance before we get there, though. Look at the opportunity just to sprint into the space. Haaland stopped. In his tracks. This is live now. There's also that corner that's coming in as well from Yasko, who unable to find that. That's half time now. Another goal here. It's goal number 11. 7-4. Giston leads.
Giston will not be stopped. He might be going for 10 at this rate. I didn't think they could continue the pace from the first half, but at least on Giston's end, he's taking care of his part of the deal.
Nothing to call on this one so far. Remember, winner plays Anders Vergang.
I expect this to be cagey between them.
Loser out the tournament here in DreamHack Dallas.
Both players have been looking for the perfect pass, the perfect play, the extra touch, the half movement this way, the maneuver, the intangible.
Teo Hernandez linking in with Bellingham. Hurley all involved. Trying to find that right opportunity of window to pull out a skill move or the right animation to just pull past an on-rushing centre-back.
The difference here between Cameron Rock and Andoni is defensively, yes, they're applying some pressure, but generally they're still structured and methodical, and they're sitting in the right positions. They're not taking big gambles. They're not taking big risks. There's not a bunch of risk to reward.
No one wants to take a risk so far in this game, or do they now? Haaland is going to just loft up there. Petr Cech gets bundled. There's three of them there altogether. Last chance of the half will fall back to you now, Andoni. Vitinha, Hullet, reverse elastico, moved him out of the space that he wanted to originally be in there, Mbappe.
And it might take something special in this game. Both guys have been so consistent on the defensive end. Again, their positioning of players. We haven't really seen any long shot attempts from both Andoni or Cameron Rock, so maybe there's something like that that can unlock a key moment, give you something to celebrate.
This is live now. Nisa 4-3 up in extra time. 7 in-game minutes left of that one. And we'll see the replay again now. This is the goal that put him in front.
Woo. It's close. Goalkeeper movement was there. Cristiano coming off the bench, showing that clutch factor. If anything, there's been the critique, though. Nisa, same with Yuval, who's behind him coaching now. They flipped roles from yesterday to today. But the closeout, they haven't been able to handle a lot of the game management at the end of the matches. They've both been ahead. We'll see if Nisak can kind of break that curse here and get himself into the final matchup, and if he can create a reset. Of course, yesterday, in our final matches, every single game had a full-on reset.
Yeah, and a lot of those games were like 3-1s and 4-2s at points, weren't they? We thought they were game over.
It was wild. Scenes.
Well, instant reply, maybe, Fiasco. Wins a corner. (8-4) you can see on your screen as well. Giston leading. In case you missed it as well, Iron Mike beat Luke Downing. Let's go back to game B if we can. Because that one is still really narrow. 2-2, we join it now! Andoni finds a slight advantage. And now he is 10 minutes away from a rematch of Anders Vergang. Back live here now. Last chance of this extra time period. Is Nisak going to be able to hold this one out? It'll be a rematch against Darkley for him. It's done well though.
got to be careful on this clearance. We might not have to clear it. Vinny really putting in a shift here.
Playing a bit of a dangerous area there, isn't he? I mean, there's holding it in the corner and there's holding it in your own corner. Nisat wins. He goes through. Yasko, unfortunately, eliminated here in DreamHack Dallas. Let's jump back into the action on Game B. We are coming back into it live. In case you missed it, Andoni just picked up the pieces there from a terrible couple of touches from Van Dijk. The animations weren't pretty for Cameron Rock. It's not really his fault in that scenario. Don't know what he was trying to do there, Van Dijk. Just under 10 in-game minutes. And we can start previewing what is to come in our final part of this halfway point of the broadcast.
I'm not trying to issue a commentator curse, but Andoni's always been good at seeing out games. So Cameron Rock's going to have to create something special.
Tell you what, that was close. Well, we can start previewing some matchups that are happening. As it looks to be, it'll be Giston against Emre Yilmaz, Andoni against Anders Vergang. Nisat will take on Darkly in a rematch. Remember, these are all qualification games for the top 16 tomorrow. And there will also be another rematch between Chris de Boer and Iron Mike.
I'll tell you what, if Giston can figure out the defensive side, that'll be an entertaining matchup going up against Yilmaz. Because I know Yilmaz loves to fly forward.
Some players are like that though, Mike. You know, they're happy to concede goals because they just know they're going to create and outscore you.
That's true. We've seen that tactic employed. It's almost
not always the safest option, but
yeah, it reminds me of even the old school years with Gorilla. He did that often. It wasn't about his defense. It was more or less challenge you to make a play in the moment.
Last chance for Cameron Rock. Potentially now. Vinny Jr. just about keeps that in. I'm about to see maybe our first taster of penalties if he was to grab an equaliser. Dispossessed, well played Andoni. He could just see this one out now. Doesn't need to score again, but will he fall into the trap of trying to bag another goal? No, he won't. He's too smart for that, is what he'll be thinking. Or is he? If he gets the ball over the halfway line, the ref will play this last chance out. Great drop of the shoulder there, Haaland. Running on through, keepers out as well. Massive chance for Cameron Rock.
Wow.
Penalties on the cards for a match against Anders Vergang.
I can't believe it. He had it. Andoni down, offensive end, in the corner. You've got Haaland on the ball. He tries to lob it back. It's intercepted. Seconds left. You allow the counterattack. The awareness from Cameron Rock to kind of drop the shoulder with the body feint, get into space with Haaland. Haaland takes it around the goalkeeper. Goalkeeper comes out too early. You see the conversion. You see the finish. Surely we're going to penalties. I talked about it. Maybe it was the jinx or the curse of the commentator. I mentioned it early on that Andoni's known to be able to close out the games.
Penalties, here we go.
Shall we?
As we said, winner plays Anders Vergang. In a qualification game for the top 16. Up steps Andoni first then. Which way will Haaland go? Always so reliable, continues to be that. Cameron Rock with his Haaland now. From the spot, does score 2.
Andoni. This is where we start to see some of the mix-up. Does he stay up top, full power? Cameron goes low. Does Cameron Rock have an answer? Vinicius. Down central.
No one's missing so far. Mbappe. From the spot. Does just about tuck it in. Mbappe with Cameron Rock. Will he score? Yes, he's perfect pen so far.
Again, 3 for 3. Who's going to miss? Mateus. Andoni converts. Side netting. Great penalty. Cameron Rock, Kevin De Bruyne.
They are getting close, aren't they? They are getting very close. Into the dreaded round 5 now.
Sudden death.
Andoni with Hullett does score. Cameron Rock needs to score this one. Andoni, you save it. You have a rematch against Anders Vergang. Up steps Hansen from the spot, misses! Andoni survives here in DreamHack Dallas.
What a matchup that turned into. We weren't sure the direction it was going to go in. It was a close contest from start to finish. I think Cameron Rock showed a lot of heart as well to get the late goal there. 120th minute. Forcing the penalty kicks. Drop of the shoulder, takes the space.
Full-time result here as well. We joined it.
14 goals.
At the right time. 14 goals. Giston scoring 9 of them. 9-5, the full-time result there. Giston going on through. And safe to say, Mike, that was a pretty entertaining round there.
You couldn't look away.
We couldn't. We had penalties a lot earlier on in the day. Well, that is another round concluded now. 4 more players eliminated. Our next round that will be coming up very shortly indeed will be the ultimate qualification round, where 4 more players will join the 8 from yesterday in tomorrow's top 16. FG, heartbreaking scenes for Cameron Rock there, but look, penalties, that's what it's all about. It's a lottery.
Yeah, what an absolutely sensational game. It went right down to the last kick of extra time. And like you said, heartbreaking indeed for Cameron Rock as we see the live images of him and his coach, Cal Casey.
Yeah, I mean, to score in the 90th minute as well, to tie it up and then go into penalties, you have the hopes that you could get through that, but Andoni was just the stronger competitor in pens. But honestly, at the end of the day, pens go either way, 50-50.
Yeah, absolutely. They go either way as we look at the highlights of what was an absolutely pulsating game. There was goals, and goals, Casey.
Yes, we do have Cameron Rock here on the ball with Mbappe dribbling up the midfield into Holland. Quick pass into Caroline Grant Hansen. Green timed. Next up, we have Jude Bellingham on the ball. Quick flip up to Holland. Twisting and turning. Not the prettiest goal you'd like to see in this competition, but at the end of the day, it does go in the back of the net, and we do take those. Andoni with the big cross up. Holland is always there to head those down into the goal. Again, with the big cross. Doesn't quite go anywhere, but then we have an extra touch that does not go in the right direction. Holland dribbling into the goal here, and there was no goalkeeper there. There was no goalkeeper.
Kick of extra time. It's perfect penalties, and unfortunately for Cameron Rock, he went down to the last kick of the game, and unfortunately for Saf as well. And it's with great pleasure to say I am joined by Cal from Saf's. First things first, you must be super proud of the way Cameron played.
Yeah, he's really come a long way. I mean, we already played Andoni, we lost to him earlier on, so to come back and try and reset, and the last minute equaliser at the end there's a lot of emotions going on, but yeah, I was really proud of what he's done over this weekend.
Well, how are you feeling in that the last goal there? Because you get that type of goal, and then you have the hope going into pens. But was there motivation? Was that the motivation you needed?
Well, yes. I mean, Cam's got this thing in his head where he doesn't think he wins penalties.
Okay.
So we came up with a system where we were holding up numbers as to where he was going to go. I was picking the penalties and he was then trying to save them. But unfortunately, we didn't save one, and then I got one wrong. So it's probably on me that he lost the penalties, unfortunately. But
look, penalties is an absolute lottery, and if anything is to go by, that penalty shootout was almost perfect. Everybody scored until the last kick of the game. I want to talk to you a little bit about your relationship with Cameron, because we spoke earlier on, and he said he's been with you guys for a long time, and you just sort of keep him in check on a mental side. Like, I know what you're like. I think you're a great guy, and I think everyone in the scene knows what you are as well. But there's so much to being a coach, isn't there?
There is, yeah. I mean, we've worked with Cam since he was 15, so before he could even compete. And the young man that we picked up then as a protege player has developed into what is, he's a pro right on the cusp of making it into the big time. We know he's really close. And his mentality has really shifted. So it's gone from the point of where there's a couple of times he's broken a few things, to whereas now he's much more composed. He is playing a lot better, and he's getting better results as a result of what we've sort of been doing with him. But he's not quite the end product yet. He's still only 19, which is still very young. I think another year, maybe even 2, he should he'll hit his peak.
So from a coaching perspective, there's lots of different approaches that you can go. Sometimes coaches are talking throughout the entirety of the match. Is that the type of coach you are, or are you just during halftime and special moments?
No, I'm barely doing anything. I'm a 14-win player. I don't know what I'm doing up there.
There's nothing wrong with getting 14 wins. I can't even get 40.
Yeah, exactly.
Same.
But yeah, I mean, a little bit more on SAF then as an organisation that's been around in the scene for so long, and you're doing so much great work away from football, away from the virtual pitch, because you're doing charity matches, you're doing loads, aren't you?
Yeah, we've got our fingers involved in lots of different things. You know, obviously FC is still our bread and butter, but yeah, it's really exciting. It's great to be, come out to places like this in Dallas and take part in events. So yeah, the future's looking really bright, and yeah, who knows? Maybe I'll make a return to content one day, but we'll see.
So will we see you guys over in Sweden, or will this be the last one of the year?
Yeah, no, definitely. We've got 2 players flying out to Sweden. I won't be there, unfortunately, but we'll have someone else with them. So yeah, should be good.
It should be a really good one for you indeed. And a word on DreamHack Dallas, as you look around us. I mean, it's super busy. It's like old school esports, we keep saying on the broadcast. How was that experience for you?
Yeah, it's incredible. I mean, the setup here is, I mean, seeing all the different esports that, I'm sort of a massive fan anyway, so for the rest of the day I'm probably going to go geek out for a bit. But yeah, it's incredible what they've set up here. Really cool.
Well, listen, it's been absolutely great speaking to you. Thank you so much for joining us and being such a great sport as always. Best of luck with the organisation, and send our love to Cam as well. Thank you very much. Let's take a look at the featured results from the round of fixtures. As we just heard, it was unfortunate for Cam Rock. He lost on a penalty shootout. Last penalty it was, the only miss in the shootout, as we see the rest of the results.
Yes, so starting off at the top, we did have Nysat having the win over Yaskau in a 4-3 victory. As we said before, Andoni did beat Cameron Rock in that penalty shootout. We had a lot of goals here in this Justin Q versus Cyber Fico game. It was 9-4 to Justin's side, and last but not least, Iron Mike took the win over Luke Downing in a 4-3 victory.
Yeah, he did indeed take the win, and that unfortunately means the end of the road for these players who have lost. And we are at that stage in the tournament where essentially if you lose a game, it's done.
It's done, and it's the end of the road. And it's tough to get to this point because they are seeing themselves potentially get that rematch in that upper bracket, because that's where we are now. These players are now going right back to the start, going up against the upper final people who have been sitting pretty with their wins.
And we're in a position where we could see a bracket reset in some of these brackets. So we look at bracket B, it's Anders Vergang against Andonini. I mean, what a game this is going to be.
Yeah, I mean, they already played already, so we'll see if Andoni can get that rematch. Well, he's getting the rematch if he can get revenge here against Anders, but it's going to be a tough one because, like Anders said in his interview earlier, he's feeling very good, he's feeling confident, he's all smiles as we see him over there at his setup. But Andoni will have to have a bracket reset if he does want to get through Anders, because Anders is able to only lose one more time. If he'll have to lose twice in order to get out.
Yeah, he has to lose twice to not go through Anders. He's actually sat there already at the main stage looking really relaxed as always, and this will be our feature match. Anders against Andonini is coming up on the broadcast as our featured match as we head and take a look at the other brackets still to come. We've decided all of our finals. Thoughts on this one, Casey?
Yeah, so for bracket A, we have Darkly versus Nysat. It's an interesting one. I think that the last game that Nysat played against Yaskau was very difficult, so I don't know. Maybe he's feeling a little bit of fatigue coming out of that one. Darkly coming from Portugal, very difficult competitor. So I'm excited to see it. I think it's going to be close. Lots of goals in this one. But for me, this one could go either way.
It definitely could go either way, and it's interesting to see that a lot of these players from the upper finals, or in fact these players from the upper finals, have had a huge break. They've not played FC for a little while, whereas the other players have been straight from their lower final, straight into their final.
Yeah, there's a possibility of them getting cold. A lot of the players in the lower final have been consistently playing on the stage as well, under the lights, and so they kind of keep that momentum going. We'll see if that has any effect on them. But let's see the next bracket that we have here, which will be bracket C. And in this bracket, we have the one and only Emre Yilmaz.
The one and only Emre Yilmaz, indeed. And his opponent has done really well. 9-5 in the lower final. He's not to be taken lightly.
Absolutely. Justin Q had a fantastic run in the FC Pro Open this year. I think he surprised a lot of players in this one. And so coming off of 9 goals is not an easy feat as well. But going up against Emre Yilmaz, we know is not going to be easy. But if anyone could do it, possibly Justin. He could surprise everyone.
Yeah, he could, but of course, as mentioned before, he has to win twice in a row against Emre Yilmaz. If you're in the upper final, you're in a much better position than your opponent. As we look at Bracket D, Iron Mike against Cristobal. Cristobal made it to the final what seems like such a long time ago.
It does. I feel like Cristobal from Team Hullet hasn't played for a couple hours now. Again, I don't know. It's a part of the organization to keep his head in the game, and I know that the Team Hullet organization is very, very good at that. They're a very well-rounded esports org. But on the other side, Iron Mike has been going through a lot of very difficult matches here. In his last one, he beat Luke Downing, so he'll be coming into this one against Cristobal, looking to hopefully reset the bracket.
Yeah, 4-3 in the lower final against Luke Downing, as we mentioned before. And a word on Team Hullet, they seem to be getting stronger and stronger, don't they?
They really do. They get stronger every year. They've always been very consistent in the scene. They're very well backed within their coaching as well, and they sign top-tier players every year. Yeah, their recruitment process has been very, very good. Let's take a look then at the matches to come. The featured matches to come, as we said. Our highlight fixture, the broadcast one that we're going to be focusing on, is none other than RB Leipzig's Anders Vergang against Andonini. Casey, how do you see it going? Okay. If I have to predict something, I do put it on Anders, but we've seen massive upsets here, and so Andoni is definitely on a roll coming through that lower bracket. We'll see how it goes. I would love to see a bracket reset, as many as possible. I do love it. I think it adds a bit more drama to it. It could go either way. We had Danny Pitbull yesterday resetting the bracket, but still not able to do it. We've had other situations where they're able to complete it, but we'll see if that happens this time around. Yeah, we had 4 bracket resets for the first time yesterday in the evening session, which was sensational, to be quite honest with you. Every single game went to a bracket reset. Brandon and Mike, their work was cut out, wasn't it? Oh yeah, they were speaking for hours. I think afterwards they didn't want to speak for the rest of the night. They were probably on the mute button for it because they had their work cut out for them. But at the end of the day, it's some of the most entertaining FC that we're able to watch, and so they're having fun with it. Yeah, we've got about 2.5 minutes to go until we go into the games, as we see live pictures of Anders Vergang. Once again, he loves being on the camera, doesn't he? He knows he's on the camera right now, Anders, doesn't he? He does, and he actually looks a bit more serious than we normally see from Anders, because he knows this game is very important if he wants to make it through to Sunday, which, as a reminder for everyone, only one player from every single group will make it through. Will it be Anders? Will it be Andoni? Who knows? And there is the live pictures of Andoni on the other side. Not to be taken lightly at all. Although he's coming from the lower bracket, this is a man who is competed at the highest level for a long time. Yeah, he's definitely a veteran of the scene. We've seen a lot of him. He's competed all over the world and done very, very well for himself, currently playing for Atletico Madrid. And I think that Anders cannot underestimate this type of opponent. It's going to be an interesting one because, of course, the bracket reset means that you have another opportunity. And we saw a lot of times yesterday, in particular, the game with Danny Pitbull, where you get the bracket reset, but it's sort of like you run out of energy for the last game. Yeah, I think he put all of his energy into that one to make it happen for himself. And then all of the goals kept falling, and it almost all kind of crumbled apart there in that last bracket reset for Danny Pitbull. And we saw him afterwards, and he was super upset about it. But you should be very proud because it's not easy to even reset the bracket to begin with. Yeah, Danny Pitbull's been an absolutely fantastic player in this scene, and he's a fantastic guy, more importantly, and I'm sure he will be back. We've also got some big names playing later on this evening. A lot of you are probably wondering in the broadcast, where's Tex? Where's Umar? Where's Matty? We've got so many still to come, and 4 more spots available in the evening session. But now the focus is going to be on the next 4 to join the 8 that got through yesterday. Yes, no, it's pretty much copy and paste from this morning to this afternoon. They're playing all their preliminary games as we speak. So we have the stage games going, we have the side kind of in the pit games going on, but a lot of games to look forward to. But more importantly, this upper bracket, we'll see who finally gets qualified into that Sunday double elimination bracket. Yeah, spectacular Sunday coming, but there's been a lot of players who have travelled to Dallas and unfortunately haven't made the broadcast. And the reason they've not made the broadcast is because they've already been knocked out. I'm talking the likes of Tom Lees, Levi David, players that you expect, household names in the FC scene, have not made it. And what does that say about the competition? I mean, the format itself is actually very, very difficult. Having only one person go through to every group, we're bound to knock out some very top tier players. And so you have to have such a strong mindset going into this and stay on your game for a good 4 or 5 hours in order to make it through to this. Because yes, it is double elimination and you have 2 chances to, you have 1 chance to really mess up. But at the end of the day, it's all or nothing. Only one person makes it today.
Only one person will make it through, indeed. We're about a minute away from our games as we see our players. And what are they thinking at this point, Casey, when they're sat there on the stage and they've got a lot of time to think and wait? Is this the time when they start overthinking, do you think?
It's interesting because both players are in very different perspectives. One of them has been winning consistently. They haven't lost today, so they're on a high. The other one has fought their way through that lower bracket. They've had ups and downs, and they're just hoping that they could somehow get that reset that they need to push them through and get them that one last spot. And so on either side, I think there's very different mindsets. One might be a little more worried than the other.
Yeah, we are literally 4 spots away. We're gonna find out who the 4 are that are making it through, and the 2 people that are going to be talking us through it is Brandon Smith and Mike Lavelle. Brandon, featured match, Anders Vergang once again.
Absolutely. I mean, look, he's had to wait a little bit of time, hasn't he, to be back on the main stage again. But look, this is exciting, FG, because as we said, 8 will become 12, and then we are so close, aren't we, to get into that top 16.
Yeah, we are indeed, and we're going to head over to you as the games are beginning.
Right. Well then.
Let's set the stage.
64 more players have come down to the final 8 on this sitting here. Keep in mind we will be doing this again a little bit later on this evening as well, live here from DreamHack Dallas. Our first game is a rematch that happened earlier today between Chris de Boer and Iron Mike. Chris de Boer, of course, of Team Hullet, the talent factory that keeps on providing new names. Early goal. Defended there well by Raho. Right, another game's also kicked off as well, but another Team Hullet player as well. We could jump to game C. We will lay down all the games that you are going to be seeing. This is Emre Yilmaz against Giston. Just spoke to Giston off camera as well. I said 9 goals you scored. What happened there? Just said, look, just couldn't stop scoring, but he also conceded 5, so...
I don't think you get the same leeway to concede that many goals against like a Yilmaz if you want to get a result. And we should remind everyone at home, if you're just tuning in, a post-Champions League. In each of these matchups, there's a player that's been undefeated, so they're in the winner's half. Therefore, in this case, Giston, he would have to beat Yilmaz twice in order to advance and join the crew for Championship Sunday.
Just offside there, Giston. You're absolutely right. You sort of get an extra life if you're from the upper bracket because you haven't lost the game. As we have said, the storyline here in DreamHack Dallas has been if you lose 2 games, you are eliminated from the competition. Chance. Emre Yilmaz. I don't think Rudiger's the player you want to be taking that corner. He should be in the box. Corner kick taker changed. Haaland unable to find that one on target.
Maybe a little ambitious from that range to go direct as well, especially considering the goalkeeper movement. If anything, when you have a little more distance on the corner kicks, usually knock-ons.
Well, I could just see off camera Anders Vergang is just having to rebuild his team before going into this game lobby. He takes on Andoni in a really important qualification game. And another game that's just loading in now. Darkly against Nissan. That's a rematch too. All those names, the winners of them, will be going into tomorrow's top 16.
I'm not trying to put any limitation out there, but these could be rounds where you don't see resets. That's my feeling. Oof. So you get the opener for Yilmaz. Turn, burn, rude hole it, long hair, you definitely care. The skipper.
Well, he's not the only Team Hullet player that's leading as well, because Chris de Boer is also leading 2 through this.
Oh, it's nice. Again, clean and crisp from Holland. You don't see the heel-to-heel that often. Baseline heel-to-heel as well, not with an additive. No modifier. No heel-to-ball roll. And then the finish again. Each player being up 1-0. Again, I threw it out here early, but I don't know if I see the resets. Andoni will have to bring a completely different package to have a chance to disrupt or offset or deal with Anders Vergang. He just had to sit through a bunch of mental, I'd almost call it fortitude, of moments back and forth, a lot of emotion, going to penalty kicks, of course. I think for many last year as well, people maybe pinned Yilmaz as the player that was going to make the deep run. Maybe not even Manu Bashor. Surprise some folks. In theory here, anyone from Team Hullet can kind of do it. Maybe even brought up Levy. Levy was eliminated early in this competition. We're not seeing him on the big stage because he never made it to the big stage.
Well, replay over here as well. Chris de Boer. He is another name that has got an unbelievable opportunity here to really announce himself into this FC scene.
Feels like he's next up.
I mean, if you're just around winners all the time, Mike, it's only a matter of time, isn't it, surely?
Beautiful over the top ball.
2 hands on it, Van der Sar.
Oh.
Nowhere near at that time. Still, Vitinha. Giston.
Wow.
Big save, Van der Sar.
Giston has to convert there. Perfectly timed, well weighted over the top through ball. Little skill with Dembele. Gives you a bit of a jig in the box. Bounces around. Another rebound, another extra pass being made. Some goalkeeper movement. Doesn't quite connect, but those are the chances. If you're going up against the best of the best, the top tier players, anytime they make some sort of error or mistake, you have to capitalize.
Distant. Perfectly weighted into Mbappe.
There you see some of that offense. Back post.
Well, this is the other game that's also live right now. 0-0, 8 minutes in. This is between Darkley and Nisat. And the only game that hasn't kicked off yet is Anders Vergang against Andoni.
There's a rematch from earlier, of course. Ooh, should be one. It is 1-0. Nisat goes ahead. And I expect this to be back and forth action. That's how they were earlier in the day. Darkley, of course, prevailing over Nisat. The 6-4 victory, but it was back and forth. Could have gone either way.
Back over to this one now. 1-1, Emre Yilmaz against Giston, all square.
Good defense from Giston.
Chance to break away now. Mbappe could be in a running race if he can get round Van Dijk. Yes, he can. Drops the shoulder on him.
I like what I'm seeing from Giston. Feels fearless. He's bringing it to him. Often when you go against the big names, we see players get put onto pedestals.
Havertz. Hullet on the finesse. 1-0 down, 2-1 he leads.
Maybe we're on pace for another 9-5. What was I saying? I'll eat my words.
Well, if he was to win the game, remember, he has to do it twice. He's from the lower bracket. But so far, so good.
But even from a neutral perspective, you're not going to want to miss this game. You can already tell there's going to be a certain level of free flow, that fluidity, that build-up, that creativity, that ingenuity, that final third goodness, the counterattack, the speed of play. Yilmaz is also not known as a heavy possession player. He'll be looking to go forward active and often.
Please contact your nearest security guard. Thank you.
We're still waiting to kick off the Anders game. For those that are asking, it hasn't kicked off yet. Anders v Andoni.
Oh.
Big chance. Equaliser
Wow.
off the woodwork. And Canate with a really heavy touch. Goal over here. 1-0 up. Nisat was 1-1 Darkley. Pulling an all-important goal back.
It's got to be said, it was a tidy setup. Power shot, lined it up. Clear path. Just unlucky to hit the post.
Lovely turn from Haaland. Still, Haaland will pick it up again. He continued his run that cuts it back through the legs of Van der Sar. We'll get there after.
It's one of those scenarios, too, where you might argue Justin gets a little bit of an advantage going back-to-back. Just came off a game where everything worked. Maybe not defensively, but offensively, everything. Clicking on all cylinders. And he's speed running through the offense. Keeps you pushing with some momentum. A little bit of energy, maybe some belief.
Another goal in this game. Chris de Boer is not playing around. 3-0 he leads.
Haaland cannot be stopped. And I've talked about it. You might say, why don't you just mark Haaland? They are. Everyone's aware of the situation in the scenario.
Or better than that, you just can't.
Yeah, easier said than done.
You can't mark him.
And with corner kicks, I'm telling you, it's kind of rock, paper, scissors to a certain degree. How you position your players, how you position your goalkeeper.
Havertz on the finesse from distance. He was asking a lot. Corner comes in. Nisap back in front. Remember, he would be forcing a bracket reset. Still waiting to kick off that game between Anders and Andoni.
Good usage of width there. Decent defending. Teo Hernandez, 45th minute. Can Justin create something late? Can it be great? Lovely step over.
That will do us for the half-time period in that game. Half-times across the board. Let's go to game A while we're waiting a half-time in these two. Nisap did get a rematch against Darkley after losing 6-4. He might have to get another rematch because remember, as you said, if you lose from the lower bracket sides, you will reset the bracket. Live goal now for you, 2-2.
This is almost identical how their first matchup went. Just back and forth. Face a little adversity, have a reply, maybe a conversation gets started. You've got a rebuttal, I've got a question, then you have the answer. And it comes down to who's better in maybe the later stages. The final 15, the final 20 minutes of game time. And in this case, at least if you're Darkley, you're holding on to... You've got some extra cooking, shall we say. You got a little extra helping because he's got to beat you twice. Nisap has to beat you twice in order to advance. And these are the big games here. This is going to solidify you for the top 16. I think everyone's goal when they get to the competition, of course you want to win. You want to be in that final two. But like, if you don't believe, and we talked about it yesterday a little bit, but if you don't believe in being able to make the final 16, you wouldn't come. You wouldn't fly in. You wouldn't make the drive. You wouldn't make the investment. Everyone's first goal is, I want to play on Sunday. I want to play on Sunday. That stage is calling my name. Also, at least get your money back as your worst case scenario. Probably does something for your stock, generally speaking, as well. Whether we see you at the Esports World Cup or not, whether we see you in Sweden or not.
Chance Havertz, well saved.
When you're talking partners, you're making a pitch for new teams, new organizations. It's a real accomplishment on the land, especially considering who's here, which is everyone. That is unlucky. Bursting through R1. Not the best goalkeeper animation. Parries it into the goal. See Darkley. And squints, a little bit of pain there.
Well, we are trying to kick off this game, B. There has been a basically every single setting checked and rechanged by both players to ensure that we can get into it. As soon as it is live, Anders against Andoni will be here. Big goal for Nisa, leads 3-2. Got a few problems with the game sound on that game, wondering why it's not coming through. Chris de Boer still 3-0 up in his game, 53 minutes on the clock. Emre Yilmaz still trailing 2-1. We'll jump back to game C if we can for a couple of in-game minutes. Emre Yilmaz trying to find his groove. Might just be able to do that now. You're asking a lot there.
Yeah, I was wondering if he's just looking for the second press. Sometimes you put it into the mixer, but you know that you got some support.
Giston, 3-on-2 here maybe. Still with it. Oh, he should have been on the floor on that pass ideally.
You gotta give a lot of credit up to this point for Giston too on the defensive end. He's done good with Yilmaz.
Haaland, Mbappe, chance, Emre Yilmaz. Off target completely there for Alex Mateus. I'm not sure how.
Yeah, Giston's reaction says it all. Shocked,
He
surprised.
the back of the net.
He did what was necessary there. Good left stick.
Well, here it is. Finally underway. Anders against Andoni for a spot in the top 16 tomorrow. People are asking if Anders qualified for the Esports World Cup. He hasn't yet. He is one of those players that still has to fight his way through. It's one of those 2 qualification spots.
You see that patented chase down from Anders as well. Highly aggressive on the defensive end. If you've ever had the displeasure of playing against Anders, you often feel you can't move. And he just puts you under so much pressure. Offensively, he's in your face at all times.
Goal over here. Coming away in a second. Somehow, that's not hit the back of the net. But the goal I wanted to show you was from game C.
We've had multiples.
Equaliser. Back the way of Emre Yilmaz.
And see, maybe Giston starts feeling the pressure. This is an elimination game for Giston. Yilmaz has that second matchup if needed. As Andoni just puts it wide. Little exchange between Vergain and Andoni, both across the body.
66 minutes in the other game. Chris de Boer 3-0 up against Ironby. Looks like he will be in the top 16. That's 2 players already in the top 16 for Team Hullet. Over here, equalise for Darkley. This is on the stroke off half-time. 6 goals in the first 45 minutes.
Oh, lovely. Again, baseline stuff there. Triangle passing. You get the entry ball to Kevin De Bruyne. A little left stick. He's got the numbers to back it up. Green time finish.
Oh, here is. A very nicely timed Trivela there from Erling Haaland. He was just given space to run into, and he just kept running and running and running.
This is quality R1 material here. He's waiting to see if someone's going to make contact. You don't get challenged. You line up the angle outside of the boot. Maybe Andoni was anticipating there's a pass. Maybe a layoff coming soon. Was not to be. And if you're Andoni, worst case scenario, giving up an early goal to someone like Anders.
Goal over here, Giston back in front, 3-2. Remember, if Giston wins, the bracket resets there. Darkley Nissan, 3-3. That's just kicked off for the second half. Over here, Anders Vergan opening up his account. Remember, these 2 played earlier today. And in case you missed it, it was quite a result for Anders. 7-1, he beat Andoni.
And you can see the pressure, his bodies. And Andoni's going to have to move the ball forward a little quicker.
Quick time cross.
It's better. By no means am I saying you want to fight fire with fire when you're going up against the likes of Anders, but I don't know if you're going to be able to completely slow down the game.
Speaking of goals, Andoni, keep an eye on him on the right bottom corner of your screen.
Oh,
Emre Yilmaz, 3-3.
Exchanging of corners there. We see a short corner. Those typically have not led to goal-scoring opportunities. Not today, not yesterday, probably not tomorrow.
Darkly, it's still 3-3. I know a lot of you are crying out to see that game. We will keep you up to date. Chris de Boer, 4-0 up, he leads. He will be our first player by the looks of it into our top 16. Anders looking for a second in this one. De Bruyne, Hulle, R9, reverse elastico.
What a save from Petr Cech. And this is where Andoni's got to make something on the counters. Got space to work with. I think he's on.
Massive chance, has to make the most of this one. Andoni, saved by Cech. Speaking about turning around results as well, there has been a big goal over in this one here. Emre Yilmaz, 4-3. He leads over in that game now. Taking control of the game is what he wants to do. He doesn't want to go into a bracket reset. A few big chances there for Andoni, where he's been able to just find the space with these lofted balls over the top. Game 8. Darkly against Nisa. Goal in this one. It's gone the way of Nisa. He's 4-3 up now. Mbappe just taking matters into his own hands and just running and running and running. Only 55 on the clock there. Long time left to be played. Anders. Penalty! He gave one away in the earlier game. He'll have to give away another now. This time, can he find the back of the net, though? From the penalty spot, down the left corner. Yes, he can.
Oh, is he waving goodbye? Wrapping it up, 2-0, 27th minute. Saying the game's scrapped.
Goal back in this one. Nothing more than the consolation by the looks of it for Iron Mine. There is 15 minutes left to be played.
And I don't know if you would have bet on this with de Boer being in action, Yilmaz being in action. You would have thought Yilmaz would have been the one closing it out, maybe having an easier ride of everything throughout the bracket stage. Not the case. And this is what we talk about so much with this academy at Team Hulle. It's incredible. The recruitment, the development, the practice, and it makes sense. You're around winners, you're going to get better at the game. You have people that are holding you accountable. You got some of the best coaches in the world.
And
you
also,
have infrastructure
on that as well, Mike. They're not going to sign you as well if they don't see something
there.
Do you know
true,
what I mean?
True.
Well, he's definitely saw the potential there, and he's in the top 16. Congratulations to Chris de Boer, Andoni. He's had a few good chances.
Vergain claps it up. Okay. I will say, in any Anders game, you do get a little bit of an emotional roller coaster. The good, the bad, the in-between. I don't know if there's ugly, but there's definitely an in-between.
There'll be a lot of happy Portuguese fans as well in the chat. We have had a goal back for Darkly. 4-4 there. This is the goal that he did just score to bring himself back into the tie. Dembele on.
That's got it all. Stop. You see a couple of skill moves. Pause. Take your time. Certain level of cadence.
2-goal cushion reinstalled.
Yeah, Pele in the right spot. Can't beat it. again, right at the 6-yard box. One of the few players as well in the competition using Pele as a starter. We've seen him off the bench quite frequently, but not in many starting 11s. Obviously doesn't help you for the strategy if you're going with a major aerial approach.
Well, scores on the doors, 5-2. Cristobal is leading. Big chance, Andoni! Do not count him out. Emre Yilmaz pulling away from his game as well. We'll try and get you full-time results on the dot if we can.
Goal for the visitors, number 10.
3-2, game back on here. Right, let's conclude the games now, because a few of them are starting to conclude. These are really important games, Mike, because you win this, you're in our top 16 tomorrow. You're one of the 4 players out of the 64 in your bracket to get through. It's ridiculous when you look at the numbers like that.
You see what it means for Chris. He's wrapped it up. It's almost a full red face of excitement. Locked in the top 16. Maybe the biggest achievement he's had this far. You're thinking through his career, early career, but depending on what happens on Sunday especially.
Especially when you look at the fact there was also 64 other fantastic players in there. Right, that one's concluded. There's been a goal back here. Nisat in front, 5-4. 15 minutes left on the clock. We'll leave this game now. Full-time result is about to come in. We'll go to game C if we can, because we'll give you a full-time scenario there. Congratulations, Cristobal. He is through. Someone else who has got control back on this game and started to run away with it, Mike, is Emre Yilmaz. He's on his way to a top 16 as well.
I feel like last time we checked in on this, it was 3-all. So he went unanswered. Maybe showed some of that championship, that pedigree that we always talk about. There's a reason that winners win, and they continually are in these finals. Adding another goal, just maybe a consolation, all things considered. Just added topping. 7-3 finishes for Yilmaz. He's going to move on to Sunday.
That's 3 players there for Team Bullet.
Yep.
In that final 16. Congratulations there. Right, let's leave it. Let's go back somewhere else. Let's go game B. And as we get closer to concluding game A, then we'll go over and give you a full-time result between Nisat and Darkley. Over here, Anders Vergang looking to go into half-time with more than a 1-goal lead. Oh no, possession given back. Or played Rudiger. Oh, that's clever. Hello, Mbappe over the top. Chance to equalise the game. Can he be composed? Yes, he can. Andoni.
Shout out to Andoni. That was beautiful. Clock management.
It's one of those moments as well where players often just panic in that area, don't they? They take too much time.
And the little ball roll to open up the angle with the Trivela. And Vergang is known as someone who's somewhat creative with some of the goalkeeper movement. While he's bringing him out, he's sitting him back, left, right. You can do a lot. If there's little margins you can create. Well done from Andoni. And also game management, clock management. You're taking now a 3-all matchup and a half that I wouldn't say Andoni was perfect throughout it. He had some mistakes, almost gave away the ball. What a turn of events, a shift in form. And again, Vergang's having almost an internal battle with himself. You see him talking to himself. It's on brand for him. It's nothing new.
Well, this is live now. Last 10 in-game minutes. Remember, if Nisat wins, it'll be a bracket reset, so they'll play again. Or is Darkley going to send us into more potential extra time period?
It's a good decision there from Nisat to reset. Goes to Petr Cech. A lot of space for Graham. Holland out wide, onside.
Nisat into corner. 7 minutes left.
If he wants to be defensive here, he can have a full reset. I don't think he's going for it. You could take those short and then bring it back. You probably get 2-3 minutes minimum from the clock. Because right now, your best friend if you're NISAT is the clock. You don't need a golden retriever. You just need the clock to move a little bit quicker. Big takeaway.
Look at the space now with Darkley's had to put buddies forwards.
Wow. Goalkeeper movement again.
Take more time out of the game if he needs to. Cristiano Ronaldo.
Don't know if he should still be going forward like this. Maybe add a little more possession and then go forward before, after having that possession. Just put a little more pressure on Darkley.
Just kicked off as well, back in the Anders and Donny game. That's 3-3 there. We're going to just see how this one plays out first. By the looks of it, we could be doing a bracket reset. Which would be the only game so far from this set. Follow that suit. Remember that NISAT did lose early today, 6-4 to Darkley, so he has got his revenge slightly. He'll have to do it again though if he wants to get a top 16 spot.
It was a similar game as well. Same energy, same back and forth. Just comes down to who has the better closeout, who scores last.
Time of 3 minutes, keep the ball is what we'll be thinking. No need to go forward.
This is well done from NISAT. You might not love to watch it, but you have to have some game management at the pro level. How you handle these situations impacts your results dramatically.
Yeah, man, I can confirm he's pretty much there, NISAT. Bracket reset will be confirmed. They'll be playing again for a spot in the top 16. We'll leave the game. GG's. Back over to Anders against Andoni.
And Anders was good in the first half offensively. Did leave some holes to be countered.
Big chance, Anders, what happened there?
Missed time to finish. Due to the missed time finish, had a different animation, and with that animation, it kind of got caught up too. But what I was going to say is offensively, Anders looked like the aggressor in the first half, but Andoni did a fantastic job of finding some space in behind. When he did create some counterattacks, he took advantage of those counterattacks. Scored in the 45th. We were both impressed by how he took the moment, clinical as can be.
Remember as well, still, that even if Anders was to lose that game, they will also play a bracket reset. To the pause menu. Couple of changes being made. You can just see on your screen there, Darkley, NISAT, they're getting ready to then play again. Anders does win this game, he'll go into the top 16 tomorrow. Remember that there's only been 4 players that have been invited to the Esports World Cup so far. PH in, of course, of Brazil. Nathan Esari was the Libertadores champion. Mark 11, runner-up at the World Cup last year from the Oceania. And then, of course, last but not least, that final important spot out in the Asian region. After that, it is 2 spots here from Dallas, 6 from Sweden, and 2 in a last chance qualifier. So, yeah, the likes of Anders, Tex, and so forth, they are still all fighting for their place to be there. 24 players have had that direct invite so far. Web Nasri, of course, being in that 4-2. Back on the way now, let's jump back into the action.
Tell you, Web Nasri's been around from the jump as well.
Always there, isn't he? Always turning up.
Yeah, and he usually brings an unusual way of playing the game, almost a different style, but it always has effectiveness. Webb's made a couple runs
Mbappe dispossessed. And Doni certainly taking this rematch in a very different manner than the 7-1 defeat that he had earlier on.
Fantastic pick out.
Havertz done very well to get down this area, lofted in to Haaland. He's blocked there by Pele. Chance to break in now for Vergang. Bellingham, Pele, into Mbappe! He's always timing it green.
Just step over cancels everywhere. Step over pass, moving bodies forward. What it does is also buys you a little bit of time to get players into position. See what?
Just to be that consistent as well with the timing everywhere.
There's not a better player in the world at step overs, and we've known this for years. It hasn't changed. No matter what happens in the game, the way that he implements them, even if he's not changing directions, just to have some of the cancellations, the passing, to create some hesitation, to force you to make some movements this way or that way, the combination with the left stick. I've always said this, and I'll stand by it, but the best skill moves every single year are always the simple skills. It's just how you introduce them, how you sell them, how you set them up, the picture that you present. I mean, even with the ball roll, you can go in so many different directions. Then you add in a fake shot or a scoop turn, or maybe a cancellation this way, or you add in a Trivela shot, and now you've got a whole different package.
Well, I had the chance to speak to Anders quite a bit on just the meta at the moment of this game and how much he is doing what he can to avoid falling just into leaning on crosses, leaning onto headers, leaning onto cutbacks. Of course, yes, dominant from corners, and you'll see that in a lot of his gameplay, but aside of that, you won't often just see him switch the ball 60, 70 yards from side to side and try to completely sort of abuse the aerial plus play stop. Yes, he loves step overs, and yes, he loves a lot of skill moves, but that's just him.
Anders is gifted with speeding up the game. And if there's maybe a critique or you're looking at pros and cons, your best chance is once you beat his initial press, take advantage of the space that's been created or been opened up in behind. Because Anders does commit bodies and will continually commit bodies all game long.
See, cutting back inside, then building him. Out comes the typical step over. And that should go for a goal kick in the end. Not happy with that touch. Oh no.
That's fortunate.
Away with that one.
And you see what I mean. This is the hard part for Andoni, is actually the build-up. Once it gets over the halfway line, everything starts to create some lanes.
Flick on, easy save, Petr.
Wow. What a save that was. Quite inventive as well from the setup. You're looking at Andoni there with the knockdown, the volley.
Another wave of Anders Vergaan pressure. Corner comes in.
Not a shocker, another pause issued.
Goal game, mate.
Looks like we just missed a goal, potentially in the Darkly Nisat affair.
Yeah, it's 1-1. Darkly was up by a goal. And Nisat replying instantly after only 8 minutes gone there. Remember, this is the game that's been sent to a bracket reset. Chance to break away here for Nisa. Still, oh no, Manisa, he's just going on his own.
Oof.
Cuts it back, is he going to get it dealt with? Yes, just about.
Just a reintroduction of the value of the R1 dribble. Just kind of get it going. Full steam ahead. Oh.
Nisa.
It's perfect.
What a turnaround.
Great counterattack. Gets a good takeaway, offside trap, into space. Kind of looks off the pass. Drops it. Plenty of time to work with. Goalkeeper moves slightly early. Easy read for Nisat. But if we've learned anything about these two players in particular, the first 20, maybe the first half, it doesn't matter. We're going to have back and forth. Just that's been the 101 when they've matched up. Because we've seen them now play. This is the third game. Darkly winning against Nisat to put them into the lower bracket. Nisat battles through the lower bracket. They've already played one match before this. Caused the reset where Nisat, of course, won. We talked about it. We visited it. We highlighted it. And this is the decider.
Right, let's jump back if we can as well. Game B, I think we've just seen an equaliser. I think Andoni has just equalised in that game. We will see a replay of the goal first. Remember, Andoni wins, a bracket reset happens, Anders wins, he goes straight into the top 16. Trivella, 10 minutes left in that one. He's gone toe-to-toe with him.
Yeah, productive as ever. Part of the meta. We've seen that from the very beginning of this year's game. The ball roll, it almost hides your shot attempt, or creates just a small degree of maybe some hesitation. The goalkeeper doesn't move as quick. Can't get him off the line.
Mbappe blocked, time green, everything's green in and around the box from Anders Vergang. And then you deal with another wave of pressure instantly straight after.
And some of this comes down to, can you catch the wave with a pattern? All players have some sort of pattern with a lot of their build-up. Not in an engineer type of sense, but just instinctively how they move the ball, how they maneuver the players.
Over the top through ball, finds Ousmane Dembele, green!
Oh!
Anders is on his feet here in DreamHack Dallas, because that could be the goal that sends him into a top 16.
The setup, the knockdown, off the bounce, off the cuff, free flow as ever. The players on the pitch match what he's doing off the pitch. He celebrates, they celebrate. Volley, full-fledged, completely acclimated, outside of the box. Ousmane Dembele.
Back over to game A. This is live now, 2-1. Nisat still in the lead. Darkly, nice step over into that bit of space with De Bruyne, cuts it back on 9. He steps over to try and just manoeuvre any sort of space.
Maybe over past it. He had it. He's already through. The goalkeeper was scooting and booting. You had the read. Didn't need the magazine. Didn't need the novel. You had the paperwork sitting in front of you. Spark notes.
Half volley there from Ousmane Dembele of Anders.
We haven't seen that goal either. Outside of the box, maybe 23, 24 yards, give or take.
Well, let's go back over to it and get the last few minutes there if we can of game B, as another player will put their spot in the top 16. As Andoni got another goal for us. To make it 5-5. There's never been more than a one-goal split between the two.
That was close.
Oh. Free kick the way of Andoni.
Surely has to take this short.
Added time of 2 minutes comes in. Lofted in. Saw the idea there.
I don't know if I love that. Even if it works, I feel like you go short, you work it around, you had enough time. He's not going to be able to press him. Oh!
Oh my. Away with... Well, he's got away with that one once or twice, but he's done enough. Anders Vergang will be in the top 16. A big Komnu coming out from him. One more goal if he wants to seal the deal. He will be on broadcast tomorrow. He will be there with the best 16 from the 256 that travelled here to America. Handshakes between the two. It's another name in the top 16 and someone we expected to be there.
Next up, we're going to see Umit, I'm sure, in action later on today. Can Umit join him?
So many more names in there in action later on today as well. Of course, including Umit in there, Moalba.
Tex. Oberon. Ethan. I feel like we're missing a couple.
We'll update you. There's a long time.
A lot of gentlemen left it late, let's say that much. Our only reset here, and these guys have been in quite an affair. We've built it, we've talked about it. We didn't necessarily create the storyline, but this has been the matchup. Clearly the best two from their bracket or their group, which you love to see. Darkly beating Nisat, Nisat battling through the bottom bracket or the lower half of the bracket, then upsetting Darkly in the previous matchup. Now this is the ultimate decider, the finale. Who's going to be there for Sunday? And Nisat leads 2-1. Looking for the last opportunity just before the half.
How hard is it as well, though, Mike, when you've got to play against the same player 3 times?
I never liked being in the position where I beat them in the opening matchup. I sent them down to the bottom bracket, and then I had to play them, assuming they battled through that bottom bracket. And that's kind of what's happening here. Nisat currently leading. If anything, the momentum's got to be slightly in his favor. But these two guys have been the most even throughout the competition. There's been so many lead changes, and it's drawn even here, and this guy's ahead, and that guy's battled back, and the styles are somewhat similar. It's almost a matter of who makes the least amount of mistakes or who capitalizes, who takes that big moment. Maybe a friendly bounce, maybe some good fortune. What do you do with it?
You've also got that taste in your mouth of being down in the lower bracket, haven't you, and having to...
I mean, I might even argue both these guys have similar amounts of experience as well as competitors. We've seen Darkly in action plenty. We've seen Nisat in action plenty over multiple years. Not new to pressure situations. Ooh. Big switch, a lot of time. I expect the tension in the room. Maybe to take another notch up, get into the last 20. All eyes are on this matchup. Everything else is concluded, it's finished. We know who's going forward. We know who we're going to see on Sunday. We've still got a few matches going on next to us as well, closing out for the next group.
That's the last one to find out, and then it'll be 12 players into tomorrow's top 16. 4 more coming up in this evening session here in Dallas. De Bruyne jamming that standing tackle to keep the ball. R9 running rings around. De Bruyne from distance. Routine save.
Not upset with the attempt. We talk about it, but sometimes it's important to take the shots from outside the box just to keep your opponent honest that it can happen. It is possible. And it's not that they don't go in. I just don't think it can be a main form of your attack. But again, it adds to some of that versatility, that variety, giving you a few different looks.
Darkly back on the hunt, lofts it in. Rudiger at times is giving Haaland a bit of a challenge.
When you're at the pro level defensively, so much is around foundational rule set and playing percentages. But offensively, you need that assortment or the mixture. You need some diversity, just some variation, maybe a deep line of range. That's where your creativity really peaks in.
Massive switch of play.
If anything, if you were too risky or maybe too varied on the defensive end, it actually ends up hindering you.
Into a pause we go. Well, let's look ahead if we can as well to the matches that are coming your way. After a short break, we have got Paulo Neto against Gabarros, which is plans to be a great one between them two. This will all be on our featured main stage as well. Antonio Rodea, virtual Bundesliga champion last year, taking on Matthias Bonanno. I believe I'm right to see that as well. We're seeing RB Leipzig Umit against Kisar MG. And last but not least, another Man City man. I mean, this is one for the old school. I would say old school, about 3-4 years ago. Mo Albertex. Haven't seen that fixture for a long time.
Oh, that just sounds like a classic.
Before, they were always on different consoles as well for so long.
And they're both coming from the winner side?
They are both coming from the winner side.
Okay.
Indeed, Mo Alber against Tex. I can probably imagine we're going to be one of our main featured matchups coming up very shortly. Indeed.
We really haven't seen maybe an in-form Mo Alba in maybe a couple years. He has that, of course, expectation, or at least from a fandom perspective.
Still 2-1 here for Nisa.
You got to think it's going to start tightening up a little bit as well. See if Darkly can stir it up.
Darkly trying, just working. Needs that shape around to try and find some space. Runs that one out of play.
It's tricky. You need like a moment of being a little more resourceful, maybe some dexterity. And now you're adding in another element. Every player deals with this differently, but pressure is real. Elimination is real. You try to keep your head as focused as you can be when you're in these scenarios. You're not thinking about outside factors, but the reality is sometimes it slides in there. Especially if you miss a chance, or you make a poor pass, or you have a big mistake.
Haaland Tullet comes back kindly for De Bruyne. And the game changed when the ball just gets lofted into the air.
Oh. Good switch.
And who's waiting in the box for it? Possession given away, back into the pause menu we go again now.
Got to give some credit to Nisat defensively there. There were maybe a couple chances for Darkly to break, but he gets bodies back, recovers well. He's forced him out of play a couple times.
Couple of changes now. Hernandez on, Frimpong on as well. Remember, these guys are playing on sort of super pro EA Ultimate Team accounts where they can use basically any player on the database. Hence why there are so many options for these players to choose from.
Yeah, I really like these late subs when we're talking about Frimpong coming on. He's made a difference throughout the tournament. I think he's just capable of giving just a different look. So he's a little more nimble than the rest of the fullbacks. Even his breakaway speed, he almost moves like a Vinny Jr. out wide. So you get a couple of them.
Through ball's got to be there. So much space. Hernandez fresh off the pitch as well. 99 pace. Let's see it in action.
Oh, that's good defense.
Rudiger again. A few times he's won that battle. Keep an eye on Cristiano Ronaldo's run into the box there. Nisat doing superbly well. Just to duck and dive those few tackles.
Say Jude will be looking for a switch. There's the second switch.
Haaland. Is he onside? Vinny
Woods.
Woods.
Didn't need that pass. He had the breakthrough, maybe a step over, even just a sprint dribble, a little R1 dribble, technical.
One more goal would be huge for Nissan, just to give him some breathing space away. Step overs are nice for Vinny Jr. on his own.
He didn't know. Did he want to pass? He had Haaland itching, looking on that back post. Aggravated at the opportunity.
Haaland. The skies the idea of finesse there for a pass. Wins it back again. It's just all falling back here to Nissan.
He's got to take this back. There we go. Recycle at least once. Oof.
Step over stop from Cristiano Ronaldo again there. Rudiger. Darkly needs to make the most of this, because at the moment possession just keeps on falling back. Hernandez plays inside. Vinicius passing.
Oh no.
Still though, possession just sticking to the feet of all of these Real Madrid shirts.
Okay. Might be the last chance here for Darkly. Take your time with the build-up.
Wins it back again, and this is where any time will follow what we're going to get. Darkly, this is your last chance to keep your Esports World Cup dream alive. Any time of a minute. Score for extra time, Frimpong. Second time we'll get there. Rudiger, who has been superb.
Oh,
he's gotten out. Seconds. He got out of that one. Full-time result. Nisat qualifies for the top 16 tomorrow after completing a bracket reset, which we haven't seen really.
He had to earn it. There's no questions about it. The man went to work, played Darkly 3 different times, 3 different occasions, battled through the lower bracket. I mean, you see the relief on his face. Has to force that reset, does the deed. They're close affairs, doubles down. Congrats to Nisat.
Absolutely. 8 become 12 here in tomorrow's top 16. We're bringing FG in case to the conversation as we start going through the highlights now of what we've just seen. But guys, 4 more players are there, and Anders Vergang is leading the way in that pack.
He absolutely is, and it was never really in doubt based on his performance. He had a moment, of course, where he lost the lead, but I just love the passion from him, Casey. I love seeing Anders Vergang when he's doing his thing, and it's what the esports needs.
No, I think it's funny because he'll shush an opponent and then concede, but then he'll actually clap as Andoni scores on him as well. So it goes both ways. He does give props where they are well due, but he was the one celebrating by the end of this one. But honestly, Andoni did not make it easy for Anders. It was very end-to-end, a bit unexpected here, but at the end of the day, Anders was just too good. Bellingham dribbling it into Pele. Green timed, as easy as that. Andoni does have an answer. Haaland into Mbappe, outside of the boot. And here's one of our last goals of the game here with Anders and the celebrations, which we love to see, FG.
We absolutely do love to see those scenes, but the thing is, when you put yourself in a position and you're in the upper final, the chances of losing too, I mean, they're really stacked against your opponent, aren't they?
Most definitely, especially when you haven't lost the game up to that point as well. So even if you do lose that first game, sometimes it's more of like a warning of, right, let's wake up now, because we've spent a lot of money and we've spent a lot of time travelling into Dallas, so you simply can't slip up in that matchup.
Yeah, let's take a look at the results then from the featured matches. We'll have a look at the brackets, actually. We've got 4 more players joining us on Sunday, Mike.
No, absolutely, and they earned it. We only had the one reset. We just saw that with Nisat going up against Darkly, and I kind of built it already, but this guy battled. Darkly sent him down, goes through the lower bracket the entire way, meets up with Darkly again, all close affairs, and he's able to squeak out those results, and I got to give a lot of credit to him, and I look forward to seeing Nisat play on Sunday as well.
Yeah, he's absolutely earned his place in bracket A as we move on to the next bracket, and we have a look at the result from this bracket, and to be honest, like we just mentioned, Casey, it was never really in doubt for Anders Vergang.
Yeah, I guess there was a little bit of a doubt because Andoni gave him a pretty vicious fight there towards the end, but it was Anders celebrating at the end of the day. But massive props to Andoni because going up against a player like Vergang is not easy, and he gave him a very tough fight.
Yeah, a massive shout out to all the players, of course, but only one can make it through each bracket. As we move on to bracket C and have a look at this one, Mike, it was Emre Yilmaz.
It was always going to be Yilmaz. I was actually, maybe this is a bias, just being an old school guy, but I was hoping to see Tuga maybe in action a little bit more. It's been about a year or so, maybe 2 years since he's really been at the best of his form. But I would have loved to see that just for the old school, maybe going up against some of the new school. But Yilmaz was always the guy, and he ended up taking care of business. I will say I was really impressed with this Jensen guy, though. But so many goals being scored everywhere. And he took Yilmaz to the table, to the title for a little bit, until it got late, and then Yilmaz pulled away.
Oh, absolutely. Look, as you said, he nearly went the full way against him there. Really impressive performance. And last but not least, this is what happened there. And look, Team Hullet, they're a talent factory, FG. They're always producing these new names. Cristobal, we've seen him, we've heard of him before, of course, but as Mike was saying, I think this is like a real statement from him being in the top 16 tomorrow.
Yeah, it's a massive achievement for him, and it goes to show the hard work that Team Hullet are putting in to everything. So we've got our players, and we're not done yet. We are halfway through the day because we are about to be joined after the break by some sensational names, Casey.
Yes, some massive, massive names. We have Tex, Bonanno, Umit, you name it, they are competing, and some unheard of players as well, and so stay tuned because it is right around the corner.
We've had shocks, we've had surprises, we had last minute winners, we've had penalty shootouts. What can we expect, Brandon?
We can expect a lot, but most importantly, we can expect Mo Alba against Tex as your first featured matchup when we get back from this break. We've not heard that game, we've not seen that game for ages, years, a long time, so yeah, expect that.
We've got a sensational lineup coming. Ready to go, Mike?
I was going to say the reality is we keep mentioning all these players. There's only 4 spots. So, I mean, I'm not the best at math, but a lot of these guys aren't going to be playing on Sunday. This is just the fact. So I think that's really what you have to look forward to is huge eliminations. And maybe there's some new guys that earn those spots, but if not, even the big names, a lot of them have to go home. It has to be a wrap.
Yeah, 4 more players will make the E-World Cup in Riyadh. We will be back after the break. Hello and welcome back to DreamHack Dallas. We have seen 12 players make it through to Sunday's finals, and we've got 2 spots available on Sunday for the E-World Cup in Riyadh, and we're about to do it all over again, Casey. 4 more players will go through, and what a lineup we have got.
Yes, what a lineup that is. There are so many good players still left in the competition, but the fact that there are only 2 spots left for them is kind of insane. But this all leads up to the Esports World Cup happening in Saudi Arabia over the next couple of months with massive prize money on the line, FG.
Yeah, there's 19 games happening, as you can see on the screen at the Esports World Cup, and one of them, of course, is FC24. Life-changing prize money involved as well, and a huge opportunity for our pro players who have sacrificed a lot to be here.
They have. I mean, they've had to pay their way to get here. That means flights, hotels, food, everything, paying for a coach to be here, and it could all be done at this point. They could just go home. Yeah, it's important to note that the players who are not with organisations have paid for themselves. I mean, we are about to watch some sensational players at the minute. We've got the likes of Tex ready to go. We've got Umut ready to go. We've got Mati Banano. We've got a sensational lineup, haven't we? We do. There's a lot of fantastic players. There's also a couple names that you might not have heard of. So it's interesting because you can play through this, be unheard of in the scene, and go up against these massive competitors and give it a good shot. And let's take a look at the brackets for the first time. Group 4, our final group, Bracket A. Yes, so in the upper final, we currently have Paulo Neto versus Guy Barros, which is interesting because they are both from South America, so they've probably played before. Paulo Neto is a former EMLS champion. Guy Barros had a very good run in the E Libertadores this year. On the lower semifinal, we have Neat versus Cracked Heber. Neat is a fantastic competitor as well, one of the best skillers I have ever seen. And Cracked Heber coming out of Mexico. Going to be very fun to see him, but we won't see those lower bracket games for a little while because we are starting off with the upper finals. Yeah, as always, we do start with the upper finals. Let's take a look at Bracket B. And in Bracket B, Casey, we've got a sensational lineup as well. Mati Banano in the upper final already. Yes, of course. He has won his way all the way into the upper final versus Redeya. That's going to be a very interesting watch. But in the lower semifinal, we have Footwas Ethan and Ix Resende. Isn't that crazy that they're in the lower semifinal? Yeah, I mean, the players who are in the lower semifinal, they've been qualifying off camera, off broadcast, and that unfortunately means that they've lost 1 game. Players here in Dallas can only afford to lose 2 games, and the second game they lose will mean they are going home. The people in the upper final haven't lost a game as of yet, but we're not quite at the elimination stage yet. Not yet, not yet. We are going to be starting with the upper final, but eventually we will get to that Footwas Ethan and Ix Resende game because once they lose, one of them will be going home. But let's take a look at Bracket C here because I know that we have a few more top-tier competitors to take a look at. Looking at that upper final game, we have Kesar versus Umut. Kesar is coming out of Costa Rica, I believe, and Umut, I mean, everyone knows him, previous world champion. He's been very dominant from year to year. Looking at the lower semifinals, we have Young and Dimitri, or Ditmir, there you go. We do indeed have him. We have Umut as well, representing Red Bull Leipzig, who had so much joy in the earlier session as we saw Anders book his place to Sunday's bracket. Let's take a look at the Bracket D for Group 4, our final bracket, and what an upper final we have got. Moabo versus Tex. We haven't seen this matchup for a long time, but wow, there could be fireworks. I feel like we are popping into a time machine and going back in time to previous iterations of the game because this matchup is absolutely legendary. It's something that OG FC fans are definitely very excited for. Moabo versus Tex. But in the lower final, we do have Tevdora versus Seba Luoni. I got the pleasure of watching Seba compete in the E Libertadores this year. Fantastic competitor, so I know that is going to be a great match as well. Only one of them will possibly go into the upper bracket final, but they got to keep winning in that lower bracket, FG. Only one person can go through each bracket, which is making it so exciting for everybody watching at home. Let's take a look at our featured fixtures, our featured matches for round 1. And we've spoken about the games we've got. We're all looking at all the upper finals. Yes, and there's one on here that takes the cake. The most exciting one is definitely Moaba versus Tex. But I'm also looking at that Paulo Neto versus Guy Barros. It's going to be very interesting. South American players, they play a lot, and so they definitely know each other's play styles. Will be very fun to watch. I personally love watching Paulo Neto. I've seen him year to year in EMLS competing for Atlanta United. And so these feature matches are going to be very interesting.
And it's probably no surprise to you that our featured match will be featuring the man that you can see on the screen, Mo Alba, and the other man, Tex, with a brand new look. He's got the glasses on, which I think previously he mentioned he'd forgotten his glasses to a last game that he's got. It's good to see that he's got them on. He's rocking them well, isn't he, Casey?
He is. He did mention at the E-Champions League that he did not have his glasses, and so they're there today, and he is ready to go up against the one and only Mo Alba, who you could see on the screen here.
An absolute legend of the esports scene, Mo Alba, and I'm really looking forward to seeing it. How do you think it's going to go?
I am really interested to see, because Tex is coming off of a very difficult E-Champions League journey, and so I think that he's got a point to prove. He wants to play better. Mo Alba is coming into this, you know, he has so many great accolades. He's definitely not new here. He's sitting under the lights and, you know, he's feeling comfy, and so it's two of the best players in the competition. It's just kind of crazy that they're competing this early.
And what a way to start, and we've seen it so many times. People who lose the upper final end up playing again against each other, so this might not be the first time, the last time, sorry, that we see these two face off tonight.
Absolutely, yeah. We've seen a lot of redemption matches, but one of them will be dropping down into the losers. But it's important to remember that all the matches happening here shortly, no one's going home. If they do lose, they will get one more opportunity in that lower bracket final to redeem themselves and possibly win out again.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's important to know nobody is going home yet, but we've got 4 upper final matches, and our featured match and our casting team, Mike LaBelle and Brandon Smith.
I'm ready to go again now for our second half of play here in day 2. 4 more players will be looking to spot into our top 16 tomorrow. And where do we start? Where do we look? We've got 4 fantastic games in front of our very own eyes right now. I mean, Mike, we have to turn our attentions to Group D if we can. I mean, that is where Mo Alba and Tex go head-to-head.
And you teased it. We talked about it. This is kind of a throwback. I miss these days a little bit. I think back 2019, 2020, Mo Alba running wild. You know, Tex had burst onto the scene. I didn't know that we'd see this in 2024.
You remember back as well, they're both on opposite sides of the console, weren't they? That they never really had to face. Always were able to avoid each other at sort of different FUT Champions Cups in past times. What a way to start this one. Tex, of course, kicking from right to left. Mo Alba off the Focus clan, who has got a lot of love in the chat as well. Following him through. You look across the board, though. Matías Bernardo in action. He takes on Antonio Rodeo, virtual Bundesliga champion last year. Could be an early chance in that game. We'll keep you up to date with everything that's going on there. Palanato Gubaros there. Another top game. And his teammate qualified not that long ago. Umit in action also. First goal through here from the player of Stuttgart, Antonio Rodea, leaded by a goal to 0.
If you're just tuning in, these are all winners. So no one will be eliminated in this grouping of games. Welcome to, I guess, a final bracket here, or a final grouping before going into Sunday and having our final 16 players that are going to be competing, not only the money, but the spots at the Esports World Cup.
No chance here for Tex, towards the back post, defended well there by Rudiger. Over here. First goal's gone through and it's gone against Umit. It is Kisa.
Oof.
The leads in that game by a goal to 0.
Not bad on the turn. Maybe a little bit of good fortune there, though. Nutmeg on the goalkeeper after the La Croqueta. And you may have noticed, I mean, he definitely stands out, but you have Ronaldinho on the pitch for Tex. Always a fan favorite from Tex. Has unique animations, but with that being said, I don't think I've seen him in action this entire weekend. Not as a starter and not off the bench.
Well, Palanetto underway there. He's 1-0 up in 10 in-game minutes, and so is Tex. Tex breaks the deadlock in this one.
And we talked about it early on. I don't know if there's a man in the competition that likes playing in the U.S. more than Palanetto. Accomplishments across the board. Throw it back some years. He met the the folks at Atlanta United back in Atlanta. We had the Foot Champs Cups. From there, he's gone on to win everything in the MLS. Mainstay competitor. He also took part on a couple of TV competitions that we had stateside. Of course, took care of business in those as well. Household name in the competitive scene.
Well, update over here as well. Matias Bonanno 2-0 down over here.
Ooh.
It is early days, only 40 minutes on the clock. Back to this one, Tex looking for a second. Looking at Tex's bracket in particular, he won his first game here in DreamHack Dallas, 12-1.
Some of the score lines. Who's he up against? Call him out.
It was Leo who's up against it. He obviously won 3-0. Oh, played against Cancos, 4-2 win to get into this scenario now. On the other side for Mo Albert, it was a 7-3 win against Tevdora that got him into this stage now. Corner comes in, 2 hands on it from Edwin van der Sar. Another goal gone in that Matias Bonanno game against Antonio Redea. Which way has it gone? It is a goal back for Matias Bonanno. Fresh from the Champions League.
Oh.
Just a few days ago, whereas that heartbreaking ended in that penalty on the 92nd minute against Johnny. And of course, there's no went on to win that tournament. We can go to Game C as well for a split second.
I think we're going to be dancing today. There's a lot of action going on. I see your setup. Got the 4 screens pulled up. A lot of big names, household. Results coming in. Goals being scored, some being conceded.
I just wanted to pop into this one for a split second, Mike. It's the Costa Rican player of KhazixMayJump, who is trying to really make one of his biggest achievements, you could argue, in his career, which would be qualifying for the Esports World Cup, as bodies are bundling around the box there.
He probably should have had number 2. It might have had a friendly bounce in there for him, but it was available. We see Ferdinand, Cafu. This is what we talk about. These are players that he's using at home. I know the account's unlocked. You got all the options, but you don't want to change what works for you.
Trivela cross into Haaland. Another day, that one might trickle in. Right, let's leave that game and let's jump back to our featured matchup if we can, because there has just been an equaliser in that game. Mo Albert finding an all-important equaliser there. 1-1 is the scoreline.
Drop off across the body. Nothing new, shall we say, in the competitive scene. You can actually see in the back of Mo Alba's face cam, you can see his gameplay's on display twice. Little mirror matchup. You got Tex using João Cancelo as well, which will be potentially a detriment when it comes on to the defensive end. You get a bit of an offensive trade-off there. Better footwork, better provider, better passer. Hansen with a couple step overs. And then we talked about it already, but Ronaldinho on the pitch. Kind of always been a staple if you follow Tech's career closely.
Well, goal over here as well. Matias Bonanno might have been 2-0 down. He's back at 2-2 all square.
Oh, lovely triangles again. Tiki-taka, quick passing, the dump off, the drop off, the easy finish.
Pull back for a free kick there. Chance to break away now for Mo Albert. Gets round the right side here of the defender. Wins a corner. Doesn't go directly into the box. Play short. Said then we'll try and work it in from that angle. Another goal update here. Gabarros did get a goal back. Now Palinetto back in front through this chance here of Mbappe. Defended the first one. Van der Sar goes to ground. It's not pretty. And Ronaldo, right place, right time to ensure. He could cover that one up. Bellingham, Tex, maybe thinking about finesse from that far out. Ronaldinho on the pitch as well. Not always someone you expect to see. Into Hansen!
Oh.
Did not want to go in.
I was shocked we didn't see a skill move session, setup, cancellation, something from Ronaldinho, but then the ball bounces back. You can't get a better position. Kiss the post.
It's one of them, you sort of re-roll the moment 3-4 times, you score most of it.
I think that might be a 9 out of 10. That
chance
position.
from Alba. Fake to play, I didn't need it. Well played, Tex there of Cancelo.
Good defense. You saw Mo Alba activate on the player lock. Didn't really connect. I think Tex adjusted really quickly.
Speak about adjusting to scenarios. 2-0 down, 3-2 up. Matías Bonano is in front in that one.
Crushing and crashing on that near post.
Unbelievable turnaround from him. Chance for Tex. R9 will try his best to twist and turn there. Corner comes in, Rudiger clears, gives it back into the path of De Bruyne. By that time, it was already out of play. Massive save, and the Sar. In the meantime, Umit's pulled back a goal just before half-time. A long ball over the top, Mbappe. All the time in the world, he equalises that.
And Umit looks for those. Often going to be a first-time chip-through ball from the middle of the pitch. Aim towards the striker and work it through the back line, kind of catch him flat-footed.
Haaland, step over the pretty Tex. Last kick of the first half.
That was clean. That had a certain essence to it. A lovely aroma, if you will. A couple step overs from Haaland, change of direction, drops the shoulder on the left foot, across the body. Never an issue, never a question. Maybe a little throwback text.
Well, most games are in half-time or approaching half-time. Umit is 1-1 in his matchup up against Keysar. Game B, this is live now. Matías Bonano 3-2 up, could be 3-3 from this chance here. Another corner. Corner played in, Bonano dealing with that one well. Let's leave this one for a second if we can. Let's go to game A, because Palinetto scored a third, and Gabarros has just pulled one back. That's 3-2 now. Of course, Gabarros, runner-up in the CONMEBOL Libertadores earlier this year. He has qualified for the FC Pro World Championships. It's really been his big year to announce himself to the competition. That one also very close to half-time as well. Added time of 2 minutes. Palinetto will take the last kick of the half if he can.
And I would argue before PHN kind of breaking through and not only winning nations, but of course this year as well. And we'll see what happens as the year even builds on. Palinetto really had a claim for maybe being the best Brazilian at the time. I think he surpassed some of the previous accomplishments. He's been a part of some of those achievements as well. You add in a little EMLS sprinkle, South America sprinkle, international. Always fighting for a top 10 placement worldwide. He's so nice that I think he kind of goes under the radar. His gameplay's not nice, though. It's aggressive. It's in your face. He's scoring a lot of goals. He still has that Brazilian flair.
Multiple-time world finalist as well.
Mm-hmm. That's where I was going.
Well, let's jump across to this game. Keysar MG was 1-0 up. Umit, as you saw in the highlights, has gone 2-1 up from the start. Could be on for a third here. Plays it into De Bruyne. 3-1 there. Speaking of world champions, there's one on your screen. His teammate Levy Finn unfortunately crashed out in this tournament earlier on today after being runner-up in the E-Champions League just a few days ago. But RB Leipzig will be hoping that it can be Anders Andum in that top 16. Let's jump back over to game D now. Tex against Mo Alba. Tex scored, as we said, last kick of the first 45 minutes. If you have just joined us, this is live from DreamHack Dallas now. We have already confirmed 12 players that are into the top 16 tomorrow. Which is to find 4 more in these last games this evening.
See if Mo Alba can shake this up a little bit. Today's had plenty of drama. A lot of late goals, a lot of back and forth. I don't know how many lead changes. The tale of two halves has been on the agenda. It's been something we've had to talk about. Players don't even look the same. Whether it's a formation shift, a little bit of pressure, speeding up the game, the tempo. Mo Alba probing. He's no one back. Can't lose the ball in this position. Big switch. Surely offsides.
Idea was that. Fortunately, just offside. Of course, this is the upper bracket.
Oh.
Matches. How was that?
Wow. How was that saved?
Not gone in.
I mean, point blank, Holland. Perfect cross outside of the boot. Trivella in action. A lot of beautiful trajectory. You know the target man. You know the ordeal.
Tex. There's his trademark corner. Goal back here. Kizar of Costa Rica getting a goal back in this one. Still a lot of time left to be played.
Ooh. That might be up there, Brandon. One of the best goals on the day. The stop, the cancellation, the fake of the step over into an elastico, and then the finish against Umit. World champion Umit. Oh, I would like to have that back. Freebie in the box.
Chance to break away now. Well, suddenly, it seems like there's loads of space. But Tex to try and exploit. Lovely step over there. Cancelo! Wow. He doesn't need a striker. Whew. He'll go on his own with the fullback.
That's why he's in there, Brandon. We talk about it. We criticize a little bit. We question just because of how it works on the defensive end. But Rudiger's not doing that as a fullback. Araujo's not doing that as a fullback. Ruud Hull's not doing that as a fullback. Teo Hernandez not doing that. We've seen a couple goals from him, but he's not doing that. You got the skills. You got the cut inside. You got the outside of the boot with some of the providing. You got him whistling through the defense. And you got the weak foot coming across with just a top-tier finish. A true striker's finish.
But from all people, a left back or right back, whoever you play him in your team. Let's see what we can see in some other matches as well. This is live now. Is it an equaliser for Gabarros? Let's have a look. It is indeed 3-3.
Number 16, Erling Haaland.
3-3 all square here. Game Sium, it's still 3-2 in front against Kisa. Tex 3-1 up against Mo Alba. Back over to you, Paolo-Neto.
This could be a huge upset. Just throwing it out there. I don't think anyone coming into this matchup, at least from the newspaper numbers or the paperwork, would be going against Palinetto, getting maybe a convincing win. Oh, lovely.
Mbappe. Bellingham, Gabaris now. Oh, stop it!
Oof. Again, we don't see that often. Roulette, you reach, I teach.
Well, he really enjoyed that one, and look, he is a player that has come out of the woodwork this season, the FC Pro ecosystem, qualified, as we said, for the FC Pro World Championships. There's been a goal back here, Mo Alba, only 3-2 down now to Tex.
Lovely extra pass. Nice little flare on the roulette, though. The setup's clean.
This is Matias Bernardo, was 2-0 down, 4-2 up now against Antonio Rodea. Could be on for 5.
4 unanswered.
We'll leave that one, and we'll come back to this one instead. 3-2 to Tex still. Mo Alba on the hunt for a third, runs it off the pitch.
A little heavy on the touch. I think he started eyeing up the options for the pass across or even the back post cross. Sometimes you can misjudge the dribble that's right in front of you. About time to start making changes as well. Maybe some substitutes, get some fresh legs, formation adjustments.
Tex done a lot of joy with those fullbacks. De Bruyne. A couple of his favourites in that team, including Hansen, who's on the ball now, who's always been so deadly for him in the final third. Chance to break away now. Look at the space on that right-hand side. There he is. Cancelo on the overlap. Cuts it back for Mo Alba. One more pass. What a save. He was offside anyway.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Surely offsides. Still good vision. Counterattack most definitely looked dangerous. You can see what he was tailoring, just overlapping all down the right flank. An abundance of runners.
Chance to break. Can't get that through ball. Through the gap. Remember, whoever loses this round, they're not out of the tournament. They'll just be down into that lower bracket. You lose 2 games, you're eliminated. All these players you are watching have not lost a single game yet here in DreamHack Dallas. Chance, Mo Alba on into Haaland. Aggressive tackle from Tex, but was made right. Ronaldinho is onside. Fortunately, the touch wasn't great, though. Like Tex needs another goal in this one, just to pull away completely. Is it to be that goal now?
It's going to get there.
He's been good at getting into these areas, but it's just that final part. Oh,
wow.
What's the save?
I thought Mo Alba adjusted as well. He saw the goalkeeper movement, went across the body.
Well played.
Every part of that was good money.
Goal here. Is it an equaliser? It is. From Kisa. Oh, no. Goalkeeper.
Petr Cech has to do better.
Back to this one now. Tex still 3-2 up. Last 4 in-game minutes. Cancelo in the air to Haaland. Well played to Hernandez.
A lot of space.
Back to you, Mo Alba. Araujo has got all the way around from right back. Maybe got a bit too confident. What's happening here? 4-4. Paulo Neto equalises against Gabaros.
Oh.
Over here. Blocked again by Araujo. Tex defending well with everything that's being thrown at him. And still surviving.
He's out.
Chance to break away. Chance to conclude the game if he wants to. Haaland round the goalkeeper. Tex will be one game away from a top 16 here in DreamHack Dallas.
Moab was not happy. He had his chances. It's got to be said. A couple big breaks in the box. Didn't go for him.
Well, I'm just looking across the board here. We've got a 3-3 in one game, a 4-4 in the other. This one, of course, Matías Banana looking to join his teammate Tex in their grand final of their bracket.
Oh.
There is a goal back there for Antonio Redea.
Might have one opportunity to press him as well. We've seen the struggle, all competitors, to hold the ball, to see out games, to have game management. And they had different approaches to it as well. Some are going forward, some are trying to sit in the midfield, others in the back. We've seen the goalkeepers getting involved.
Well, extra time will be played between Kisar and Umit. Those are the scores. I can confirm full-time result. Tex beating Mo Alba. And very soon to be potentially a full-time result there between Banana and Redea. They are still in their game. About 3 in-game minutes left. Extra time is being played by Kisar and Umit. And is this one going to extra time? We'll find out.
Main stage has lived up to the hype. No blowouts, no big stretches. Nothing slow moving, a lot of goals. Both ways, both sides. Plenty of firepower.
Palanetto looking to clutch up. Oh, went all the way through.
He went for a dummy there. If you delay the dummy, so if you do it relatively late, it'll catch on as a first touch in a lot of those circumstances. So that's what Palanetto was trying to do. Just maybe slightly mistimed.
Cruyff, Vitinha, Gabarros, last kick of the game made for him. Cruyff, shot blocked. Full-time result in the other game. It is going to be a big win for Matías Banana, 4-3 after being 2-0 down. He goes through. Man City players up. One game away, both of them, from a top 16.
Surely a switch to the right back. There it is.
Extra time over here as well. Or not. Yep, extra time. Well, you can just see both players there, Palanetto and Gabarros both flying in. From Brazil all the way here to Dallas to make this tournament happen.
Again, to a certain degree, I almost say this is Palanetto's second home. Maybe not Dallas in particular, but when he comes stateside, the results speak for themselves. I don't think there's a more winning player in competitive history in the U.S. that, like, on U.S. soil.
There isn't. He's been dominant, hasn't he? And he's been at the forefront of everything.
You name a LAN event, and if Palo is showing up to it, and it's stateside, it's going to be trouble.
And so far to the point where every year Atlanta are like, yeah, re-sign again, yeah, we'll sign you again.
He's ingrained with the club. You also see Team Hullet from a coaching staff perspective. A lot of Palonetto's training has also happened under Team Hold It, even though he's not signed to Team Hold It, so to speak. But he's kind of in that development or practice. I don't know what we want to call their academy, programming, friend list.
Just involved, isn't he?
Acquaintances. How do you want to do this? I got this. I can keep going.
A couple of times he's been out in the Netherlands as well in boot camps before big tournaments.
They like Paolo. Paolo likes them.
Lauren James coming onto the pitch by the looks of it. Lofted in into Haaland, plays the one more. Gabarros.
That's nice.
That is really silky.
Everything about that's good money. Little step over, takes the space, the lob. I thought you might take it down with Haaland. Knocks it down first time with the header. Easy finish for Vinny Jr. Nothing to complain about. It's perfect as a counterattack. Gives you a little bit of a mix-up, some mixology, if you will. The extra touch just solidifies the goalkeeper movement's not going to matter.
Well, extra time isn't only happening in this game. It's also in the match between Umit and Kisa. We'll stay with this one till half-time. Unless there's a goal now. Gabarros! 2-goal cushion. Let's leave him to it for a while.
It's lovely work again. Entry pass, overlapping run, timing, the release point. The finish was almost secondary because the setup was so good.
Over here now, Kisa against Umit. Here comes Umit now. Oh no, and lofts it in. You know where that's ending. Czech does well.
Makes himself big.
Still, again, another save.
Good goalkeeper movement on the second attempt there. The first one, I think, it is what it's going to be. Point blank range. Haaland as the target man. It's a brilliant reaction.
Umit lofted it again, this time R9, the player that's there, and it's wide.
And Umit can't be happy about that. 0 for 2 on route 1 options, high priority, put him in first class, goals that we see time in and time out. Also the right matchup. Haaland and R9, and in those situations, going up against João Cancelo, not only should be winning the header, you should be scoring the goal. It's the proper isolation. Oh,
hello.
Ball.
Chance to break away, all the time in the world. Has to score, he will.
Had to be coming. And again, that is a trademark of Umit. Passes it back and forth in the midfield while triggering the striker or the forward run, and then you go over the top.
Let's jump across the game A. 6-4. Gabarros is leading Palonetto.
Paolo's going to have to give us something to make this interesting. If he can get one before the second portion of extra time, takes a little pressure, takes a little steam.
Goal before half-time would certainly shake things up a lot better for him.
It's good defense. You got Musiala on the pitch. That's the first time I've seen him over the weekend as well.
Done well to break the lines there. Reverse Elastico was pretty from Palinetto.
You would have bet on that finish. Opens up the space. Fantastic reactions from Van der Sar. Point blank range.
CR7 at the back post. Cleared away, half-time extra time there. Let's jump back over. This one's also about to go into half-time extra time. Kisa. Showing has the last attack of the half. Only a goal behind. He will still have a couple of chances in this.
I see the focus on Umit's face. Don't think he's happy with the current scenario. He's made the chances, didn't get the finishes. Maybe feels hard done. A couple of them go wide. You got Petr Cech acting like a maniac.
Back live here. Kisa, could argue he's the surprise player of all of them. Nice step over acceleration boost there from it. Still Mbappe. Round one or two defenders.
He thought about it. He's seen 3 of those dinks to the back post. You can see Umit lining it up.
Hansen through for Kisa. Needs an option though. Reverse Elastico can't open up the space.
A little game management here. A couple switches of the pitch. Jude Bellingham as a right back's worth mentioning. Haven't really seen that in action. Same with Toni Kroos in the midfield.
Pull it. Does well to fight that ball back for Umit. And again. Time is ticking away for Kisa before he heads his way down to the lower bracket. Conclude it now from it. Yes, he can. 1 win away he will be from a top 16 tomorrow.
Took him to extra time, but I'm sure that he's happy with the result. Well weighted here again. Small steps. Don't want to overdo it with Holland. Got a defender chasing back. Make sure you read the goalkeeper right. Over pursues. Across the body. Extends his lead.
Well, let's jump across the game, mate. Palinetto against Gabaros.
Oh, this could be major. Palinetto likely to be dropping down.
Most definitely. Game over. 7-4 there. I'm more impressed how Gabaros has just continued to keep working, because in the nice way there's been nothing to play for South American players. There's been a couple of online cups. For example, Gabor has been working on behind the scenes there out in Brazil. I know he's tuning into the broadcast as well today, but that was a long time ago, the Conmebol Libertadores. That's not really been anything to play for a lot of these guys, so clearly that's been working away. And he's brought one hell of a performance here. Hasn't needed to drop down to the lower bracket. He'll be in a grand final And they'll be 1 win away from a top 16. Full-time result there. Also going to be a full-time result very shortly as well in the Umit game. Umit 6-3 win. A lot of people asking for Crack Haber to be on broadcast. This next round will feature him. Takes on Neat, I believe.
And from here on out, everything's an elimination game. The final of the elimination games.
Down to the lower bracket for Paolo Neto, down to the lower bracket for Keesa. And there we have it. Round 1 of this second part of this evening's broadcast from Dallas, Texas is concluded. 4 players into their grand final of their bracket, 4 down to the losers bracket. FG things are starting to tee up, as Mike said. It's just Elimination FC from here on out.
Elimination FC from here on out, indeed. The players that we've just watched have not been eliminated as of yet, but wow. What a first round of fixtures that was, Casey.
Yeah, what a first round it was. Very, very exciting to watch. Here we have the highlights of Tex versus Mo Alba, which did end up 4-2. Couple amazing goals here. Mo Alba on the attacks into Caroline Graham Hansen to Mbappe. Tex has an answer. He sends it back to Joao Cancelo into Holland. Cross the goal. Green timed. Again, Tex on the attack. Joao Cancelo skills it in. Across the goal. He loves the across the goal. Mo Alba does have 1 more goal in him here. Heads it down to Holland. Extra pass in to Caroline Graham Hansen. And here we have Holland all the way to the goal. For the Man City man, he does take it. Tex.
Yeah, the keeper was in no man's land. We are joined by Tex on the host desk. New look with the glasses.
The glasses, man. Do you like them?
I like them. I think you suit them.
They're nice.
Thank you, thank you. Well, I'm 3-0 with glasses, so it might need to stay right now.
Yeah, let's talk about how today's gone so far for you then. A bit of a different experience, an old school experience, which you're used to, of course, because you've been in the scene for so long. You're sat amongst the players you're playing here in Dallas, and you've not really got the luxury of the stage to start off.
Now, down there is fishy stuff going on, man. I don't like it down there. I played 2 games, didn't feel good at all. But up there I felt a little bit better. So I like playing on stage. So hopefully I can play 1 more stage game. Well, I am playing against stage game in a bit, and I can win that as well.
So we were talking on stage about how much of a time machine that was for you to go against Mo Alba. You haven't played him in a very long time. How was that? Were you feeling like you were sending it back to like FIFA 19 days?
Nah, but obviously Mo Alba doesn't play as much anymore. So I'm thinking, mate, like Mo Alba used to be one of the best, but if he comes now, hasn't played for a while and beats me, it's embarrassing. I play every day and he don't play no more. So I thought I have to win this.
Let's talk about your preparation. Obviously you're part of Man City Esports, and they put a lot of time into everything they're doing. How have they prepared for this tournament?
Well, we've been down in Manchester for the boot camp. Played a lot of FC. Been enjoyable. Went on the city parade on the bus, which was decent. It was okay, I guess. And yeah.
So you were on the city parade on a bus, celebrating their title?
No. I'm celebrating the E-Premier League
right.
win. Know that and note that down. The E-Premier League win.
What was that experience like? Because esports has grown so much, and Man City put so much into the esports scene. To be on your own bus, celebrating a title in front of thousands of fans around Deansgate,
yeah.
What was that like?
Well, what was your experience like? I was on a bus with a load of randoms. You was on the bus with the players, so let's ask you. How was your experience?
Can you believe Casey's just switched the question completely to me? It was very good. I enjoyed it very, very much. And I also enjoyed seeing you celebrate the E-Premier League. It's been a good season for you guys, though, hasn't it?
Yeah. Obviously, we won the E-Premier League, which was the big one, the one that we had to win. And then after that, ECL didn't go too well for me, but Matty did well. So I'm hoping to bounce back and have a good tournament here and then come top 2 tomorrow.
So talk to me. It's been a couple of weeks since ECL. What has that looked like for you since you probably went home? Did you instantly start grinding friendlies because you knew you had this in a couple of weeks, or did you take a couple of days rest? How did that go?
Well, it always depends. If I have a good tournament, I feel like no need to practice. I just put my feet up for a few days and just try and record some videos and not actually play. But it was an embarrassing experience, ECR. I did really bad. So I said to everyone, yeah, I'm going to take a few days off, but I didn't. The day after, I was in lobbies. I changed a few things. I changed my camera angle and just a few things just for a mental reset. And practices are going really well, but unfortunately, I haven't played the game for about 4 days before today because I had to travel and there's no practice. But
do you ever feel like as pro players that you can sometimes be rusty? Because we speak to a lot of them, and sometimes they're just like, no, I'll just turn up, I play, I know what I'm going to do. But other people love to practice. You've just said sometimes you take time off if you have a good tournament, but coming into it, not playing here for 4 days, and then having to go into the environment that you're in, is it sometimes a little bit difficult for you? Yeah,
I'm a guy that, like, depending on how practice goes, depends how my tournament goes. Like, it never used to be, but as I've got older, that's the way it's been. For example, very first Pro Open, my practice went well, I went 7-0. And then week 1 Pro Open, it didn't go well. I lost every game. Week 2 Pro Open, it went well. I won every game. And then ECL, spent my whole week losing every single game in warm-up, so I knew it was going to go bad. But this has gone well with practice that we had a week ago.
So since you're now undefeated, you get to sit back and watch the lower bracket happen. You either will go against Tevdora, Seba Luoni, or Moaba might make his way back up. Do you have a preference on anyone that you want? Since you just beat Mo, do you want it to be him, or do you prefer one of the other two?
I don't really care. Boring answer, I don't really care. If I play well, I should win. So I'll just focus on myself playing well. But I won't go watch any of it. My heart starts pounding a bit too fast.
Do you sit back? So you won't watch the opponent's games at all, or?
Nah, I get nervous. I don't like having like a high heart rate. It gets me a bit stressed out. So if there's any comp FIFA on, I try not to watch any of it because I get a bit scared.
So where are you going to go now then? Because here we are, and it's quite full on. There's screens everywhere. There's pros everywhere. There's not really much place for you. I mean, at other events you have players' lounges and stuff like that. So what's the plan now for Tex? You're just going to go because you've got a bit of time?
It's a good question. Probably go to the toilet a few times. It happens every time. I don't know. I couldn't tell you.
And a word on your partner, Matty, as well. He won as well his featured match. It's a possibility that you guys could be going against each other on Sunday in the last 16. You obviously spend a lot of time together. Talk to me about his qualities as a player.
He's got a lot of qualities. It's changed over the years. He used to be a really good defender and not so good attacker, but now I think he's good at everything. And he's leveled up a little bit, and he's playing really, really, really good at the moment. Obviously, he got top 4 at ECL, so he went 2-0 down, I think, in that game there. I heard it like on the headset, and yeah, you don't expect him to lose even when he's 2-0 down. So yeah.
Well, Tex, congratulations. We'll be seeing you a little bit later on. The power's in your hands now, though, because you have to lose twice.
No, listen, if I lose twice, you'll catch me on this commentating couch every single tournament. I'll be gone. I don't want to lose twice.
Right, well, we hope you don't. All the best, mate. Thank you for joining us on the hostess. That was the thoughts of Tex. Casey, the first round was very, very good from a Man City Esports point of view. Let's take a look at the results of the featured matches. Matty won 4-3. Umut as well. RB Leipzig are doing so good in the esports scene right now. And Umut won 6-3, and then a win for G Barros as well.
Definitely. And it wasn't easy for Umut. He did take that game into extra time. We had Paulo Neto going down to Guy Barros in extra time as well. Bonanno coming out on top. Tex coming out on top, which means that Manchester City Esports coming out on top on that round.
Yeah, and RB Leipzig as well coming out on top. They seem to be doing really, really well, RB Leipzig. We saw Anders earlier on this morning. He's still here. He's still watching his teammate Umut. There's something about these esports organisations, and we've seen it with Team Hullet as well. We've seen it with Ajax and stuff like that. They're putting a lot of time into it, and it seems to be paying off.
It is, and it's interesting to note that with teams like this, they also have other games going on in this exact location as well. So, for example, Manchester City Esports also has Fortnite going on, and so it's cool to see the family of esports coming together, because I'm sure behind the scenes they're all preparing. I know it's different games, different mindsets going into it, but you have that camaraderie going into very competitive days.
And it's really incredible to hear from Tex saying that he was on a tour bus, a parade bus for esports, which is probably only going to get bigger and bigger in the future. Hopefully for Man City and hopefully for other esports teams around the world. Let's take a look at the brackets then, shall we? Let's see where we stand. All of the players that just lost, they are not out as of yet. We will go first to the man who's in the final, bracket D from the Group 4. Tex is there already. Moaba's not out yet though, is he, Case?
He is, but he will drop to that lower final bracket. He will have to sit back for one round. First up, we do have the lower semi-final game, which will be Tevdora versus Seba Luoni, which in my opinion could go either way. Winner of that one will be going up against Moaba in bracket D.
Yeah, bracket D is there for you to see. And then let's move on to the next bracket then, shall we? Bracket A. And it's Zubaros in the final. What a player. 8-4 win. But his opponent again goes to the lower final.
Yes, Paolonato will be dropping down to the lower bracket. He'll wait for a round to figure out who his opponent will be. It will either be Cracked Heber or Neat. I've been following along in the track, and there are a lot of Cracked Heber fans, and so it is about to be time. Get ready. He will be playing here shortly, and he will be going up against one of the best skillers in the world, Neat.
Yeah, we've got a bit of a slight delay with the players, but we will get you there as soon as they are ready. Let's take a look at the next bracket then, shall we, whilst we are here. And it's bracket B. Matty Bonanno from Man City Esports. A 4-3 win in a game that was really, really close. We could potentially see them face off against each other later on.
We could, and if that does happen, there will potentially be a bracket reset. If you guys do not know how that will work, is that he will pop back up. If he does beat Bonanno, it will reset because every player can only lose one game. If that does happen, they'll be on the same playing field. We will see if that happens though, because first up we do have the lower semifinal game, which will be between Footwiz Ethan and IX Resende, which in my opinion, this game in the lower semifinal bracket is very entertaining, and I'm very excited for this one.
Yeah, Footwiz Ethan, which means Jay Denman is back in the building, and he will be coaching him like he's been doing with all the Footwiz talent. They're doing a great job at Footwiz HQ. We're also, let's take a look at another bracket if we've got one more to look at, which we have bracket C, which is, well, an interesting one because Umut is in the lower final.
He is. He is dropping down to... I don't believe that is true.
No.
Don't believe that is true.
Yeah,
that is
that's
incorrect.
Not true.
Umut is in.
Yeah, we'll take that bracket. We'll take the bracket off the screen because Umut has won and Umut is in the final. And it's the other way round. But it's with great pleasure to say we are joined by a very, very special guest here on the studio. He's taken Mike LaBelle's place for the moment. We're joined by Gravison. Caster, competitor, lost 10-1 today.
Okay, so that's what I'm getting. That's what I'm getting.
He's doing us a favour, all right? Don't welcome in like that, FG. One thing I will say about Gravison, he is the only player I know that plays in loafers.
Yeah.
He's got leather loafers on.
That's me.
And he's playing in a competition. I spoke to you earlier, Grav. Obviously, commiserations for how it ended. I came into the venue. You were sitting next to Anders. And then half an hour later, you were playing against Anders.
Yeah, that was it.
Yeah.
So in the first match I played against Joxan, which I think I haven't played for 5 years or something, because I remember I played against him in 2019. So it was really fun to play against Joxan. But then I knew if I bet Joxan, which I did, I was playing Anders. And Anders was just chilling. Like, he was looking at me, you know, I'm going to destroy you, right? I was like, yeah, kind of.
I mean, Grav has played me before in FC24 and has absolutely destroyed me without even trying. Anders did the same to you, but the thing that was amazing for me and Casey to see was how happy he was after losing 10-1.
Oh,
yeah.
I was so happy. I mean, I'm telling you, it was just like, I was playing Anders, and Anders, I think he scored the 7th goal or something like that. He started greeting at me. It was just like,
right next to you as well.
yeah. It was just so funny.
I'll be honest, Grav. I saw it at 3-1 in like the 30th minute. I left and went, oh, unfortunately, Grav probably lost again. What happened? How did we get to 10?
So, but in the first half, it was kind of even in a way. So I played well. I did have a couple of chances, and I think I conceded the 4th goal in the last kick of the first half. But then the second half, Jesus Christ, get that off the books.
He's just relentless, though, isn't he?
He is, and the thing is, he was complaining about, like, he wasn't liking the players, he wasn't liking something, but he was scoring goals every single time. So yeah, that was it. But it was really fun. It was really fun, and the whole, I mean, it was just like having, for example, Shorty was right next to me, Edu was coaching me, I was playing just beside Sanders. It was just like such a fun tournament. I feel really blessed to be here, no way.
And we feel really blessed to have you here, and we're going to see a lot more of you and Brandon on the casting. But for now, we're going to take a short break. Yes, welcome back to DreamHack Dallas. My name's FG and I'm joined by KC Gravison and Brandon. What a round of fixtures we have got to come. Let's take a look at the featured matches as our players get ready for the next round of fixtures. Gravison, we've got some sensational matches, haven't we?
Yeah, especially we have Krakever against NIT, which is a rematch because they played in the winner bracket a couple of hours ago. Ethan against Resendek, which could have been a match we would probably see back in 2020-21, but they are playing here. Young against Tidmir, another kind of clash between a Brazilian and a German player, and then Tep Dora, against Seba Luoni, which is his only chance of keeping the season alive. So let's see what happens today.
Yeah, let's see what happens indeed. Our games are starting very, very soon. Brandon, let's talk about Foot with Ethan, shall we? I mean, we're all these matches are lower semis, so the players who lose are going home.
Absolutely. I mean, look, this is elimination FC now, and for a lot of players, they will not get a second chance to get back here.
Somebody stop that guy. Javi, stop, please. Stop it.
You know what? I have so much love for Javi, the way he's actually interacting with the camera. That's what you want your coach to be like, right?
No, you want him to be laser focused, not smiling to the camera. Javi, come on. Para. But you can see Nid here in Dallas. He hasn't played good comparing to the way he played, for example, in the Champions League or even in the FC Pro qualifiers, but either way, he still has a long way to go if he wins this match.
Yes, if he wins this match indeed. We will leave it to you, our casters, Brandon Smith, and a very special guest, Gravison.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, FG and Case. Well, we're into round 2 here in our evening session in DreamHack Dallas. Jaime Alvarez joins me in the commentary booth for this one, especially mainly to keep a close eye on that neat gamer, a teammate of yours, Gravison, a player you know better than most. He plays against Krakeber, and there's a lot of Mexican fans in the chat that are crying out for that game.
Of course, Krakeber is such a big person in Mexico, but he's going to have a tough match because I actually coached it. This is good from Dembele? No. I actually coached Nate in the game against Krakeber, and he started losing the game 2-0, Nate, but then he found a way to just keep scoring goals and keep going for the attack, and Krakeber didn't have an answer really. So let's see what happens now. I think he has to change a couple of things up because with the way he played in the winner bracket, I don't think it's going to be enough.
So it's actually a rematch, isn't it?
Yep.
They played early today, 5-4 win for Nate against Krakeber. Krakeber then had to go down to the lower bracket where he had to win 2 games. Just say 3 games in a row to get himself back into this scenario now. The winner of this will play against Paulo Neto. And then the winner of that one will play against Gabarros. We're going to jump around all the games as best as we can. There has been a breakthrough in Game A, the game we've been talking about. As soon as we can, we'll show you where that goal has come from. Game A, which way has it gone? Is it Neat or Krakeber? And it is Krakeber that leads by 1-0 in this one, Gravison.
Crazy goal, especially with the player locks. He's been utilizing them for pretty much the whole day, and it's really a unique way to use them because you expect player locks when you're switching up the play in the way Hessers did in the Serie A, for example, or you expect player locks maybe on crosses with the whip cross into the area plus. But he does them different in a way with the midfields, kind of similar in the way that Brighton did it back in the EPrem, which makes sense, but it's really hard to do, and sometimes you overdo the player locks. But it's working out well for him because he's now on a 4-win streak in the loser bracket, so it's working out well for him.
How do you think it fares for players as well, Gravison, those that go down to the lower bracket early on? Because you are right, you just play non-stop, you win, you win, you win, compared to maybe someone who drops down to the lower bracket later on into the day.
It's hard. For example, I think I played 3 games in a row in the loser bracket, and I actually asked the referee to go to the toilet.
And he said no.
He said no because there were no time. We were running a bit behind, so you completely understand. But for a player, that's kind of frustrating because you're not in the right zone to start the match in a way. But I mean, the broadcast has to go on. It makes sense. Now I understand it. Back in the days, I didn't. But sometimes when you have to play 3 or 4 matches in a row, you cannot go to a toilet. You cannot go and catch some breath air. It's hard. It's really hard for a player.
Well, this is interesting as well, because this is also a rematch too. The beauty of the double elimination bracket is that there will be a lot of rematches. They played early today, Gravis, and Young won 9-1.
Wow.
I mean, I can probably assure you it won't be the same scoreline, but it's just interesting how these repeated matchups always seemingly come about.
I remember back in, I think it was 2021, Didmir played the E-Club with Daniel Aguilar, which in his breakthrough season. And he's one of those players that, in my opinion, doesn't get the credit he deserves. Didmir, I mean.
Did you say that Didmir played with Daniel Aguilar?
Yeah, the E-Club for, I think the esports club was called Zeta Gaming Esports.
Because that's a bit of a different connection there, is it, between the two players?
It is, because I don't think Didmir's play speaks English, and Danny didn't speak English as well, so that was something.
They just spoke FC between them.
Yeah, that was it.
Breakthrough here, Sebeleone. Expect him to get loud if he continues in this form. Up by a goal to nil. Player had a great run in the Common Boy Libertadores earlier this year. There's also a breakthrough here as well. Young with the first goal here. He beat him 9-1 earlier today.
What is Guibarros doing behind? He's waiting for his opponent because he won the winner bracket in his group, and now he's chilling, helping Young to do the same thing. But that's something I really like about this kind of tournaments. Like, you'll be playing, for example, I was playing this morning, then I was helping Nid, now I'm here commentating. Guibarros just played, like, what, 20 minutes ago? Now he's helping Young do the same thing, so it's just breeds FC in a way.
How does it help as well having someone sit behind you that's maybe not a standard coach, but more of a fellow pro player?
It's hard. Wow, that player lock. Oh, what a finish. I mean, we were talking about the player locks that Krakever was using, and that's the way he just changes angles. It works really well for him with the way he opens up angles and spaces. But yeah, answering the question you were referring to, it's different because I've been working with Diego and with Javi for pretty much the whole season, so they know the way I play, they know what they can say, what they can't say, but it's harder for Edu, for example, because he was just helping for a morning. He doesn't know what I like, what I don't like, so it's definitely better to have a coach that can help you throughout the whole season. But, for example, I think Edu helped me through a couple of matches that I don't think I would have won without him. So I think when you're on your own, it's really hard, because it's just you kind of... The adrenaline is so high and there's so many things happening that sometimes you don't see things that might be easy for someone else. It doesn't have to be like a high standard coach. Just like someone who is not at the level of adrenaline that you are.
I can sort of have a different outlook on the game.
I would love to have you coaching me someday,
yeah.
Brandon. Yeah. Do you think that would make sense?
I think we might lose 21 to Anders if I was coaching you. We need to turn our attentions to game D for a split second, then we'll go to game A. Game D first and foremost. We've had an all-important equaliser here. Tevdora.
Oh, that's unlucky.
Getting one back. It came from this. Haaland was able to pick up the ball after quite a fortunate bounce back. If we can go to game A after this one. Big chance.
Oh.
Equaliser. We call that one live.
What a finish. What a finish by Ousmane Dembele. 5 stars, weak foot.
We need to talk about this, Grav. There's going to be a lot of very happy Crackhaber fans in the chat. 3-0 he leads. Knee is not at this at all, Grav. What is going on?
This is going to be tough for the Need to come back, because as I remind you people at home, in the game of winner bracket, Crackhaber started winning 2-0. So now he scored not only 2 but 3. And I think Need at the moment, he wasn't playing really well. He has been pretty much not practicing as... Whoa! Guibarros enjoyed that one. But Need, since E-Champions League a couple of weeks ago, he hasn't been trained that much. So it's going to be tough for him, and he'll be playing Sweden. He needs to turn it up a bit.
Well, a game that we haven't spoken at all about is this one. It deserves some eyes on it. Ethan against Resende. It's crazy to think that a few years ago they were teammates in the E-Club World Cup.
They were.
For Team 11s. There was no English spoken between them, I don't think, but they just spoke the same love of FC back then. I mean, look, they've had lots of interesting games as well, Footwiz and Ajax, over the years. There was the E-Club last year where there was a penalty shootout between Resende, P8 Zin, Of course, Nick, Sneb and Ethan, they always seem like they have really tightly contested games. That's the first breakthrough in that one. 50 minutes in, Ethan in the lead.
They were runner-ups that year, or did they win the whole thing? Can't remember. It was in Milano, right?
They're runners-up.
Runners-up, yeah. Can't remember who won
RB
that
Leipzig.
Oh. That's a brilliant defense by Araujo, an item that I have enjoyed so much. I'll talk about this in a minute.
Sebeliani back in front, 2-1 up, the man from Argentina. Leaping above the rest there with Erling Haaland. That's 2-1 there. I mean, if you are watching this from around the world and you're in the chat, let us know what game you want to see. I've got a good feeling you might be putting us to one certain game. Crackhaver is 3-0 up. We're going to try and show maybe some slightly more contested games.
Beautiful.
In the meantime. 3-1 to Young over here.
And he seems to be chilling Haaland, the same as Guibarros in the background. And Young did a spectacular job back in January in FC Pro, in those finals against Anders, in which he could have eliminated Anders in just the last kick of the game, if you remember, from the people watching at home. But I think Young is one of those players that are not spoken about enough, especially in the way he attacks with the sprint dribbling. I love the way he uses that, especially combining it with the flare nutmeg cancel. I think he was one of the only players that started utilizing them back in January, and now we're seeing pretty much everyone using that. So,
and we will jump across games. Yep, this isn't contested anymore, so we'll go and have a look at this one that is a little bit more contested.
Nice control.
1-0. Ethan leads over here at the moment against Resende. Remember, these are all elimination games.
Unlucky. Ethan has struggled a bit this year, especially in La Liga FC Pro Finals. He lost against Ranerista in a game that really killed his confidence for a while, but now he's back on track, playing now against Resende. So I think this game is huge for him.
Gravison, close your eyes. We're going over to game A.
Oh.
Just for a replay, if we can give it to you. Close your eyes. Well, this is live now. What is going on? Haber, 4-0 up. Fair play. He is cruising.
4-0.
But for Nee, the levels that he offers, they're nowhere to be seen at the moment.
No, not really. I mean, we did see him in E-Champions League playing so well. Now this is a good chance.
Oh!
And maybe a start of something.
No, enjoy that one in the chat. Crackhaber leads 5-0 in 40 in-game minutes.
Wow. This replay of the match between Paul.
Dittmere getting a goal back there for Young.
Yeah.
He is cruising at the moment. Nee, unfortunately, nowhere to be seen.
No, not really. I mean, the Ducks fans probably are not happy at the moment. Maybe they are in a way because Real Madrid won the final, but if we're talking FC, they won't be happy at all.
Perfect start there. Over to you, Resende. I haven't really got to see too much of him this year. Outside of the Condeboy Libertadores. I can imagine it's been obviously quite hard as well when your teammate's PH in, and he's been pretty dominant this year. Across the board for Ajax, a very strong season so far.
That's
a handful of players in the FC Pro World Championships already. PH invited to the Esports World Cup finals in Riyadh. FC Pro World Championship spots, as I said. FC Pro Open champion, Eredivisie winners. I mean, they can't really ask for more, I don't think, from their players. Even Max coming through and getting top 16 for tomorrow.
Not really, no. I mean, they've playing really high level of competitive FC for the last 6 months, let's say.
Ethan looking for a second. Vitinha.
This is good.
Then dinking it into the air. The idea was to try and get R9 into the possession.
But I think Ethan is finding himself in a good spot. Defensively, he's been defending really well at the moment. And we'll talk about just that in a second, because it seems like that's the 6th, yep.
Oh my, goal 6.
Wow.
We've seen some big scorelines here in Dallas, but on the stage, this one could be the biggest we've seen.
Especially in the first half. I mean, it's just 40 minutes played, so surely he can come back if he starts playing better in the second half, but it really seems like Need is nowhere to be found at the moment.
Resende. Time to bring it down there of Haaland.
Nice defense. Nice defense. Ethan is defending really well at the moment, which is not easy to do when your opponent is building up slowly, as Resende is doing.
What's the key then to defending that well, especially when you see it suddenly just go in the air, the ball, when you know where? It's what the game plan is. You're looking for flick downs.
It's hard because you gotta be chilled in a way. You gotta be as cool as you can, because you don't need to switch much, player switch I mean manually, but the 1 or 2 player switch you gotta do have to be really precise, because if not, then the knockdown is gonna come and R9 is gonna score. But you don't gotta player switch as much, it's just gotta be precise.
Chance, R9 finds Pateas through the right channels. Resende still waiting for the right opportunity to try and strike a goal back. Still Resende now, well played again, Bastoni in the way.
Yeah, maybe he could have passed the ball to R9, which was free inside the box, but it's easy to say as a commentary, because you know, I know as a player, sometimes you don't see those things.
Goal here, equaliser for Ditmir. 3-3 against Young. Young
up. That's on goal right there. I didn't see that pass coming.
I don't think Young did either, but Ditmir did. Goalkeeper, that's brave. Teo Hernandez making sure that one's gone out of play.
Surely that wasn't necessary, but okay.
And in time of 1 minute, Ethan will get the last kick of the half. Vinicius. Reversal has to go, falls back to R9. He's going to take that.
And that really is frustrating for Resende, because you're playing one of those matches that it's going to be probably a really close score. So you were holding possession for 15 minutes or even more, and now in the last kick of the first half, he defended well in a way, but the rebound fell into R9. That was a really good first time control by R9, and now you're losing 2-0. Tough for Resende.
Back over here for a split second. Young against Ditmir, 3-3. As we said, Krakhaber 6-0 up for those that are asking about his results. Well played, Van der Sar.
As we can see at the moment, you were talking about it, Krakhaber is just playing really well at the moment. I mean, 6-0, the way he's building up the play at the moment. Frimpong is going to cross that in a second. Wow. Maybe not R9 scoring, but it seems like he's controlling the game, really. He's controlling the tempo, and it seems like he learned from his mistakes in the first game in the winner bracket against NIT, and now he's crushing. Yeah, that's that.
Just been translating a few of the words in the chat that have been coming in. Didn't realise what half of them meant.
Vamos, portarse bien conmigo, amigos latinos, que soy buena gente.
Back over here, 3-3. The game is over, no need to show us. Someone in the chat says, well, there's a lot of Krakhaber fans that want to know what he's doing. Game A, there's been another goal. Guess which way it's gone? Have a guess. Oh, it's Krakhaber.
Yeah, it makes sense. And again, that's
7-0.
The precision of that player lock, because as I mentioned, sometimes it's not about being quick or something, it's just the timing, and the timing was good, but just he opened up the space just, I would say, a meter, something like that, which would open then the pass into, I think it was Mbappe. That was a really, really good player lock. A player lock we haven't been seeing that much in these stages of the game, but it's working out fine. Grande Gravesen, we love Gravesen. Os quiero también, amigos mexicanos. I love you as well, Mexican fans. I really do. But what I'm not loving is NIT losing 7-0 to Krakhaber. That's a tough result.
Chance. Corner for Ditmir.
I would say Van Dijk, in my opinion, this version of him, He's probably the best centre back at the game, which could have been argued, but he's just so strong with the playstyles as well.
And it comes!
Oh!
And Haaland will deliver as always.
And the comeback is on its way, really. I mean, he was losing the game 1-3, I think it was. Now he's leading 4-3. And that's why, I mean, Mike talked about it for pretty much the whole day yesterday. Set pieces are so important, and set pieces win tournaments in a way. And we saw that last week in the Champions League. We did see that in the FC Pro as well. We've seen that in so many World Championships. When a game is so tight, sometimes set pieces make all the difference in the world, and didn't we learn from that? For sure.
Well, I hope Palinetto is ready, because Palinetto will be playing against Krakhaber. It was 7-0 up, conceding a goal so far. Winner of that, of course, will then play Gabarros later on in this bracket.
What a bracket. I mean, Nit, Gibarros, Krakhaber, Paulo Neto. That's some level. That could have been like, I don't know, maybe a World Championship tournament, really. And it's the Saturday bracket. It's crazy.
Well, so many names that haven't even made it onto the broadcast today, Gravison. Goes to show how.
That's me, yeah.
Of course, it's me. Oh, yeah, not just you. I think there's about 50 others that haven't.
I don't think, for example, did Levy play in the stream?
Levy Finn?
No.
No.
Yeah. Well, both,
Levy Finn didn't.
Both Levies.
Levy DeVere, unfortunately, didn't.
That's two of them. I mean, they're two of the best players in the world, but that's the level of FC we have right here.
Update. Neat has arrived. 68 minutes too late, unfortunately.
Yeah, too late. I mean, it's just 21 minutes left, 7 goals. Well, 6 now, but no chance.
Chance for Young.
Ah!
Corner.
Wrong post, I think. Wrong post, I think.
To be played. Over here, Resende.
Offside, yeah.
Offside. This is live now. Ethan still 2-0 up as it stands. And the winner of this game will play against Antonio Radea, virtual Bundesliga champion last year, who was actually more of a coach this season alongside Levy Finn. Been a big part of his success this year. He had in the virtual Bundesliga and the Champions League, runner-up in both of those tournaments. Qualified for the FC Pro World Championships also this year too.
Nice defense by Ethan. It seems like the defensive width is really, really, really small. I think it's going to be like 20, 25, something like that, because he's so tight. It doesn't seem like there's much space. I mean, it's similar to the tactics that Johnny used just on Wednesday to win the Champions League. And this could be good. I think this could be direct.
It's a great opportunity.
Yeah, probably for Haaland. What a nice touch by. Oh, 4-3-3. The second variation, I think, was it? Oh, I would love to see that back. I don't think it was 4-3-2-1 or 4-2-2-2 or something. I think it was 4-3-3. I don't know which variation. Somebody clipped that.
Formation.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen that this year.
Well, let's jump over to game C for a split second. Corner coming in. Saved by Van der Sar. Got 2 out on the rebound as well. Another goal back there for Neat. 7-2 now.
Yeah, but too late, it seems. Seems
yeah,
like
12 minutes left in that game. The 5 goals just not happening.
Yeah. Seems like Neat is struggling after his defeat against Di Fernandez. But again, FC is really a game of momentum sometimes, and when you struggle as much as Neat did, losing that game, not only in the 90th minute, but then in the 120th as well, and then in the PKs, sometimes it's hard to come back from that. Sometimes it takes months.
Vitinha into Haaland, good save. Dittmere trying to find a 5th there.
Is there a player that surprised you this weekend?
Probably say there's a couple. He's not too far away from me now, but Adida
yeah,
played very well. Max, of course, shown what he can do on his first sort of LAN this year. We saw him briefly in the Eredivisie, but played very well, getting himself into the top 16. Yourself? Any surprises?
Have
a think about it. Didmir.
Could be Didmir. I mean, he's playing well at the moment. For me, for example, Neysat, I wouldn't say surprise, but is he the only player that resetted the whole thing and then qualified? I think he is.
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah.
Had 3 long games, didn't he, against? Very difficult dark clip. Back over here now. Footwear still in control. 2-0. Ethan in the lead against Resende.
Nice ball. With the long ball pass play style, Van Dijk will always make sure that that's a successful pass.
Rodri, Vitinha.
Nice ball.
Just opening up the channels.
Poor control by Haaland. But yeah. We've seen a goal happening in game D.
Let's see which way it's gone in game D. Is it an equaliser? It is. It's a late equaliser as well. For Dora.
It's going to be... Oh.
You know where it's going.
Yeah. I mean, it's Araujo against Haaland. Aerial plus against aerial plus, but Haaland is winning that all day long. This could be good. Giroud winning. Oh! No. He second-guessed himself with Messi, I think. Do you think he cancelled the first shot?
9-2 you just saw pop up there as well. Crack but GG's commiserations to Neat. Neat is going to be eliminated. These are all the scores on the doors as it looks now. Didmir 4-3. Tevdora against Sebelioni. Looks like it's going to be going into extra time. Potentially that 2-2. And Ethan still 2-0 up.
It's not been a good weekend for Team Ducks or for a sport team. Iron Mike got eliminated in the last final. I mean, he lost a couple of times against Team Gullit De Boer. And now Neat getting eliminated. I didn't even make the broadcast. But
yeah, you did make the broadcast, Graf.
I did.
This is the commentator.
Yeah, thank you.
That's what counts.
It really counts. I'll tell the sporting guys about that.
Yeah,
I did make the broadcast.
Any way you can, you're on. 9-2. We're waiting for a full-time result here. Congratulations, Crack but he goes through. He plays Paolo Neto in the next game on broadcast today, so don't go anywhere. He will be back on. Commiserations to Neat now, who has to put all eyes on Sweden.
He'll be playing there, so I mean it's 2 weeks of training now till Sweden, so he has time.
Big goal in D. Massive goal in game D. I said it'd make a bit of noise, Sebelioni. And he's just jumped off his chair because this has just happened. We said, are we going to extra time? No, we're not. Because the Argentine has just got a 90+2 win.
Oh! That's a clutch goal. I thought a pass was going to come in, but he decided to shoot with Mbappe. And now Sebelioni, probably the loudest player in the whole competition, is through to the next round.
GG's full-time result there. Crackhaber through. Neat eliminated. Let's jump back over to Game C. We will keep you up to date with Ethan's match as well against Resende. Just trying to tee all the games at the right time. There's just been a red card in Game C, which I think could be a penalty as well by the looks of it. Maybe not. I'm trying to work out what's happening here. There's a red card.
It's interesting to see Ethan using Rodri, tier this season version. I know Yago was using him as well, but I think he's not as strong as probably De Bruyne, Alexia Putellas, or even Vitinha, which is a surprise. I used Vitinha today. Wow, he's so good. I want to play with him at home now. So basically that in Spanish, in English means Graf, have you retired yet? No.
I thought
No.
he said that. Someone removed that from the chat as well. The moderator removed that from the chat.
Thank you.
That's very nice of them.
Thank you, moderator. You were quick enough. I mean,
He's not retired yet. He's still breathing, isn't you?
I did win 3 games today, which is not bad.
Right, what's happened here then? Dimmy's 4-3 up, but he got a player sent off. Has Young got a chance to send us into extra time? Maybe he does. Mbappe! 4-4. And you're going into extra time potentially with only 10 players on the pitch.
Wow. Will be interesting to see the replay because it was Hansen, I think, with the red card, which is interesting because Hansen might be a defender in a way, but that's a finish by Mbappe. But I would like to see that replay from Hansen. Maybe last player on the counter attack. I don't know. It's weird because you probably expected, I don't know, maybe Araujo. Oh,
this is the replay of the red card.
Replay.
Oh. Was it a red?
Direct or 2 yellow cards?
I think it was a direct red. Yeah.
Ah, ref. We're probably calling him VR at the moment. At least if I'm Dittmer. Ah.
4-4. That one potentially in extra time unless Dittmer can grab a late winner. Ethan is still 2-0 up in that game. Do not worry. You're not missing anything.
I mean, if you're playing with 10 men, a corner, that's something you want. Probably second post at the moment. Keeper's moving a bit too aggressive in my opinion.
Corner comes in for Dittmer.
What's the keeper doing?
Maybe chance to counter. 3 minutes added time whilst this is also playing as well. We got game B as well. This is game B live. Ethan looking to get a third in the game to conclude it. Elastico's nice, big save. He's going through. Let's leave it. Let's go back. Ethan through with foot whiz. Rosendo being eliminated from the tournament. Added time of 3 minutes over here. 4-4. Chance to break away for Young. Can he clutch up?
This is good.
With the last kick of the game. Lofted in. There's Haaland! And there's Young!
Wow. Everything can change in just a flick of a second. Red card, equalizer, last kick of the game, and a screamer for Haaland. Guibarros is happily using a Dennis Rodman t-shirt, screaming as well. And obviously Haaland is going to score that every day of the week. Young is through, but he still has a tough bracket coming up. And commiserations to Dittmer, because he did play a really good tournament. But it feels like that red card was just too much for him.
Full-time result there. It's heartbreak for a few players. 4 more eliminated here from DreamHack Dallas. And you look back on that, Grav. Loses possession, gets quite a fortunate bounce back to Mbappe. 87th minute that was, equaliser. And then bang, one more chance. In the 90+3, he's out.
I mean, the corner was late, so probably he could have taken it short, but I think it was the right choice to just direct it into the box and try to look for a Haaland screamer. But you can see Young now. I mean, the Brazilians are playing really good at the moment. How many of them are through to this loser bracket final? At least 3 of them, I think.
Absolutely. I mean, as you said, we've got some big games, such as Palinetto in there, Young also in there as well. But that's another game done and dusted. Grav, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much for having me.
On the commentary of the DreamHack Dallas event. We're going to pass it back to FG and Case to take you through the highlights of what we've just seen there.
Oh, where on earth do we start? Thank you so much to Brandon and, of course, the Gravison for a lovely little cameo on the host desk as we see the highlights for that fixture. And you know what it is with the esports, Casey, and with FC24, is you have to play until the last second.
You absolutely do, because one red card could be the determining factor of why you do not continue in the rest of this competition. And heartbreaking for Dittmer here, but it is Young who comes out victorious. He did have a fantastic performance here. Dittmer is on the ball. He passes it into R9. Quick pass over to Haaland, and that is in the back of the net again. We've seen these so many times.
Yeah,
so many times crossing it in directly to Haaland.
I mean, Erling Haaland is honestly the man for everybody. If you've not got Erling Haaland in your team, you need someone with aerial plus. If you're watching at home and you can't afford Erling, a bit like me, there's other options like Sorloth, etc. But Erling Haaland, you just see the importance of him, and it's great to say we are joined on the host desk by the man who just completed a sensational comeback, Young. First things first, congratulations. Do you think the red card really changed the game?
Yeah, a little bit. I think the red card probably got into his mind. But at the end, bro, this game is also a lot of crosses. And I'm a player that normally don't cross at all. But I saw like Haaland the second post, I was like, oh, I'm going to cross, I don't care. And then the goal. Now I think I'm going to play against KhazixMayJump again, the guy from Costa Rica. Yeah, it's going to be a tough game. But this game, I think the red card probably changed a little bit his mind.
No, it's interesting because you mentioned that you don't normally cross. A lot of the times you're having to adapt to the game, learn the new metas. Is that something that is happening at home? Are you practicing those sort of things? Because you're a very attacking player, and we normally see that. Lots of goals, many attacking situations, but you mentioned you added that in. Is this something that you just practice at home often?
Yeah, a lot. I like to see all the tournaments. I saw Champions League, I saw Johnny doing a lot of crosses, all the players doing a lot of crosses, so I know that my games, in the beginning of the game, it was a lot of trivelas, a lot of quick attacks, but now here we need to stay a little bit slow, do a lot of crosses. Corners as well are very good. I concede one. So the thing is, you need to adapt the game, and I think I'm good adapting the game.
Yeah, you're definitely great at adapting the game. The next question is the other side. How do you defend against Erling Haaland, and how do you defend against Aerial Plus?
Bro, I think you need just pray, bro. It's just so difficult. I play with Jude Bellingham, and right back, I think he helps a little bit, but some guys here are playing with Ronald Araujo, also Rudiger as fullback, but I try to move the keeper. I think is the best thing, but bro, the real thing is just pray, bro. Just pray.
Erling Haaland is an absolute machine on this game. It's been great to speak to you. Thank you so much for joining us. Good luck in the next round of fixtures. We have seen another round of fixtures, Casey, another round of results. Let's take a look at the featured match results. Well, we saw a massive win in the lower semi-final, didn't we?
We did, and to a lot of people, this would be an upset. I know that Gravison was on the broadcast there watching his friend Neat play, and a lot of people did not expect that. But you know who did expect that? All of the Crackheber fans in the chat, because they are loud and they are proud. He did win 9-2. Another winner on the books is Ethan, taking out Resende, which was one of our bigger matches of the day, FG.
Yeah, absolutely. Footwiz Ethan coming through, which means another win for Footwiz. They're still in, of course. Unfortunately, the players that have lost here, we have lost for the day and for the tournament as a whole. They will not be making it to Sunday. Because it's the lowest semi-final, you can only afford to lose 2 games throughout the whole thing, which includes the qualification that you guys didn't see on the broadcast before. We saw Young, we just spoke to him there, 5-4 win in a game that just looked like it was heading to extra time.
No, it's crazy how one little instance of the game, which was that red card, shifted the momentum and he was able to turn it around, because in the 89th minute, it was looking like his journey was ending there and he was able to turn around. But Young is one of those players that is constantly attacking, a very smart player. We've seen him in the FC Pro Open, we've seen him in the Libertadores. Very impressive in terms of his attack, so I'm not surprised that he was able to compete to the very end, to the very final whistle.
Absolutely, and unfortunately for Tebdora, he lost 3-2 to Seba Leone, which is great news for him, but Tebdora will be leaving the competition. Let's take a look forward then, shall we? Let's have a look at how things are looking right now. If we look at the brackets, bracket C, of course, we already know Red Bull Leipzig's Umut is in the final, and the lower final is shaping up nicely.
It is, yes. So we did just have Young versus Ditmir. Young came out of that one, so he will be going up against the Costa Rican Kesar, and then the winner of that one will be going up against Umut, which will be very difficult. We'll see if we do have a bracket reset, but we will be starting off with that lower final, which I'm excited about. Let's take a look at bracket D now.
Bracket A will head to, in fact. Sorry, my fault. Jui Barros is in the final, of course. Look, the interesting thing is, Casey, on this side of the bracket is it's so important to stress there is a possibility of a bracket reset. That final game only is a final for Jui Barros because he hasn't lost yet. If you are to beat him, you have to then go and beat him again in consecutive games. And for a man in the form he is in, he's already played Paolo Neto. He could meet him again. He beat him 8-4 in the upper final. That is some task, isn't it?
Yeah, it is a tough task. We've only seen it successfully happen twice throughout the 2 days here. We've had a couple people do it halfway, but it is very difficult to win those 2 games and reset it. But in the lower final right now, we will have Paulo Neto versus Crack Heber, which I'm very excited about. Paulo Neto competing for Atlanta United in EMLS. And I love the chat. I love the energy that we have for Crack Heber, so hopefully we'll be able to give you guys a good game there. But for Bracket B, we have a great lineup here. In the lower final, we have Redea versus Footwas Ethan. Winner of that one will be going up against Man City Bonanno FG.
Yeah, absolutely. And 2 fantastic players in that lower final. And then, like you just mentioned, go on to meet a man who's been inevitable this year on FC. He's already won the E-Premier League. He's had really good stints elsewhere as well. And it's not going to be the last we see of him. I think I fully expect Matty to potentially win this bracket. Let's move on to the next bracket then, shall we? As well, there are still some other players in the final, and bracket D is what we are heading to right now, and it's that Mantex in the final. But I'm looking at the lower final, Casey, and I'm looking at a potential rematch.
Yes, potential rematch could be happening. But first up, we do have the lower final of Moalba versus Seba Luoni, which will be an absolute battle. Winner of that will be going up against Tex. The rematch that he did mention would be Moalba and Tex, but Seba Luoni might have something else to say about that in the lower final.
Yeah, and that is the beauty of this tournament. There is possible chances of bracket resets. Yesterday we saw 4 bracket resets in the final, so look at these feature matches and expect anything. Here we are, our feature matches today. We've already spoke about the fixtures. Which one's catching your eye, Casey?
I'm looking at that Paulo Neto versus Crack Heber. Crack Heber having a fantastic, he scored 9 goals in that first one, and we've seen what Paulo Neto can do on a global scale, so I think that one is going to be a very, very good match.
Yeah, it is going to be a sensational game for you guys to watch, and it's with great pleasure to say on the host desk we are being joined by Mike, who's returned, and a very special guest in Ollie Lito. Ollie, welcome, and thank you for joining us.
Thank you so much for being here.
Well, we're looking forward to you guys looking over the featured matches together. Mike, out of the fixtures we've just seen, which one are you most looking forward to?
I kind of want to see Moalba in action again. I don't know if there's a bias there, but just because we haven't really got to see him properly at some of these events, and he's got such great history, and he told me, he's like, Mike, I'm just getting warmed up. I didn't have a lot of games before getting to Tex. I wasn't quite there yet. It took me a second to get revved up and to get going. I don't know if you feel like that. Obviously, you played in the competition, but it goes right in. There's not a big Swiss stage. There's not a lot of back and forth. If you come out, you're a little rusty. It could be the end of your tournament relatively quickly.
For sure. I think especially when everyone here, I would say, is on a really, really high level, of course. So there's like a lot of good players. And yeah, I would say it's like, of course, very, very tough coming into these kind of games. Yeah.
Which matchup are you most favoring? Because we got some good ones here. I always like to see Paolo play as well. A little surprised that he took an early loss. So, you know, we get to see him in action again, see if he's going to push through.
Yeah, I would say Antonio Radelia just played Bonanno in the winning bracket final there, and he looked really, really, really solid. So I would like to watch him a bit there, to be honest.
As a pro, Ollie Lito, I want to ask you, do you spend a lot of time looking at your opponents? Because we spoke earlier on to Tex, and he said that when he wins a game, he wants to just get away from here and not focus on anything. Do you take time watching your opponents?
I was just about to say, I think there is some players that like to do that and some people that are really not into it. I'm a very, very analytic guy, so I like to watch my opponents before and to see what I can do against them, basically. Yeah.
Well, the matches have started, so we will head over to Mike and Ollie Lito. Enjoy this one, and we'll see you soon.
No, perfect. Let's get underway. So we do have the Moalba matchup going up against Seba Luoni.
And Mike, we have a very, very early goal here. I think it was almost an own goal there, even from Moalba's defender, to cause him to score.
Yeah, opposite approach, or what Moalba would like to see for sure. You want to get off to an ambitious start. If anything, it's straight from kickoff. And we've seen the difference that Howland constantly makes as well. Is he the most important player? It seems like that, because you just target him throughout all the games.
I would say so. He brings a lot of you know, important stuff into the game, especially that aerial plus play style. Obviously, there's been a lot of chat about Anders not playing with him. But then again, when I was watching Anders play today, and obviously he qualified, he was actually playing with Haaland again. So, I mean, it just shows that Haaland, I think, is the main man on this game, for sure.
I brought it up with Brandon, and I was saying, I think we're at a point, and it's never been like this in previous iterations, you have to have a target man.
For sure, and especially on the wing. Like, we know how important like the wing play is, and just finding that back post header to someone with aerial, especially with Haaland being very tall, is for sure going to help you.
See here, we've had the opening goal, other opportunities, and a bit of a strange goal as well. Like you said, it was maybe an own goal at that. We've got the likes of Dembele here, feeding it out wide. Kai Havertz targeting who else but Haaland. A little bit of a bait and switch. We see that a lot with the player lock system in general.
Yes, for sure, and I think a lot of people are just using the play lock because the play lock pass is very, very assisted this year. So often when you do the play lock, it's, as I said, going to the right guy mostly. And as I said, from the wing, you just have one guy that you're trying to find, and it's Erling Haaland at the back post. So I guess that's why.
And we'll keep you guys updated as other matches are getting underway and they're going to start. We'll be going in between everything that's happening between some of the affairs, goals being scored, goals being conceded. Looking for Havertz out wide. See if Dembele can find him. Run being triggered. Back to Ruud Gullit. Maybe another switch to the pitch unless you go inside. Vitinha's been a fan favorite as well. A little bit of a surprise, not ability-wise, but maybe at the pro level where you don't have any limitations either.
Yes, and I would say the main thing why pros actually use Vitinha is because of his insane playstyles. Obviously, offering that pinged pass, who is like a very, very good playstyle to have, and also the long ball pass, which can feed your fullbacks and trying to get deep down into your opponent's box, basically.
Yeah, we talked about it a little bit on stream, but I knew that had to be the main reason, just for some of the facilitation.
No, for sure, and I think that's why you see the likes of Vitinha being played, Bellingham team of the season, who has that ping plus playstyle, and also Kevin De Bruyne, who is offering both that ping pass and also the long ball pass.
Now we're going to pop up. We've got the opener here. Young, always rated Young's gameplay. Little knockdown there. Pateas across the body, puts him up 1-0.
Very, very good finish there by Young. Also timing that shot on the half volley, which is very, very difficult this year.
I almost think of it from like the pro level, everything needs to be timed. Maybe not if we throw it back to 19 or 20 days where legitimately everything was timed, yes. But it does give you a little bit of an added push.
For sure, and I think at this kind of level, you just want to make sure that you get the best possibility to score. And then I would say that's why we see 99% of the pro players in this tournament actually trying to maximize the chance of scoring, basically.
Got Havertz out wide, which has been a standard on the day. Seba Luani looking for options. Good double team, good secondary press there from Mo Alba. It's kind of been a dry 20 minutes outside of the early goal. We haven't had a lot of opportunities. Mbappe working inside the box, looks for the pullback.
Back post is open.
And there it is from Haaland. Yes. Van der Sar with an incredible save, which has also been part of the day. Some of the differences has actually just been the goalkeeper movement. As you see on the corner kick, couldn't move the goalkeeper in time. Who else? Haaland, near post, Mo Alba, down 2-0. If you're a Mo Alba fan, you might need to send an email in. You might need to send a text in right now. He hopefully could change it around. He did say it takes him a second to get going. And we looks like we have the equalizer here as well with Key's arm. Vinny Jr., outside Elastico, reverse Elastico on the near post. We're still seeing that skill move used constantly, both versions of the Elastico.
Yeah, for sure. In general, I think it's a very, very used skill move, mainly because it's so fast. Especially inside the box, it's very, very hard for your opponent to react towards the reverse Elastico. Back in the days, the normal Elastico was used a bit more. I think we see the reverse being used a bit more now, and as I said, that's mainly because of like the kind of speed of the skill move there. So that's basically why.
Yeah, I still remember some of the old days with the Elastico, and even the reverse as well. As we have Mbappe here, pass across, not quite, goes for the rebound. Van der Sar's on it. I think that he had the opportunity to square that if he could take it back. And we switch into games here. We got Palinetto, of course, going up against Krakebber. Krakebber just put on an absolute clinic. What a performance going up against the likes of Neat. I don't think anybody expected that type of result, that type of scoreline. Neat's always been regarded as one of the most talented players in Europe.
For sure.
And he was out of the building immediately. I didn't see him after that. He sprinted straight out of here.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, you expect Neat to maybe concede goals, but the stuff he brings is basically the goals going forward. And him only scoring 2 goals in a game, it doesn't really happen a lot. So, yeah, a very, very tough one there for Neat.
Mbappe into space here. Needs some sort of skill. There's the ball roll. Looking for the pullback. It's way too easy. That is way too easy. Out of position. Pateus, tap it home. Anyone's going to convert from there. It's kind of poor defense actually on the closeout.
Yeah, and the thing that KSR did wrong there is he was handling second man press too much.
We got Sebaluani, of course, here. Is he adding to it? Or sorry, excuse me, Mo Alba getting back on the board here with the knockdown, closing down the deficit.
Can the owner of the green car that is blocking up the emergency exit please return to your vehicle and move it as soon as possible? Thank you.
See if we get a reply here. I don't think there's a lot known from KSR as well as a player coming into this.
No, not really. I think he's an unknown player. I think he's from Peru or Chile. So he's been doing very, very well. Once again, Mike, we talked about him, the main man, Haaland.
We're going to see this time and time again.
Yeah.
Just get used to that. Corner kicks, Haaland. There's not another target man unless for some reason you sub them out. You maybe brought on Giroud or you brought on Sorloth. We've seen a little bit of Cristiano Ronaldo. He's not quite the same body type, but he still gives you at least that aerial presence.
Yeah, I think it's also a bit different because I see 07 as more like a player that you can also turn with. I think Haaland, Sorloth, even Olivier Giroud is more used for just like crossing purposes. But in this case, 07 could also be a striker. So yeah.
We might have an equalizer. I've got the full screen pulled up. I took over Brandon's screen now, so I'm just going to throw that out there as an early spoiler. We'll see it when we see it. And there's the cross. Not quite the finish. Haaland goes down. Penalty. Maybe debatable. There could be some conversations. I've seen some dodgy penalties today from the spot, of course. Lines it up. Down center. 2-all. And that's good for Mo Alba because he said he's been starting kind of slow, and the fact that he's already made that rebuttal, he doesn't have to force his gameplay, he doesn't have to make big changes.
Yeah, for sure. And we just saw him play against Tex almost an hour ago. Oof. From now, and I was very, very impressed by his performance there, to be honest. Mo did really, really well.
Oh, first time. You don't see that frequently. First time power shot, root hole it into space. I mean, that thing was zooming. Doesn't matter what you do with the goalkeeper off the bar. Here we go. Going back to Palonetto. Krakheber. It's a good pass there. Ronaldo trying to put him on an island. The return ball, and you got the equalizer. We're also seeing a lot of Teo Hernandez. We talk about some of the players because there is preference between competitors. I noticed from like size, build-up, formations, just depending what you want to do, there is a little bit of fluctuation in the midfield and both on the fullbacks.
Yeah, I would say so. The biggest difference you see in kind of teams this year, I would say, is mainly the defense. I think some people are going with different kind of approaches. We see a lot of Team Gullit guys here using 2 very short fullbacks because they want fullbacks to be good on the ball. And then we've seen from a lot of other players that are using very, very tall fullbacks because they don't want to basically concede across. Erling Haaland once again.
Another easy goal there, another tap in. I mean, Young's having a field day with that, working the wing. You saw the ball roll, open up the angle. Doesn't matter who it is at that point. Once you've beat the back or the end line, or down the sideline into the end line, you're in a good position here. We've got another goal. Back to Krakheber. He's going to add to it. He is indeed. Penetrating pass. Haaland, goalkeeper movement gone. Maybe a tad bit too early, but there's always a bit of a 50-50 game there.
It is. And the thing that Krakheber did good there is the play lock. Finding Haaland, choosing him, and yeah, just a very, very easy finish here. 1-on-1 with the keeper.
And with the player lock, a lot of it's mainly the pathways. Because it gives you a bit of a different animation.
Exactly. And we have a chance here.
Haaland into space, goes with the power shot on the near post. Wasn't sure if that was going to work out. It's a beautiful finish, though. Goalkeeper scoots again. Young adds to it, sending a message. And Young is not someone you want to see get momentum, get confidence. If he builds a little bit of that ego, he's got that South American flair. He's someone that I really rate personally as a competitor. I've watched a lot of his gameplay. I don't know where you fall in all of that. I'm kind of putting you on the spot. But I could see Young not only battling back, but really causing problems and maybe even a reset.
For sure. I think Young is, in my opinion, one of the best attacking players in the whole world. And I think in this year's game, it's very, very important to be good in attack. And obviously, we saw Young back in the Pro Open, losing to Anders there in the quarterfinal on penalties. So he's been having a very, very good season.
No, absolutely. As you can see, Seba Luani adding to it, across the body, plenty of power. I think this game is just going to have a bunch of back and forth. It's not going to be a defensive affair. I'm not mad at that whatsoever. And who else but R9? Now, both feet, doesn't matter. Goalkeeper off his line. Top corner is the best corner.
For sure. And I mean, I would say in all Moauba games that you watch, from our standpoint, is always going to be a lot of goals. He is someone that concedes a lot of goals, but he also scores a lot of goals. So always fun games when you watch Moauba.
At no point during his career would you say he's a defensive player.
For sure not. No.
Even in his world champion year, it was still back and forth. It was almost organized chaos in some ways.
For sure.
So we have another goal here. Palinetto, Crack Eber. Is it going for Crack Eber or is it going for Palinetto? Looks like for Crack Eber. Across the ball. It's beautiful cross. And a great finish. Of course, who else? Holland. And that's worrying, though, for Palinetto. We've already seen him drop. He'd be going down a little early. Maybe I built the storyline a little too big, but has the most success of anyone, really, on American soil when you're looking at different competitors that are in the competition. Maybe just in general, with everything that he's already done in EMLS.
For sure, and I actually got the pleasure to play versus him this year as I was playing the MLS myself, and you could feel every time you played him that he was feeling very, very comfortable with his MLS team and players.
Here we go, Seba Luani, last attack. Is there something for Moauba? Doesn't look like it. We'll come back to this game. They might have some tactical adjustments. Can we see
pen?
That is a debatable one at best. Virgil looking to get out of the back here. Teo Hernandez. If Young adds to it, I think this might be a wrap.
Yeah, I would say so. Especially when you lead by 4 in a game like this, I would say it's wraps. But then again, we've seen upsets, so yeah, game on.
Can we pop over to game A? I think we've got a goal. See if Palinetto's forging a comeback. It looks that way. Extra pass. Ooh. R9 again steps into the spot. We'll see if we can get it going or not. And we turn one way. There's another goal going in. Pateas with the finish.
I think it's Young actually scoring. Yeah, 5-1 for Young.
Yeah, I was going to ask you. You kind of answered it already about, like, where's the threshold where you know you're in trouble? Because with the longer halves, 3 goals is definitely attainable. It's 4 where it starts getting a little more, I don't know if this is possible or feasible.
Yeah.
Or probable.
Yeah, I would say 4. 3, as you said, especially with playing 9-minute halves, I think you still have time. But especially when switching is so good in this game, it's very, very hard to pressure your opponents. So I would say when your opponents hit the 4th against you, then you know in real trouble.
We got Crack Eber here. Let's see if he has an answer. Again, I don't think he could have more confidence coming off of the result against Neat. I would say he was the underdog going into that, but you would have never guessed it. Holland with space to work with. Kind of fumbling through the middle of the pitch. A little bit of player lock. Not going to be necessary. Out wide. Probably go for the last attack here if you're Palinetto.
Yeah, and I guess it's going to be extra minutes added on as it's been, 2 minutes here.
Pinpoint. R9 tries to give it back to Mbappe. Still enough time for a counterattack if it goes quick enough for Crack Eber. You got the likes of Frimpong on, which you don't see that often as a starter. Seeing him more or less as a super sub, someone that changed the dynamic a little bit.
Yep.
Holland, R9. Looking to pull it back. Surely a goal on the near post. Reconvenes. It's beautiful. Looks for the goalkeeper movement. It doesn't happen. Slots it home, and it's 3-all in a game or a half that Palinetto wasn't that good. At least for his own personal standard. He made plenty of mistakes in that half.
Yes, but I think the most important thing about that goal, Craig Eber should have just played for the last attack instead of just keep on going forward.
Both of them had the chance.
Yep.
We joined that in the 45th. So we're back to Moauba, Seba Luani. We're in the second half.
Good chance.
Surely a finish here from Holland. Beautiful with the La Croqueta. Was it necessary? I'm not sure. There's a slight pop-off. Definitely had to do something, a little wiggle, a little work. Remember, his dribbling's not fantastic, so a quick skill can give you an advantage.
Yes, and the winner of this game will be coming up against Tex in their grand final as well.
So that's the question, who you think is the best matchup for Tex between the two of them?
Very, very good question. I would say Moaba could be a very, very tricky opponent against anyone, as he plays very, very attacking. So it will always be hard games against him. But then again, Sabaloni, don't really know too much about him. Obviously, he had a good year in the Chilean league, if I'm not wrong. So yeah, it's going to be a tough game for Tex, obviously. But then again, I think the most important thing for Tex is that he knows he can lose one game and still win the second one to be able to get into that top 16 tomorrow.
Yeah, we've seen Sabaloni also in the E Libertadores, and he's been around in the competitive scene. It's nice, again, to see so many familiar faces in an international setting.
Yep.
Where it was something where you can kind of bet on yourself, which is something we haven't had in quite some years in terms of being able to get to an event and collectively so many different competitors from different places be able to kind of put on for the culture, for the community, and to see who's really going to get the spots for the Esports World Cup. Mbappe into space. Does he have something left over? Goes for an early player lock. Maybe needed one more skill move. Almost a poor giveaway, though, from Moalba out of the back. Big switch. Never going to be a challenger and knockdown for João Cancelo. Again, to your point, one of the fullbacks that we're seeing used a lot depending on how you want to build up, how you want to attack versus how you want to defend. A little bit of left stick dribbling, kind of sloppy. Havertz with the tackle. Bellingham, you've got an overlapping run that's available. Holland, there it is. You see the trigger to R9. Might be a recycle to go out wide. Kai Havertz again. Whew. Not sure exactly what happened there, but it was a missed touch. Maybe you're beating down on the buttons. Never really regained possession properly.
No, and I think, as you've seen there, it's very, very open. It's back and forth there. And I think Sabaloni and Moaba are two players that are very, very attacking both of them. So it's causing a bit of chaos here. Moaba.
Oh! And on the near post, pure power. Hansen does what Hansen's supposed to do. She is just brilliant. And what's better than one goal? We're going for another. You see a corner kick, you know it's going to Holland. In this case, Palinetto. Remember, we said he got that late goal, 45th minute. Carry some of that momentum, that confidence, and then we know what happens with corner kicks in particular. You kind of lob it up and let him do what he's going to do. Young has extended the lead. This might be the last time we see Young, at least on this broadcast. I think the game is wrapped up. I don't think we're going to see the comeback today. You got a back post cross, again with the header.
And once again, Haaland.
Not to be a broken record. And if you could, let's go back to game A. See if Palinetto is going to add to this, or if there's a comeback on the horizon from Crack Hebber.
Still loads of time left as well in this one.
Way too much time to tell, but this will tell you if you could deal with some adversity. I watched some of Crack Hebber's streams as well. Very entertaining. Kevin De Bruyne looking for an entry pass. There it is, Mbappe for the turn. Maybe a 1-2. Wow, beautiful. Swing and a miss. That's a soft penalty. I think that's a soft penalty. I'm going to throw that out there. Crack Hebber's not happy about it. Pateas from the spot. Top corner, late reaction. You go low. It counts. Paulo doubles his lead.
Yeah, and we see now Paulo on some momentum here as well. I think now it will be very, very hard for Crack Hebber to come back in this game, even though it's only 2 goals. But Paulo, when he is in that kind of zone with the momentum going with him, it's very, very hard to play against him.
I feel like so many of my references come back to cooking, but when he's chefing up, you feel the pressure. Paulo's one of those guys, you've played against him a lot. I've unfortunately had to match up with him before. I just feel that I'm under heat. It's kind of like going against Anders in some regard. I never feel comfortable. Throughout the entire game, I'm never feeling comfortable.
No, for sure not. And I think it comes back to him just being so good going forward. Just like the vision he has, the tempo he has in all his attacks. Once again, him here just being very, very aggressive on the opponent.
Here we go with Mbappe. R9, extra pass. Pateas, does she have something for us? A recycle. Kevin De Bruyne. Vitinha, pass and move. Holland. Not the prettiest, but he still got it. Vitinha starting to dribble. Goes for the near post. Maybe anticipated some goalkeeper movement.
Once again, a corner. Not actually being taken direct.
Ooh. We haven't seen a lot of short corners either. Is there a reason for that? Is it just too effective? You have to kind of go direct at this point?
I mean, if we look at this corner coming up here, we can see Haaland.
I thought that was going to go the whole way. I didn't like the way that he marked it. Once he dragged the player for the short corner, I said, that's not the move.
Yeah, and I mean, that's mainly why. I think you guys saw it there. The direct corners in this game are general way too good. And we missed a bit of this one, Mike.
Just started, had a delay on the game. So first goal, first opener right here. Ethan is on the board.
Good finish here from Puteas. With a finesse shot plus there. Finding the back of the net.
Why don't we take a look at Game D as well? We've seen a little back and forth. I think Game D is approaching the 70th minute, so it's the
good
first
chance.
along. Well, we stay here for a second. It's 5-4. We'll be coming back. Not the prettiest on the finish there, but they all count the same. It also gives Krackheber a bit of a lifeline.
Yes, and still plenty of time in that game. 30 in-game minutes left with 9 minutes off, so he has a lot of time to come back in this game.
So Mo Alba's pulled it back. We saw that just briefly from before. He's still down 4-3 against Sebaluani coming into the 72nd minute. And because you have the longer halves, I mean, this year that's been the major change or a big shift. You don't have to go aggressive till much later.
No, for sure not. I would say kind of the rule that I'm going with is that I try to do my constant press from like the 80th minute. And I don't think you need to go any earlier than that because, as we said, 9 minutes off is a very, very long time.
It's a good lob. Holland looking for the knockdown. Doesn't win the knockdown. Maybe could have had a drop-off option there to Mbappe. Just felt very forced that it was going to go to Holland. But at the same time, with the aerial pursuit, or the aerial threat, you can get away with almost forcing it to Holland, especially if you're under pressure.
Definitely, and I think that's why we see a lot of players just going down the byline. Good chance here for Sabaloni. Very, very open in Mo Alba's defense here.
Havertz, you see the player lock. Vinny, you're going to give us some skills. Beautiful on the layoff. Maybe a little bit unlucky not to slip that home. You saw the ball roll from the technical dribbling. That was a good combination. And Vinicius has been active. He was active as well today in the Champions League, as you would expect. Congrats to Real Madrid. Vinny again, space to work with. Holland, does he make the extra pass? There it is to Mbappe. A swing and a miss. It's a bad lunge from Mo Alba. Looking for the pass across. Again, maybe some good fortune there, but at some point, as you're saying, we're approaching the 80th. He's going to turn up the pressure. You hinted at it early on that Mo Alba was already kind of a risky player. Mbappe around the corner. Big mistake. A lot of time. I don't know if he needed the extra pass. The chase back from João Cancelo. If anything, that could have been your penalty kick dispute.
And in this moment in time, it should be Mo Alba knocking on the door, but it's actually Sabaloni that actually knocking on that door, trying to score the 5th and put the nail in the coffin in this game.
R9 if he can turn. He does. Mbappe probably needs some width. We got Hansen. Looking for options, triggering runners, switches the pitch, a lot of space to work with. João Cancelo. I don't love the choice there at the top of the box, but I can see what he was going for. A lot of space for Sebaluani to work with.
Good pass. We have Haaland in the middle here as well.
It's got to finish.
Good finish.
I might wrap it up. Spreading some love there. 2-goal spread for Sebaluani, 82nd minute. One step closer to going up against Tex. I think we've had a goal as well in B1. If you want to send us over to B. Might be Ethan extending his lead. It is indeed an extra pass there. Van der Sar nearly, might have had some late goalkeeper movement, nearly covering it, but just not quite.
And we most likely here, Mike, will have a very, very good matchup if Ethan continues on the same path as he's going to go up against Matias Bonanno in that grand final game later.
That's a good script we write up. We've had a goal in game A, and we should also check in on that game too. It's the next to finish after this one. I don't know that we're going to see quite a comeback. Young's already done the business. He's moved on.
Paulo Neto again, I think.
Yep. Extending 6-4. Remember, it was 5-4 before we had just seen Krackheber kind of waddle his way through. Wasn't the prettiest of goals, but he had gotten a little bit closer. He was in striking distance.
But once again, is that I would say the most clutch player on this whole game, R9.
Yeah.
Scoring.
When in doubt. When in doubt, R9 it up. Him and Holland as a combination. I will say this, Krackheber has enough time to not have to rush. You see Frimpong on the right, which we talked about a little bit. You got Havertz on the reverse end. Maybe some other substitutes could be coming on.
Yes, I think the most important thing for Krackheber now is he needs to do well in his coming attacks. I would say he maybe has 3-4 attacks left in this game if Paulo is good at keeping the ball as much as he can here. But he will definitely have 1 or 2 chances to get back into this game.
We'll see about that. When I think of Paulo Neto, if anything, it's always going forward. A lot of space to work with here, Vinny. Attacking the width. He's got himself a good angle. Not a bad matchup either going against Frimpong. Aims for the player lock. Tried to position it. It's a bad clearance. Rude Hullet. Recycles. Kevin De Bruyne out wide. If he can go quick, there will be space for Crack Heber to work with.
It doesn't really have too many options though now. Good play lock to Havertz here.
Holland for the overlap, maybe a little too predictable. I think the timing, a little rushed. Petr check. Oh, we got to go on the other end. Is Ethan extending? It looks like he is. Havertz looking for a layoff, finds a layoff. R9 near post. Pretty rudimentary to a certain degree. Seen those goals time and time again.
Yes, for sure. And when you reach that kind of byline, you either have two options in this game. Either you have Haaland at the back post, or you're actually trying to find that cutback. So you basically have two options, especially on this kind of pro level. That's the two options you basically have.
We have seen people going with maybe a third. I don't think it's as high as percentage, but they challenge the goalkeeper.
Yeah, they do. Sometimes.
But maybe even for a rebound. Like sometimes I don't think they can actually score them. They go for potentially a nutmeg or a rebound, or they try to really power it on that near post.
Yes, but the main thing, Mike, I think shooting from that kind of bad angle is because how good corners are in this game.
Fair.
And then you can just get a corner, you know, have a good chance. So I think the third option is not a bad option at all, especially if you're good at set pieces. So, yeah, I would say that's why. Paolo obviously doing this very, very well.
You might have seen the running update there. It's into the 85th minute, but Young's up to 8-2. He's moving on. We've known that for quite some time. It's put on an offensive just exploration.
And Young will be going up against Umut. Insane grand final.
Also very different styles of play. So you've got someone with Umut that's much more structured, and then Young who has a lot more of that free flow, that fluidity.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to see that game. Paolo was in there with R9, but decides to keep the ball. He's doing this very, very well. And I think this is where you can see the experience of Paolo, you know, attending like multiple lands, obviously winning a lot of MLS championships, and this is basically why.
I mean, he's been involved on all levels. We were talking about it both in South America. We've seen him in E Libertadores. You've seen him in EMLS. You've seen him at the major international events as well. You've seen him in E-Nations. You name it, he's been a part of most competitions.
Yes, definitely.
So why don't you take us over to the remaining game, the last remaining game, as these two finish up here. We've known Young is done. We've got game B with Ethan, who's up 3-0. And I just heard the final whistle. Palinetto's giving out handshakes, and he's going to be moving onward.
For sure, and as we spoke about, we have some crazy games coming up here. As we said, Young against Umut, for example. We have the likes of, if Ethan wins, Ethan playing Bonanno. So the winner of here will be playing Matias Bonanno.
And the night shift, if you will, of Saturday has been the biggest names. I don't want to say the best competitors because it's way too early, but easily the most recognizable names in some of these matchups to decide who's going forward.
Yeah. But if I were to put you on the spot.
Okay, you're going to. Like, that wasn't a question.
Who do you think, in terms of the Friday being played yesterday, who do you think will do the best in terms of the top 8 from yesterday and the top 8 from today?
Let me take a moment here with my thoughts. I mean, it's really hard to not back Manu Bashor.
Yeah.
Really hard. Like, just based on what he's already accomplished, obviously a world champion, but even this year his form has been there. Everybody that's kind of been around Team Hullet has done well.
Yep.
That's not by coincidence, from evaluating and identifying talent to developing and working with the players they already have. So I think from yesterday, you have to bring that into the equation. Otherwise, it wouldn't be right. And he has the ability that, you know, like even under a big circumstance or maybe a lot of bright lights, he's not going to get nervous necessarily. He's not going to fall apart. I'm kind of curious to see if we get, you know, maybe someone that's super unknown to make a big push. Because Friday was, and I was talking about this at the top of the show, where we had quite a few players that are known in the competitive scene but haven't really had a major result yet. But maybe they're poised to do so. And that's kind of what I've been pushing as potential messaging here. So we got Ethan working around. Whereas today, depending who goes through as well, you've got the biggest household names. Like, if you don't think Anders can make a push, you didn't watch any FC over the course of the year, or the last couple of years.
No, definitely. And we were also spoken about Tex being in a final here. Bonanno as well, obviously. Very, very big names.
Beautiful pick out. Does he get the goal? Of course he does. Rodri to Pateas, and that is just gorgeous. Pinpoint, accurate. Everything you could ask for. Just picked him apart at his own pace.
Yep.
Very patient. There was a certain cadence of confidence with Ethan. Granted, he's up 3-0. That helps, but the connection is coming in at a premium.
And I'm looking forward to that game. Ethan against Bonanno.
Oof. And that's one of those where I think Ethan, it's possible for him to cause a reset, to cause an upset, to do something there. Ethan's had a lot of success, really grown into form last year, now coming into this year.
Yeah, I think it started off by him actually becoming a European champion last year. And I think since then he just pushed that kind of momentum as he gained then, and then forward, obviously doing very, very well on this year's game as well.
And we saw him in the 2v2s, of course.
Of course, they're with Nick Sneb last year in Saudi Arabia, doing very, 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 very well, reaching that E-Club World Cup final. Obviously, losing in there to Leipzig with Umut and Anders.
I don't want to say he's having a cakewalk here, but he's looked the most likely to score again.
Yeah, I mean, it just looks easy, I would say. He just keeps on getting like very, very far into his opponent's part of the pitch here, and yeah, keeps on going forward, which I think is the most important thing here in these kind of games, you know. This is a game where I feel like you always need to score. Oof. Close call there. Almost Radelia being one-on-one with the keeper. But as I said, I think the best defense this year is to still keep on going forward. Once again, Ethan losing the ball in a very, very poor position of the pitch.
Might be a curse of the commentator. Got to be a penalty, of course. Falls down. I was going to say hopefully not a red card, but it's unlikely to be a red card from a goalkeeper scenario here from the spot. Okay, we're on the board. Not a lot of time, but with the extended halves, if you get another quick goal, maybe Ethan starts feeling a little bit of pressure. You turn up the constant pressure a little bit early, or at least some team press. First smile that you're probably going to see on the reverse end here as well. A lot of work still to do. Yeah, so we're setting up here. We've got Palonetto with Gibaros. We're going to have a rematch there. If Ethan carries on, as you were saying, you would see the likes of Matthias Bonanno. You got Tex versus Seba Luani. Just seeing how the bracket shapes up for our following rounds. Potentially following round. It depends if you're going to get a reset or not.
But I think, Mike, the biggest game we are obviously going to see is Umut versus Young.
We left that for last. We left that for last for a reason. You'll have that circled on the RSVP. I'm sure it'll be the feature. Especially as a decider. Overlapping runs. I think everyone's touched the ball here on the build-up. Rodri, big switch, beautiful. Only issue with Holland there is not the cleanest with the touches. Took it first time for a reason. Tony Cruz in action. You don't see that often.
Yeah, and I would say he's mainly in use, as we talked about before, because of his playstyle. The long ball pass plus, obviously the ping pass as well, is basically why players are using him here.
R9. Little ball roll, big step there, big takeaway.
And that was actually Bastoni there, Mike. I don't think we've seen him a lot. I think Ethan is, I would guess, mostly the only one that is actually playing with Bastoni in this tournament.
Yeah, we've seen a couple inclusions, but it hasn't been across the board. I really like Bastoni, though. Shout out to his team of the season item. Definitely deserved. Lobs it up. Holland challenges. Doesn't happen. Goes to Van de Sar. But again, even for Ethan, it's not bad for him to lose possession like that. Yeah, his opposition has to have a full build-up. The clock's still ticking. You get players back. It's not a simple counterattack whatsoever. And it kind of works in his favor, the fact that it causes a full reset.
Definitely. And as you were saying, I think the most important thing for Ethan now is to try to get into his opponent's half every time. Then he will be good, as you said, because then there won't be any counters towards him, or just in general easy attacks there for Antonio Radelia going forward.
Looks for a deep outlet. A bit of a giveaway there. Vinicius was never hopping on the back end. João Cancelo feeds Tony Cruz inside. Mbappe looking for a cross here, maybe from João. Cuts back inside. Not a lot of openings. There you go at the top of the box. Good drop off to Mbappe. Extra pass made. Maybe one more. Holland to R9. A beautiful goal. Absolute tiki-taka. Pause is cued. We're going to see some changes. We're going to see some shift. We're going to see some additional pressure. Ethan looks a little bit bothered. Maybe a little uncomfortable. First time maybe in the match as well.
Yep.
I mean, the first half was 3-0. He added a fourth. You see Denman. They're having a bit of a team talk. Now, I don't think he has to change a lot in this circumstance. But you got to be careful. We've seen plenty of game managements gone right and plenty gone wrong over the course of the weekend.
Yes, and I would say there are some different kind of alternatives here. Either you stay as the same formation if you're feeling comfortable in it. I know some people are trying to play it out with a 4-5-1 formation, trying to go a bit more defensive. So, I mean, it's just what you're comfortable with. I guess Ethan, from what I've seen from his gameplay, I think he will stay with the same formation here. Like, not really switching too much, obviously, as he's been defending well. But also, it's harder now to play out of that constant pressure that Antonio is going to put up against him.
No, absolutely. He has the kickoff, of course, coming back in. And it kind of, you don't want to count the minutes. I think it's dangerous, especially when they're a little bit longer minutes. When we used to have the 5 or the 6 minute halves, you could maybe get away with, there's just not enough time. But we've never seen so many late chances created than this year throughout the competitive ecosystem in the season, because of those 2 or 3 minutes of added time actually turn into real amounts of time where you can have a crossover possession. All right, he likes looking at the camera. I like that too. That's an interesting vibe. Something for us. Again, hasn't had much to smile at, so this is starting to build maybe a little bit of hope. If you get one more, even if it's in the 85th, you're still thinking, I got one more shot. Because he's got that maybe 10 minutes of leeway to work with.
Yes, and it's also like a bit of a combination between Radelia is starting to build up something now and Ethan's starting to questioning himself maybe. You know? So, yeah.
The best and the worst part of that is neither of them wearing headphones so they can hear everything that we're saying in the venue. We're sitting here debating on where they're at from a mentality. All right, headphones are in now. So Ethan's going to build up. We'll see if they made changes, if we have subs that are coming on. I'm sure some new bodies got to be available. Very defensive kickoff.
And this is the thing, Mike. I hate going back to the keeper right away from kickoff because you invite that pressure.
I don't love it. I don't love it. We'll see if he gets off. Sorloff, great delivery. He does get out, so it works for him. Jude Bellingham, plenty of space. Ball roll, maybe a second.
Using that R1 dribbling there with Jude.
Coming into the 80th minute. Mbappe, over the top, he's on. Can R9 hold off Virgil van Dijk is the question. Not quite. Needs some assistance. Mbappe supporting. Bit of a nutmeg, but Theo Hernandez overtakes.
Once again, a very, very good play look here from Ethan.
Over the top. Could run this out. Cancellation off the first time with the power shot. Jude. Vitinha, another cancel. Rather mechanical. Not mad at that. Rodri asking for pressure. There it comes. Jude Bellingham. Vinny Jr. Clock starting to run against him. Over the top again, but no support. If you're Ethan, you're probably unhappy that Van der Sar didn't pick it up and then chooses to go for a dive. Why not? Hold the ball.
Yeah, and I think Ethan is just showing the experience once again here. He's playing out this very, very well.
It's funny about experience. You gain it from giving up goals in these circumstances. Sorloff, probably taking that to the end line. There you go.
But I guess this is also the spot where you want to be, Mike, because as you see, for Radelia here, it's very, very hard to actually get the ball off from Ethan. So I would say a tip to everyone that's watching is actually try to find your opponent's half when they are trying to put pressure on you.
That's what I was going to say. Even with watching Anders play a lot today, if you can get past your halfway line, it does open up.
Yeah.
It's just that you're absolutely swarmed before that.
Exactly. So, I mean, as you said, and I think that's why a lot of players in general are using that long ball plus play style, just sending a fullback very, very early in build-up and be able to find that player in behind later on, because as you see here, Ethan is just having a very, very easy time here, keeping the ball, and if he really needs to, he's just going back into his own half, keeping possession, and then if he's really under pressure, he can just play it back to the keeper and then try to find one of the wingers. I saw he was using Serloff there, and I guess that's for the knock-on as well. So, yeah.
It's going to wrap it up, but maybe we ask the Twitch chat, where are you taking us? I mean, you're right. We've got Ethan versus Bonanno. I like that a lot. I'm with you. The Umit matchup, Umit and Young, I just think it's going to be a counteractive kind of stylistic approach to the game, but in a good way. I think it's going to make players play a little bit different. You got Tex versus Sebaluani. I know everyone at home wants to watch Tex play. I mean, these are quality matchups in terms of the oppositions. And, of course, you got Palinetto now. Can he get through Guy Barros? That's a rematch. Can he make it happen? You know, Guy Barros look good.
Yeah, I think it will be very, very tough. I don't see Guy Barros losing 2 games.
I guess that's the question. I mean, even yesterday that we saw Nicholas, it almost didn't work for him. You see Ethan there. I don't know if he's relieved, but he's moving on to the next game, and he's 1 away now from getting into that top 16.
yeah, we have some really good games here, Mike.
I mean, this is the best setup of telling you of name versus name, or notoriety, or accomplished and achievements and everything like that. But we're rejoined now by both Case and FG to take us through the highlights.
We are indeed. Thank you so much to Ollie Lito for the special analysis during that game, and Mike LaBelle as well, as we go through our highlights of our featured match. Casey, what round of fixtures we've just seen?
Yes, what a round of fixtures that was, and these highlights are Seba Leoni versus Mo Auba. Seba did come out on top for this game. Here we see the pen that was scored with Holland. Here we see the over-the-top through ball into R9. The goalkeeper couldn't quite get there. Honestly, this whole game, we weren't quite sure what to expect out of this one. We knew we would see a lot of greatness from Mo Auba, but I think a lot of people were surprised by how well Seba Leoni was able to compete against Mo Auba.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've spoken so much about Mo Auba throughout the day. He's an esports pioneer. He's been here for a long time. He's been in the scene a long time, but he was brushed aside in a way, wasn't he? He was. And you know who he was brushed aside by? The one and only Seba Leoni, and we do have a translator, Javila, here for that, so thank you very much. But Seba, fantastic win right there. I just want to know, when you first got into this competition and you saw your group and you see Tex, Mo Auba, what were your first thoughts? Because that's a difficult group.
Cuando llegaste al torneo, cuando ves que en tu grupo están Tex, Mo Auba, muchísimos buenos jugadores, ¿qué fue lo primero que pensaste?
Nada, básicamente sabía que era probablemente uno de los grupos de la muerte, porque está Tex, que viene haciendo una gran temporada. Pero nada, la realidad es que me lo tomo como una revancha de la Libertadores y de la Liga. Quedé top 8 en la Libertadores, entonces ahí quizá me quedaron esas ganas de volver a jugar online. Y nada, sabía que podía ganar cualquier partido, y ahora obviamente más que confiado para intentar ganar la Grand Final.
Of course, when you see there is a bracket with players like Tex and Mo Auba, you know that it's going to be a really tough match. But I take this as a rematch of my Libertadores and Liga Argentina performances. So I know I can fight every match in this bracket, and now it's time to prove it.
I want to talk about the aerial plus playstyle, which we're seeing a lot of. Erling Haaland is super important to everyone's teams. Of course, he's in your team as well. When you use an item like that, does that give you an extra edge? And is it so important to cross the ball in? Because we've seen so many pros this weekend adapt their game.
Quería hablar un poco sobre el playstyle de Aerial Plus. Obviamente es una de las cosas más importantes, y cuando ves que tienes un jugador como Haaland en tu equipo, ¿es uno de tus principales objetivos llegar a ese centro o simplemente es como una alternativa más?
Sí, bueno, creo que eso básicamente cambió el juego. Quizá era un juego un poco más de skills adentro del área, o bueno, no tirar tantos pelotazos y centros, pero con el nuevo Aerial Plus el juego básicamente cambió a que la mayoría de goles sean de centro. Entonces sí, obviamente que es súper importante tener un jugador de esos, y bueno, obviamente entrenar las pelotas paradas, los corners y las jugadas para poder aprovechar ese playstyle.
Yeah, he said he thinks Aerial Plus has completely changed the meta of this game, of course, because we came from games that maybe it was more important to have skills or a combination of passes, and of course this has changed the game, sorry. But of course he thinks it's really important to perform really with the crosses, and of course with the corners, because it's one of the best ways to score goals in this game.
Absolutely. Now, talk to me, Tuzi Esports, we chatted off stream a bit. You said 6 players are competing this weekend. Does that help you at all with your preparations and overall team morale? Does it give you a little bit of motivation as you have so many people rooting for you in the audience through Tuzi?
Ahora toca hablar un poco de Tuzi y tu equipo. Obviamente sois 6 jugadores aquí jugando en este torneo, y la pregunta es un poco de si crees que os beneficia para prepararlo juntos, un poco de motivación en esos momentos bajos, incluso algo de coaching aquí, si crees que es una cosa importante para haber llegado a esta final.
Sí, bueno, creo que la realidad es que Tuzi en este momento es el mejor equipo de Sudamérica, no tengo ninguna duda, y bueno, lo demuestran los resultados en todos los torneos. Quizá lamentablemente no pudimos tener los coaches acá, pero nada, realmente nos ayuda muchísimo también, bueno, venir con 5 o 6 jugadores en lo que es la convivencia, el viaje y toda la experiencia es increíble. Por suerte estoy mejorando mi portugués, pero nada, claramente ayuda muchísimo, y sin duda que es el mejor club, y bueno, esperemos demostrar que los sudamericanos entrenamos y jugamos tanto, y que merecemos estas oportunidades.
Of course he thinks Tuzi is right now the best team in South America, and of course having 6 players here is one of the most important things. Unlucky they couldn't travel with his coaches, so having players around them is a really important thing, and of course he wants to prove that South American players have the level to perform in this kind of tournaments.
Well, we've definitely seen that already throughout the calendar year. Let's move on then. So the next fixture, a really important fixture for you. Being in that loser bracket, is your preparation a little bit different for games like that? Because in order to make it all the way, you have to beat Tex twice.
Por supuesto, tienes que enfrentarte a Tex y ganarle 2 veces para conseguir el reset. Cambia un poco el planteamiento en cuanto a ser una gran final en la que tienes ventaja o partir con esa desventaja de 2 partidos, simplemente lo ves como un partido más y cómo lo quieres preparar.
Bueno, nada, primero que nada le quiero agradecer a Folo, que es mi coach. Para mí siempre va a ser el mejor coach que hay. Que me está ayudando desde Argentina, me está básicamente analizando a todos los rivales antes de jugar, y eso para mí es increíble porque te da ya una manera de entrar al partido sabiendo lo que va a pasar. Entonces nada, primero que nada agradecerle a Folo. Y sí, claramente este es uno de los mejores jugadores del mundo, entonces obviamente que el partido se prepara diferente, pero sabiendo que si juego como vengo jugando voy a ganar los 2 partidos.
He wants to thanks to his coach Folo, who is working remote from Argentina and working on the analysis of all of his opponents. And of course Tex is one of the biggest players here, but he thinks like it's one match after one match and he doesn't want to think about resets or any kind of matches.
Well, listen, we'll be seeing you a little bit later on. Thank you so much for joining us, and thank you as well, Xavi, for being so great. That was the thoughts of that side. Now let's take a look, shall we, at the results from the last round as a whole. Looking at it, I mean, the one that stands out for me is Footwiz Ethan, 4-2 win. Another win for Team Footwiz. They're getting ready for an incredible game on the other side against Matty Bonanno, and then Young won 8-2 as well. Moaba lost 5-3 to the man we just had on the stage, and Paolo Neto 6-4 win against Crack Herber, which is a man who has been so well supported in the Twitch chat today.
Yeah, so well supported, that is, unfortunately for all of his fans in the Twitch chat, but he will be going home. That is how this competition runs. You lose 2 matches and you are out. But we do have 4 competitors moving on to go back up into that upper bracket to compete against everyone who is currently undefeated today. But FG, let's talk about this bracket D.
Well, let's talk about where we're at right now in the tournament. We are potentially close to potential resets, bracket reset time. It is essentially a final, but the rules are simple. The people from the upper final, they require 1 win. If you won from the lower final, you need to beat them twice. It's a pretty mean feat, especially for Sebluani when we've just spoken to him. He's coming up against Tex.
He is, and he knows it's not going to be easy. When he first saw that bracket, he saw Moaba, he saw Tex, and he knew that they're great competitors, but he backs himself. He knows that he's done a lot of work in the South American leagues, and so he has what it takes, and so we'll see if he can, in fact, do that bracket reset.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's head to the next bracket then, shall we, and show you what else we've got. Bracket A, and it is between these two, Jui Barros and Paolo Neto. What a match this is going to be.
Yeah, I like this one a lot. It is Brazil versus Brazil, and so they have definitely know each other. They've competed against each other, and Gui Barros has had a fantastic season. He did really well in the E Libertadores. Paolo Neto, I mean, the facts speak for themselves. He's competed throughout so many different competitions and done so well, especially in EMLS. And so we'll see which Brazilian will come out on top for this one.
We will indeed. And that is, of course, a rematch from the upper final, which happened earlier on. It was an 8-4 win in that one for Jui Barros. Now look at this one. Bonanno against Footwiz Ethan. We just spoke about it a minute ago, and this one isn't going to disappoint, is it?
It isn't. Honestly, Bonanno was coming off of an undefeated run right here, but Ethan is coming out of the lower bracket. He's had to fight his way through this, but he's going to have to continue that fight if he wants to hopefully reset the bracket for him and Bonanno. If anyone were to do this, it could be this one right here, because this matchup is very evenly matched.
Yeah, absolutely. And 2 coaches, shout out to both coaches, Edu and Denman, both looking very, very relaxed, ready to go as we look at bracket C. Our featured match is going to be Red Bull Leipzig Umut against Young.
Yes, and this match as well will be very entertaining. Young, one of the more attacking players. You see a lot of goal-scoring opportunities for him. I feel like both these players are actually very different types of players. Umut with the fundamentals, and Young just constantly attacking, very fluid type of player. So we'll see how those mash up against each other.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be a sensational match. We've got so many good fixtures to come today, as well as we look at the live scenes of Umut. Looking relaxed as ever. He's done his job so far. He needs 1 win.
He does. And question for you, FG. If you were sitting in those chairs, are you thinking about the potential of a reset, or is it 1 game at a time?
The power's in your hands, and I think you just need to get the 1 game done. And his coach Daniel would be telling him that as well, because just giving us a little cheeky wink there as well. The work that RB Leipzig are doing in the esports scene, in particular in FC, is so good. And he'll be doing his utmost to keep him relaxed. But Umut knows one win and he's into Sunday.
He does, but Umut's been sitting here for quite a while, for a couple hours. He hasn't been able to play, but I'm sure that that's where the organization comes in. His head is in the game because Daniel has been able to chat with him as they're watching the entirety of the competition go.
I think all of the players who are undefeated, all of the players who've come from the upper finals, they're actually really lucky to be sat with really good coaches who are going to motivate them, but to keep them calm as well. We spoke to Tex earlier on, and he said he doesn't want to focus on anything. He doesn't want to focus on anything to do with FC until he's next playing. He's back, he's playing. I don't think we're going to see a bracket reset.
0. Is that your prediction?
My prediction is, let's take a look at the featured matches, shall we? Just run through them again for you. The fixtures that are on the way. They're about 2 minutes away from starting. Of course, we've got Matty against Ethan. We've got Umut against Young. We've got Tex going up against Sebeluani and Jui Barros and Paolo Neto. Perhaps the top one, Casey, for a bracket reset?
But we should have learned throughout the past couple days that there are always going to be upsets and unpredictable scenarios. And so I think there will be at least one bracket reset. That's my prediction.
Where's the bracket reset coming from then?
See, I can't say which one. I don't know which one, but there will be one. That's my prediction.
Well, let's bring in our casters for this one, Brandon and Mike. Any bracket resets here in the featured matches?
I think I have to agree with Case in some ways. I think that Bonanno-Ethan game could certainly give us a few surprises for sure. But across the board in the other games, I mean, does Paolo-Neto fancy a bit of revenge against Gabaris? Maybe that one. But I think Tex and it could be find their way through.
Well, let's not waste any more time. It's time for the final round of fixtures.
Yeah, I'm not sitting on the fence over here with Case. I'm thinking that we're going to see. I don't know if he's going to go on to win it, but I think Paolo-Neto will make a split. We'll have a second game. Typically, what happens when you've been sent down by that guy and you get a second chance, you're very motivated.
Well, this is the round now. Where 4 more players will book a spot into tomorrow's top 16. The 64 players that were part of this afternoon session here in DreamHack Dallas. This is your final 8. 4 of them coming through the upper bracket without having to go down to the lower bracket. Whilst the others have been up and down, dropped down to the lower bracket, had to face some really difficult ties. And we are kicking off with this one. Tex again, Sebeluani, who we just heard from on the broadcast. He said it is a real pleasure and a joy to play against Tex.
Yeah, it's a matchup that really wouldn't happen, not naturally. You'd have to be at a big international competition for these two to interact or engage at some point.
Speaking of Sebeluani, here he comes now. Haaland dispossessed by Tex, who beat Mo Alba in his last game to find himself in this grand final. He hasn't had to taste going down to that lower bracket. There's been a breakthrough here, speaking of Man City players. Matthias Bonanno with an early goal here against Footwiz Ethan. It's a glancing header that is somehow looped over the goalkeeper there.
And that cross is on brand for Matthias Bonanno as well. He's always looking for that early cross from distance. See a few step overs here from Ronaldinho as well. We've talked about it already, but Tex is the only competitor having him in motion. João Cancelo working. Haaland looking to burst through, not quite.
All the games have kicked off now as well. We have got Gabaris against Paolo-Neto. That one's kicked off, and of course you cannot forget Umut against Young. That one also for a place in tomorrow's top 16. Some massive matchups here in DreamHack Dallas.
I was talking about this with Alito, but this has been the best of the names, so to speak. When we got to this stage of the competition, and we have 2 players that, in theory, at least based on their notoriety, their accolades, their achievements, are winners of tournaments.
They've
and
all
half
done
of them are
something, haven't they? Yeah.
exactly, half of them are going to be gone. They're not progressing. They're going to be one step away. But this is the first time that that's happened throughout the weekend. We've had this many matchups of to your point, people with pedigrees.
Well, it was 24 hours ago, Mike, wasn't it? We stood here and we were like, nah, we're not going to have bracket reset. We have 4 of them.
Are you speaking that into existence?
It might happen. Here's one potentially going to be happening there. Sebeluani with a big chance. Stopped.
Casey said 1. I said 1. We're going to get 4. I think you said 1 as well. I know the likeliness of it not happening is low. We haven't gone around without a bracket reset.
Well, there's a few players that have been able to complete the bracket reset. One person that doesn't want a bracket reset is Matthias Bonanno, who finds himself 2-0 up against Ethan 8 minutes into that one.
Good passes again there. A lot of penetration. Easy layoffs. Taps it home.
Still no real chances to talk about in this match here between Tex and Zeballiani.
I'll tell you what, Matias Bonanno's really lived up to the hype. If you recall, he came through the ranks more or less throughout an online period. You know, due to the pandemic, came into the lands. People had questions, would he be able to do it on a land? Of course, he was able to.
Well, we're just jumping around these other matches now just to see what else is happening. 0-0 here. Umit against Young. Let's jump over back to game A, if we can as well. That matchup also underway between the two players based out in South America. This is Gabaris against Paulo Neto. But, as always, when we leave the game, a goal often goes in. There's been a goal in game D between Tex and Zeballiani. We'll get a replay if we can of who has scored the goal. And this is the goal. It's Tex that leads by a goal to 0. And it came from this chance here. João Cancelo again, who's had so much joy with in this team, making the attacks happen.
Ooh.
Did he scuff that, or?
A little bit of a rough finish there. Might have to watch that one an instant replay. Couldn't have been timed to perfection. They still count the same, but the build-up was nice. And to your point, might have been the most active João Cancelo we've seen over the course of the weekend. The way that Texas kind of used him with the ball rolls, cutting inside, the step overs, just some of the R1 dribbling.
Well, if we can, back to game D again. We'll join it live now.
Ooh.
There has been also an equaliser in it instantly from Zeballiani. Speaking of headers, it's a front post flick on from a corner. We've seen it before. 1-1. Another goal here. Breakthrough between Umit and Young. It's Umit that leads by a goal to 0. He wants to join his teammate Anders Vergang in the top 16 tomorrow.
Simple ball roll with a lot of extra power, extra emphasis, timed it green, top corner, across the body. That game, I'm expecting many more goals. I'm just going to throw that out there.
Another low ball over the top for Tex, where he had quite a bit of joy. Bellingham, Haaland, Cancelo, all in the build-up here. No way through that time. Another goal in game C has gone in. Which way has it gone? It's Umit again, 2-0 up, 2 goals in quick succession for him.
And once again, part of that trademark from Umit, the passes within the midfield for the first time over the top through ball.
Chance to break it. Haaland drops the shoulder, and again he tries to drop his shoulder back past Rudiger. Another goal. Ethan back in this one. Was 2-0 down against Matias Bonanno. Has found a way back into the tie through this for Vinicius.
Oh.
That's so well there. Dragged it back. They gave it to Rodri of all players.
Just ice skating through the middies into the box. Takes it around the goalkeeper. Bit of a half drag to find the space.
Zeballiani stopped in his tracks again. Still though, lofted in. This is clever from the Argentinian.
Bad might have turned to worse. I got a glance at your monitor.
Well, Umit, 3-0 up now. Every 4 minutes he's scoring a goal since the 16th minute. 3-0. Former world champion does lead that game. Pause has been cued from Young. Something has got to change for him if he wishes to force a bracket reset and find a spot in tomorrow's top 16. We've also had a breakthrough in game A as well. We'll give you the goal on the replay when we got it. That match between Gabaros and Paulo Neto. They played earlier today. Gabaros beating Paulo Neto, sending him down into that lower bracket. Chance here for Tex. Managed well. Stitched the goalie up a little bit there. Well, we mentioned there's a breakthrough here. It comes the way of Gabaros, runner-up in the Libertadores Libertadores earlier this year. Mbappe.
If Gabaros takes care of business, I might owe him an apology. I've expected more from Paulo Neto, and Gabaros has definitely been the bogey player. He's been doing his thing today.
think naturally you just expect Palinetto just to go far, don't you?
Maybe that's just the expectation, something that we've seen a lot. It's not to discredit anyone. Good defending there from Tex. Late recovery from Rudiger.
It's a long ball over the top. Kai Havertz with a
karate kick.
Yeah, pretty much.
Maybe something you'd expect from an Ibrahimovic.
Yeah, not the German attacking midfielder slash fullback now in FC24 Ultimate Team. Sort of found himself there during the Premier League, then got himself a pretty decent upgrade later on this year. Pros just want to put him there, they enjoy him there.
A little sloppy with the roulette. Hasn't been the most active half of opportunities. A lot of working it through the midfield.
Tex maybe trying to give us one of his the last chances of the half. Another goal here, Umit. He's living up to the averages here. A goal every 4 or 5 minutes. 4-0 to Umit. Goal in our featured matchup as well. We just missed it. Sebelioni 2-1 up against Tex. It came on a counter-attack after winning the possession back. We thought Tex might have had the last chance of the half. It will be Tuzzy Esports, his pro, that does instead. He leads by 2-1 now. Big goal here as well. Foot was Ethan. 2-2 in that one.
He was down 2-0 against Matias Bonanno. Came out hot. Evened out. See if Tex has a reply around halftime.
Maybe he does. Any time of 1 minute, Tex. Stopped in his tracks again by Rudiger.
Once again started from João Cancelo, cutting inside.
And that should do us for the first 45 there. Let's go somewhere else if we can. Let's go to the man who's averaging goals every 5 minutes. Game C if we can, because he's just done it again.
This is going to be done by halftime.
Umit, 5-0 up, taking no prisoners in this qualification game for the round of 16. He wants to be in that top 16 with his teammate Anders Vergang tomorrow. What 35 minutes, Mike?
Yeah, Young, talking to himself, already looks a little defeated. We talked so much about his offense, but he hasn't had a sniff against Umit just yet. And Umit's been perfect.
Half-time as well between Gabarros and Palinetto. 1-0 to Gabarros. As it stands, I mean, the only game that might be giving us a bracket reset could potentially be game B. Still a long time to be played. Second half's kicked off between Tex and Sebelioni. Let's leave this one and let's go game B. Let's close out the first half there. Because, as we said, Matias Bonanno was 2-0 up against Ethan. Ethan's pulled that game back now. Game B will join this one live. Could we see the ultimate turnaround maybe from Ethan?
Big save from Petr Cech.
Full of confidence now, Ethan. More goals are going in. Equalisers are happening. Umit scored again. We won't bother showing you that replay. 6-0 up. But game 8, Palinetto has replied, Mike.
And there you have it. Mbappe. He's wiggling. He's working. Jude Bellingham. You see the step over, a little bit of carry, a little player lock. Kind of giving you everything. Holland, a little awkward, but he gets to finish either way. He's on the left foot.
Last chance of the half. Finesse from distance. Ooh. 2 hands on it from Petr Cech. That goes into half-time. Let's go back to game D.
That would have been a send-off.
This is live now. Tex 2-1 down against Sebelioni. Remember, the players that are technically the away team in these games are the players that have come through the lower bracket, which means if they win their game, a bracket reset happens, the same fixture will be played one more time. Corner.
It's clever usage from Sebelioni with the player lock, opens up some space. Holland climbs, well defended from Tex.
Goal back for Young there. That's 7 goals in one half, by the way, that. 7 goals.
Young's going to need the best offensive performance we have ever seen to get back into that. Dino's working.
One of the few players to start Dino as well, isn't he, Tex?
I haven't seen another person start him over the course of the weekend. Again, that's all about animations, and once you get used to using Ronaldinho, we talked about it a little bit yesterday. Because he was a cover star, he has his own individual motion captured, and some of the skills, some of the expressions, they look unique to him. So once you get used to that, maybe it's hard to replace him as a winger or as an attacking player.
Game A, this is live now. 1-1. Between Gabarros and Paulo Neto.
Uh-oh. Caught an offside trap.
All the way across. Offside trap gone wrong. Musiala makes it 2-1.
And we've seen Musiala coming off the bench for Gabarros. If you're looking at some of the best dribbling, specifically with the R1 dribbling, Musiala kind of gives you a different level of explosion in the midfield. But it's all about the offside trap gone wrong from Paulo Neto. Gabarros is able to punish, times it perfectly. Simple pass across, but he's earned that from being able to get in behind via a poor offside trap. Paulo Neto's one step away from being out the door.
Let's go to game B if we can. 2-2 as it stands between Matthias Bonanno and Ethan Higgins over here at Footwiz. Moving and grooving around the box is Ethan, finding his pace and his tempo. Switches out wide to Havertz.
It's decisive, it's got to be said. A man that's on the up and up. There's a certain level of trajectory. There's a confidence. He was down 2-0. He's evened up the scoreline. He's looking for more.
I know where this one's going. Haaland, time to touch it down and tuck it in.
Wow. I thought he might have blown the opportunity taking that down. Extra touch did not matter. Again, acrobatic when you're talking about Haaland. Haaland as the target man always from the corner kick. Good job with the positioning. All in one motion, fluid. Leg up top, leg up high. Doesn't matter. He's able to convert. Sets up the volley.
You're right there. You expected maybe the chested touch just to slow down the opportunity, but it didn't. Ethan 3-2 up.
And what a turnaround.
Brilliant turnaround. Let's jump back over to Tex's game against Sebelioni, game D. 2-1. Big chance here for the Argentinian now to go 3-1 up.
I like the idea with the cancellation. Doesn't quite come together. Jude Bellingham assessing options. Tex has runners. I'd like to see Tex speed up the tempo a little bit. Just increase the amount of dangerous positions he can get himself into.
Well, could we see this now? Hansen goes one-on-one with Rudiger. Back to Arno, and again, there's a body there. Played this brilliantly well so far as Sebelioni. He knows it's a long way as well if he wants to get to that top 16, because he has to play this match again by the bracket reset that would happen.
Should see a recycle here. And again, you see what I'm talking about with some of the pacing. If you're chasing a game, I know it's only one goal. Ideally, you want a little quicker tempo. Maybe put Sebeluani under some more pressure. Could be a catch-22. You would give Sebeluani a little more space to work with as well. Now pick your poison. At least in behind. We've seen games get out of control rather quickly for the final 10. Player locks to Vinicius Jr.
Lofted in. Keeper's come out, that's dangerous, but got away with it. I'm not getting too excited here, Mike, but Young has just scored 3 goals.
It's a lot of time, though.
In about 4 minutes.
A lot of time. Could you imagine? That's at 48th minute.
From being 6.
When did he start scoring these goals?
I think he got 1 on the stroke of half-time, and he just scored 2 in 3 minutes. Surely not. After being 6-0 down.
If it happens, it would be a record for this format. I have never seen in a single matchup, 9-minute halves, a 6-goal recovery. The deficit concluded. Tell me if I'm wrong.
You're not wrong. Edging towards some qualifications for some players. We're edging towards some bracket resets happening as well. No way through for Tex at the moment. Sort of can't get into his rhythm.
Yeah, I'd still like to see that change. So I'm going to put a little more pressure. A little higher line.
Update, equaliser, Paolo Neto, 15 minutes left on the clock. He's just got himself a really important goal here. Hansen on the edge of the box, there's one. There's also been a goal in game B. Which way has that one gone? Is it an equaliser for Matias Bonanno, or is it a 4 for Ethan? It's an equaliser for Matias Bonanno here as well. All the games are starting to shape up brilliantly as we approach our last 15, 20 or 10 minutes.
Slight hesitation again, beats the goalkeeper movement. You see Modric on the pitch. Happy days to see him getting some of the recognition he deserves. A few different key items that...
He concluded now, Sebeluani into a bracket reset. No, Van der Sar does enough. And into a pause menu we go. Let's leave this for a split second. Back to game A, 10 minutes left here. Paolo Neto being brave there. It is still 6-3 up, 60 minutes on the clock in that one.
Dancing.
Paolo Neto. Shot blocked. Bellingham. Gabarros looking for a late winner. They would send him into the knockouts.
Wow.
That header there from Haaland. How was he angled in like a perfect through ball with it?
Quite a setup. Haaland from nearly the top of the box. Maybe a 12, 14-yard header there to connect for Johan Cruyff.
3-3 here. Bonanno. Looking also to send himself straight through to the top 16 without having to go down to a bracket reset. Game C. Young has scored again.
I don't know what we're watching.
No way. Surely not.
I can't believe it. We might have to focus on that game. Might have to come back to the Young game.
Chance over here for Ethan Higgins.
Lovely setup.
Headers and volleys all around the box at the moment. Game D, let's see how this one concludes as well. Is Tex about to go into a bracket reset? As it stands, he's 3.5 minutes away from it happening. Sebeluani round the goalkeeper. Yes, it's happening. 3-1. to the Argentine. That'll be a rematch. They have to play again. We'll leave that one. Let's go back to game B. Is there going to be a match winner?
It's a good knockdown.
Ethan unable to find Haaland's head there. We're going to try our best to get the full-time moments from, most importantly, the qualification game.
It's onside.
Chance. Bonanno. We'll play it again, Ethan there. Patient Rodri back defended. Lofted Haaland. Last 17 game minutes again. Full-time result coming in game D. We can confirm, as we said, that Sebelioni will get a rematch against Tex there. Bracket reset is happening for sure. We are in a pause between Gabarros and Paolo Neto. That's 87 minutes on the clock. And this one isn't too far behind.
Is Young still scoring? What's the update, Brandon?
20 minutes left. It's still 6-4 to Umit. But let's not forget that Young was 6-0 down. He has scored 4 goals since. Has Ethan got a late goal hit?
Sounds like you're speaking a typo. 6 goals down, it's 6-4.
Ethan scores, bracket reset. Bonanno scores, he qualifies for the top 16 tomorrow. To Hernandez. Haaland! Oh no! Off the line! Oh my God. Let's get to game C now.
Nope.
Just for a split second.
No, Brandon.
6-5! 6-5! A finesse from 30 yards from Hullet.
Oh my goodness.
Let's leave it. Let's leave it. Let's go back. Right, full-time result, game A. Very quickly. Congratulations to Gabarros. He's just qualified for the top 16 tomorrow.
Paolo Neto is out.
Paolo Neto is out. Back to game B as we can. Last kick of the 90 minutes there. Extra time is happening.
Game C, send us.
Game C.
I need to see what we've been missing. We missed all of Young's goals live. I wrote this off. You wrote this off. We read the same manuscript. 11 goals, 75 minutes. I don't even know where Young got some of these goals.
Remember, it was 6-1 at half-time. After being 6-0 down, he got one back at half-time. At that point, Mike, you're right. We're sitting there and saying it's game over.
He had belief. We know Young can go forward. We know he can score goals. We know offensively he's a maestro. Maybe you would say he's a genius. He's got that razzle. He's got that dazzle. He's got that spark. But this is still something. You can't write a script like this.
He needs a goal, Umit, because you can imagine how he's feeling inside, thinking, I cannot throw away a 6-0 lead. Simply, I cannot. On the other side, Young's thinking, I've got him. In a really difficult position here. Marie's thinking, surely I cannot.
He's got runners.
Throw it away. 10 in-game minutes left. Young, have you got a 6-6 for us?
It's going to come down to the press.
As we said, only one game had a confirmed winner into the top 16. Gabarros is in there. He'll be playing tomorrow. We have a bracket reset waiting to happen between Tex and Sebelioni. Extra time is underway between Matthias Bonanno and Ethan.
Moment's doing a good job of game management here. A lot of swinging side to side. Multiple resets.
Oh no. Game B. What's happened? Goal. Matthias Bonanno, extra time, remember. He's on the upper side of the bracket. He wins that. He's in the top 16. Offside. Pause coming in there for Umit.
Young will be probing. All right.
Into the pause we shall go. Back to game B.
Quickly.
Well,
see if Ethan has something in his system. Of course, using Bastoni. It's one of the center back selections. Big switch out wide. We've seen Ethan target Holland, as many have done.
Look at that run from Mbappe. This is where problems happen. Matthias Bonanno, big save, keeper.
Again, solid goalkeeper movement there. Takes him off the line a little bit, scoots him over.
Quick corner, saved.
Time Green. One more.
Back in again. More pressure to deal with. De Bruyne, finesse from distance. That was ambitious. Jump back to game C if we can as well. Young is cooking up maybe a 6-6. Saved. Last 3 minutes for Umit. Hangs on, he's in the top 16 tomorrow. Taking the ball away, that's what I would be doing. Hugging onto the ball. Here's Umit. And 2 minutes added time. Young wins this back. He might have one more chance. Keeper comes out. He's got that chance now. But he's got to move quick. Ah, no. Bad touch from Havertz there. Umit's got possession. 15 in-game seconds left. Umit will be in that top 16 tomorrow with his teammate Anders Vergang. Thankfully, he didn't throw away a 6-0 lead, or has he? Full-time result there. Umit will go through to the top 16. Commiserations to Young. He made that a fantastic game, though.
I think he clapped it up for himself, as he should. I still can't believe he got it to that point. And I'm sure Umit's never been more relieved.
Back over here. Matthias Bonanno, 4-3 up. Ethan, last chance of the 15 in extra time. And into half-time we shall go. This one's kicked off again. Now, this is the only game that has actually officially had a bracket reset from this group. Zeballioni beating Tex 3-1, forcing a bracket reset. It's the first defeat that Tex has faced so far here in Dallas. When you really break it down as well, Mike, you played a perfect game, Zeba, in that first one.
There weren't a lot of chances for Tex. He did a good job. I don't want to say killing off the game, but limiting a lot of the offensive approach play. You didn't find yourself in the box. Tex didn't get to go through cancellations and a bunch of the skills.
Lofted in, Haaland. Chance there for Tex, no way through. Chance to break, though. This is for Zeballioni. 1-on-1, R9, out against the goalkeeper. Oh, he's dived over the ball.
He'll feel hard done by that. Zeballioni with the perfect through ball. Again, kind of took that right out of the book of Umit. Over the top, first time, beats the back line. They're caught flat-footed. A lot of time, a lot of space to work with. Goalkeeper comes out, just misses it. But on a different day, same play, he might get a hand to it. Either way, it still starts from a poor defensive error from Tex.
Zeballioni up by a goal to nil in that one. Will also jump back as well to extra time. Over here. Can Matthias Bonanno. find himself into a top 16, or can Ethan pull it back again? Remember, he was 2-0 down, did a great job of turning the game back, then led. He will get chances. Or was Banana going to punish him here? Mbappe, steal with the ball at his feet somehow. Vinicius, step over to Pretty. Brings Haaland into this one somehow, defended well by Rudiger.
It's tough. It's a difficult lob out of the back from Ethan. Really needs the ball on the ground maybe until the final third if you're going to try to target Haaland. There's your split.
Rodri over the top, big chance for Ethan. All the way to the back post, Haaland! Oh, no one was there!
You see the thought process just didn't lock on. He's trying to knock it back across. Maybe find someone's feet. Switches on as well for Bonanno. He's probably looking for almost to hug the sideline here. Big mistake.
Can he make the most of it though, Ethan? Haaland flicked it on. Vidic of all players there. Lots of space to move into for Bonanno. In case you missed it, Gabarros and Umit qualified just now for the top 16 tomorrow. Haaland, Bellingham, Vinny. That's superb. That isn't.
Bit of a mistake on the player lock, but the setup was clean.
Two in-game minutes left for Ethan to keep this E-World Cup dream alive at a top 16 spot tomorrow. Or is Bernardo going to pull away here? Mbappe will have the legs around the corner. It's one more into Mateus. Went for the power shot in return. It's given possession back.
He went to wrap it up.
What's happened here? Zebelioni 2-0 up.
Maybe we get a replay. R9 with a turn. Looks like it came off an extra pass. Could be a knockdown. And I was saying it last game. I'm standing by it. I'd like to see Tex play a little bit quicker. A little more dynamic. A little more prolific. Give us some of that extra pusher. What he's known for to a certain degree. So it's been very slow with the build-up. And it just limits how many chances he has offensively. And at the end of the day, Sebeluoni's been able to catch him on some of the counters.
Might be able to catch him on another one here. That's a switch of play back out wide.
What?
Free kick given back. Let's jump back to game B because there's like seconds left in that one.
Like a handball.
Can Ethan make the most of this last possession he has?
How much time?
1 minute. It's not nice at all. Evers the long ball forward. Bonanno has possession. It's in his hands.
That might be it. Just got to get it in.
Oh no, it's gone back. Free kick inside. Bonanno's half.
This is still a tricky situation for Ethan. He's got to most likely to go short, but then he has to push it forward quickly.
Dispossessed, that should do us. It will. Bonanno is in the top 16. Another player goes through. Big congratulations to him, Gabarros and Umit. 3 of the 4 players through. This was the only game to go to a bracket reset. Sebelioni 3-0 up in 32 minutes.
See the big switch, the knockdown. Tex was covering it, doesn't get a favorable animation. Ends with R9, top of the box. Not far out, pick aside. Able to convert, everything free-flowing for Sebeluani. We spoke about it pre-match. I don't think anyone predicted this. If we were talking about a reset somewhere, it wasn't in the text. Sebeluani.
It definitely wasn't.
It just wasn't. Tex still has time and plenty of it, but he's going to need to do something special.
Just hasn't been able to.
Yeah, it's not pinpointing. It's not moving. I keep talking about it, but tempo is so important. There's almost a pace or a cadence to the game, and it's been in favor of Sebeluani.
Lofted in, chance for Tex. Chance to break away and find a fourth maybe. For Seba, into Haaland.
It's almost an unusual technique from Sebeluani as well. Not that he's targeting Haaland, but how he looks for the counterattacks, some of the usage of the double player lock. Just from an outlet perspective.
Hansen. Tex needs this desperately. That was a brave tackle there from Sebeluani.
I think Tex could have ran through it. He went out wide. Slide tackle, I think, was always mistimed. Could have been one of those rare scenarios where you end up with a red card and a penalty kick.
4.
And the way that he's isolating and sending these runs, and it's a lot of combination between the player lock again, but the manual movement and being able to trigger and time everything perfectly and take off in stride. I think we've seen 3 of the 4 goals. The 4th one being a knockdown, but 3 of the 4 goals, single player counterattack, were the setup around him. And it's just so well timed with a double player lock, and Tex hasn't been able to adjust. It looks like a proud coach there.
I mean, he is playing out of his skin. Quite literally is Zeba in this game. Look, you're right to say, Mike, these games just don't happen because there's not been the opportunity for them to happen. We saw him earlier in the Condeboy Libertadores. He got a top 8 finish there. You know, players, especially in South America, outside of Europe, relish the opportunity to play against European players, let alone Tex, for example. But then to bring this A game, sometimes when you play against a Tex or a big player, you play against the aura, the player. He's completely pushed that to one side. He's forced the bracket reset, and now he's 4-0 up in the first half. Tex really just getting to the half-time period and needs to bring her completely.
It's hard to tell you what to change.
Different half.
Because even as you commit more bodies, maybe your offense gets better, but you're still open for the counters. There's still space for these over-the-top through balls. And almost this triple alignment where he's switching between a couple player locks, moving players simultaneous, and then trying to isolate that singular striker. And you look at it, Texas, no help. There's no players up there yet. Everything has to buy some additional time.
Cancelo, De Bruyne, something's got to give. For Tex now again, Sebeluani just dealing with everything that's coming his way. Haaland, Ronaldinho. Step overs on cue. Bellingham stealing their way through, R9. Trying to step over his way somewhere, Mike, but
Sebeluani's got the back line sorted. He's got people sitting in. He's not falling for a lot of different skills that are always meant to bait and move and get players to slightly miss position. And it helps that Sebeluani already has the goals. Because in theory here, he can almost defend positionally versus following some of the attacking players. He can say, I'm not going to leave this position. I'm not going to leave this spot. If you're going to beat me, you're going to beat me, but this is what it's going to look like. You see him plenty of chase back with the midfield, and the spacing, it's narrow, it's dense. And it works out well for him because he's looking for those counters. So when he does break, then they break. But we haven't seen heavy amounts of buildup. Maybe that's one positive to take from this, is if you can get some flow going, if you're Tex, Sebulani's been moving forward very quickly. I only say that because you might not be in a game management situation, at least not initially.
You can't ask for much more as well than what we've seen in that half from the Argentinian. As we said, 15 players have already qualified for tomorrow. There's just one spot left, and it's the winner of this game here. It'll be in the round of 16 tomorrow. Remember, only 2 of those can book a spot at the Esports World Cup directly from this DreamHack Dallas qualifier. And then in 2 weeks' time, we go to Sweden to find 6 more E-World Cup Grand Finalists. 4-0 down, Tex in this scenario. Sebulani has been superb. Forced the bracket reset and then came into this one and has made it so difficult. Well, let's jump back into it then. He can take all the time in the world. Just needs a goal. Just to build a bit of belief, to know that you can break him down. Let's see what Sebulani can do there. Player locks being flicked on. Not being used though, just to ask questions. Throw a little decoy out there. Haaland step overs, went for the shot. Not really scoring from there, but maybe thought about a corner.
I'm interested to see what changes Zach Moore has implemented alongside Tex. Because you won't see the same tactics as you saw in the first half, that's for sure. Oof. Offside trap again, caught him.
De Bruyne driving this forward. Aggressive from Rudiger, he had to be. Chance to break for Tex now. Hansen in the box. Haaland driving it forward as best as he can. Dispossessed still though, R9. Hansen does a good job there just to block.
Oh. Giving a little bit of everything. You see the cancellations. You saw the Berber spin. A couple step overs, extra pass, trying to find space. Finally, I thought he broke through for Tex. Maybe did a little bit too much. A lot of intricacy. And Sebulani again, he's there. He's staring you down, but he's not falling for a lot of the movements. He's not following the hips. And he has the luxury of the goal advantage as well. He can sit a little deeper. He can be a little more passive.
Paul's cued by Tex. Don't know when he'll get it. And the pause does eventually come in. Now time to change the tactics one more time.
I mean, if you're Tex, you just want to shake it up. It's got to get a little more chaotic. It's got to have some level of rambunctious nature. I'm not trying to take you to the Amazon and we're going to go on a jungle retreat, but you got to make this feel a little funky. You need 4 goals. You got to do it somewhat quickly. You're not in an immediate rush, but the easiest way to create opportunities is that counter press or even that initial press, but either way, it starts with the press.
Last spot available, as we said, tomorrow. 16 players will be here. I believe we'll be doing the draw as well, following this game as well, to find out who on earth will play who tomorrow. It's already looking like a pretty stout bracket with a couple of surprises mixed in there as well. Sebeliani could be one of those surprises.
Sebeliani's playing out of his mind. Still keeping a clean sheet. We're 60 minutes in. He scored 4. He might have scored 4 on 4 attempts as well. He's been so clinical.
He might be on for score 5. Teo Hernandez. Haaland couldn't find Mbappe on that occasion.
You see bodies have been pushed. You got Messi on the pitch as well.
Try and shake things up for Tex.
Oh.
Tried to go to the near post and squeeze it in.
Might have touched the post.
He gets a 5th. This could get out of hand. Vinicius. Haaland not there. Havertz defends well. Still though. Lofted all the way across. Haaland with a nice touch. One more pass. Oh, he's offside. Clever idea though.
I think I would have liked to see this earlier from Tex. I know there's risk involved, but you could just tell that he's at least going to push a certain initiative, that he's going to go for it, that bodies are going to be committed. And we always talk about Tex offense, but on the defensive end, he's always been good with the manual movement. This might not be the game to talk about it, but I just think Sebeliani's been perfect. The game plan that he's brought, his offering, the counterattacks, and his finishing. It's been vicious.
Haaland through for Tex. Something has got to give if he wants to get back in this. Power shot blocked into the ball roll that was cancelled. Hansen! There's one!
Whew. I mean, even that was difficult, though. It was a bit of a maybe. Pulls it, unleashes it. Hansen from the spot, nearly a tackle. Goalkeeper move is happening. It's not quite enough. Can Tex make him feel a little uncomfortable? Something that Sebeliani has not had to deal with in this matchup whatsoever, at least not up to this point. There's been none of that additional weight on your shoulders. You haven't maybe felt like you're even playing against Tex because you've been in the front runner. You've been leading the charge.
You know more than me. It's a case of when you get one goal, Mike, bit of belief.
Mm-hmm. Very defensive kickoff here. Back to the goalkeeper.
Let's see how it plays out these last 20 minutes. You can understand the defensive approach when there is basically a refund on the line of $2,000 at least for getting a top 16.
That's the bare minimum.
And then if you win games, you're going up from there. When I say refund, a lot of the players here have had to pay their own flights, hotels to get into DreamHack Dallas, plus a ticket fee to play in this competition. Vinicius stopped in his tracks, went to corner. Into a pause we go again.
The constant pressure has to be getting turned on here. It's the same question though. Is it too little too late? Coming into the 70th minute. You don't need 1 or even 2 goals. You need 3 at a minimum, and you can't concede anything. You have to be perfect.
Alphonso Davies will come on, and then tactical changes will be made. Again, remember this is a bracket reset that was formed. Tex has been on the upper bracket the whole time in this DreamHack Dallas qualifier. Then Sebeliani did beat him, which forced the bracket reset to playing on a second match now. 3-1 it was in the first game. And it was 4-0 until the 66th minute where Tex got one back just 5 in-game minutes ago.
Tell you, we still have a crowd as well. Folks have stayed late. There's a community element to this that we haven't seen in quite some time, just because of the sheer amount of competitors. Everybody being in-house. I don't know if I've seen so many pros in one place, in one audience.
Final changes. He's on his feet, getting ready for a really difficult last 18 minutes. Expect some emotion and some passion. You've already seen it a few times from him. As you said, really the first international competition that some of these players have been able to play in for a long time. Back in. Huge 17 minutes. You've got to defend so well and also try and create 3 good chances.
It's so tough on the clock. Every corner kick you can bring it back, you can recycle. It's one of the easiest ways to have some game management. Even right now, he's leaving that on purpose. He's not touching any buttons. It's almost a little gamification. Add a little additional frustration. You start to question, a goal every 3 minutes is what's needed now, or a goal every 4 minutes.
There's about 2 in-game minutes played there, Mike. Straight back into pause again from Tex and just, again, altering it.
Yeah, you can see what kind of game you're going to be in for. Sebeluani's let it known. Let it be very clear what his game plan is for the final 15. He's going short, he's going to recycle.
He's got a 3-0 lead to hold on to. Down the byline. Another corner. He'll take every second he can get. As it stands, Sebeluani will be taking spot 16 in the final 16 tomorrow for the 256 that travelled here to Dallas DreamHack. Hansen, Rudiger, Araujo, time to play out now. Such a high line he's forced him into as well. There wasn't really a through ball available. Now there is. Messi. Had to be lofted into Haaland at the back post. Oh. Hits it wide.
You would have thought at least it had to be on frame. And Sebeluani is taking every second.
Every second that's possible, from a walk-up, from a goal kick to a corner.
I would be rage quitting. Full tilted.
He's not having any if, buts, or maybes. He wants to ensure that he is definitely in that top 16. Possession given back to Tex. 9 in-game minutes for 3 goals. De Bruyne. Hansen. 7 minutes.
He's going to have to get that ball off of Sebeluani so fast. If you're Tex here, you need some sort of mistake, some sort of error. You might have one more swing side to side for free. Ooh.
That one could have fell on Mbappe's feet. Get possession back again, Tex. Or not.
We talk about it a lot, but FC is a game where you can't rush defensively or offensively, so it makes it even more difficult when Tex actually gets the ball. Your first instinct is to go fast, and it doesn't reward you. You still have to have a certain amount of build-up.
We'll expect some reaction here as well at full time. Sebelioni will be in the prize pot. He will be heading in towards that top 16 bracket coming up very soon as well, so don't leave the broadcast yet. Every second. Let's see what this added time is. He has to score on this attack as well. Can he? No. Defended well by Bellingham. And he will continue to hug on to that ball. Added time of 3 minutes. Long ball forward. Gives it back to Tex again. Offside. Fortunately. It looks as if it will be a case of coming back to Sweden 2 weeks' time for Tex. Sebelioni forced the bracket reset. And he was leading 4-0 after 66 minutes on the clock. It just took too long for Tex to sort of get into this game. And it will be the Argentine that goes through into that top 16 from 2-5-6 down to the final 16. He will be there. And we said it, get emotional.
No kidding. There was a certain tension in that closeout.
Added time is pretty much over. Sebelioni taking spot 16. From DreamHack Dallas here. Tex, unfortunately, that'll be the end of his road. After such a good upper bracket. Full-time whistle. He's coming in. Handshakes between the two. And it's the perfect time to bring an FG in case. I mean, look, another day done. Shock, surprises. 16 players are locked in from 2-5-6 that arrived yesterday and today.
16 players remain, as you said, and that is exactly what it means. What a shock, what a bracket reset, and what an end to a fantastic start to DreamHack. But tomorrow, things get serious. Let's take a look at the highlights from the game we've just watched. They went to a bracket reset, Casey. Not as something I expected.
Definitely not something that anyone expected. I think that Sebelioni was coming into this game as quite the underdog, as Tex was coming in undefeated up until this point, but he did not quite seem like an underdog with the way that he was playing here as he scores there with R9, sends it up here again to R9. I believe the majority of his goals here have been scored with R9, and there he is celebrating with his 2C comrade. Here we have Caroline Grant Hansen, who has been so pivotal for a lot of players throughout the entirety of the competition. Mbappe into Caroline again. She's been so fantastic. Here we have Seba dribbling it in with Mbappe. I mean, he makes it look so easy. Goalkeeper comes out, wide open goal opportunity. Fantastic performance from Sebelioni.
Fantastic performance indeed. Let's take a look then at the results from this evening's session. The featured matches, the results, the most important ones. I've seen Matti Bonanno, Jui Barros, Umut and Sebelioni go through to tomorrow, the final 16, Mike.
I'll tell you what, if that's me in that game, maybe this is why I'm a former pro, I'm breaking everything. That monitor doesn't stand a chance. It's getting tossed. It'd be pure entertainment.
Maybe we need to bring you back.
Yeah, we watched every second of every one of those in between scenes. Oh man, we're having words.
I mean, the time management there, Brandon. Mike's very hot from it, but that I mean,
You can't be a little heated watching it.
Oh, absolutely.
And he's sitting right across from him, so this is happening up close in person.
I think I'll only think or two about to take maybe a couple more games out of my FUT Champs games. Just sit on the replays, sit on the pauses, sit on the corners, sit on the goal kicks.
Just kill the time.
Just watch the clock go down. I want to say as well quickly, how close were we to seeing Young come back from 6-0 down against Dulwich?
6-0 down he was, and when he kept scoring, I was thinking, wow. But I mean, props to Ummet for actually seeing it out, because I know my bottle would have gone, guys.
No, I would be panicking in the final moments there. I mean, it almost happened. So props to Young, but he is one of the most attacking players that we've seen. So
we learned none of us can handle it. Everything's getting tossed. Everything's getting thrown. Don't put us down there in those same circumstances.
Yeah, there's a reason that we're all stood here. Absolutely. Let's take a look at the Sunday brackets, the Sunday matchups. This is how it all looks, and wow, the fixtures we have got here. Starting with Manu Bashore against Adidas FIFA, Brandon.
This is the confirmed bracket as well. Sorry, I just wanted to make sure on that. I wanted to make sure first and foremost, have we got any same team matchups? We'll go from top to bottom. Manu Bashore, Adidas FIFA. Nicholas against Chris de Boer. RB Leipzig, Ummet takes on Sebelioni, who just won that game. Dolomite, Matthias Bonanno.
I like that one, that's spicy.
Gabaros against Max of Ajax. RB Leipzig, Anders Verga against Redlac. Dennis 20 against Bryce. And Nisat against Emre Yilmaz. That is your final 16 here from DreamHack Dallas.
And it is when it gets really exciting, because tomorrow we will crown 2 players who will qualify for the E-World Cup in Riyadh. This is the reason that they have arrived here, and tomorrow we're going to see a lot. We've got a very special broadcast tomorrow, so make sure you join us. We've got some heavyweights, and we will be getting 2 places at the World Cup in Riyadh. Thank you to Brandon, thank you to Mike, and thank you to Casey, and thank you to everyone who's watched the broadcast today.